Welcome back, one and all, to the Mediterranean Poker Party 2025, taking place at this very gorgeous Merit, North Cyprus location that has, of course, the Royal Diamond. That's where the action is taking place underground here, and it is, of course, the Luxon Pay Day 2. That's who you got on the call with you to start this off. It is myself, James Dempsey, and, of course, Jay Harwood. Jay, when those pictures were taken last year when we were battling it out here on that very feature table.
I hate to start the stream with a bad beat, but I remember getting one-outed by Picasso, actually. That's when that photo was taken. Probably not in that instance with a smile on my face.
Well, there we go. Poker Oak Mystery Bounty, that one is in the books. We are now firmly focused on this Luxon Pay Grand Final. We saw day one action yesterday. Today, picking things up pretty close to the money and not insignificant bubble here. It's 2x the buy and 4K min cash, but of course, we're going to do our best to work our way all the way down to that final table structure today. A little bit more elongated than it was on day one, and we'll further stretch out as we get to that final table. Nice to see the powers that be giving you guys plenty of play. There you go, confirmation. 248 remain of the 1,452 entries. 215 paid. So we're, what, 33 away from the money. Massively eclipsing that guarantee, Jay. We need 1,000 entries. We're 1,500. No worries.
Just seems always the way here at Merit. Guarantee smashed out the park whenever we seem to come at $4,000 for that min cash. If you can outlast 33 players.
Yeah, but, I mean, come on. No one's coming here to min cash. We're looking at this payout. A monstrous $375,000 will go to our eventual champion. Second place, picking up a cool $250,000. Top four, almost top five, getting into that six-figure territory. Never on that final table, of course. Guaranteed $37,500. But a long way to go till we get to that point. For now, our focus will be firmly on that bubble period. And I always find this such an interesting part of the day because it's how the big stacks react with the short stacks. And here we go. This is what we got. Kicking things off down a Luxon table. We see Lucas Pasma up there. One of those big stacks gets to really drive the action here, doesn't he? And leverage his position against especially the medium stacks.
That's how it's supposed to go. The big stacks just get to play as wide as possible. The middle stacks don't really want to get involved. And like the short stacks are just trying to outlast the other short stacks, really.
I love the way you say, that's how it's supposed to go. You're putting the little Merit caveat on that one. Oh, this is actually an interesting table here because look at this. Andre's got the chip lead at the table, but with only 1 million in chips. That's lower than the average. So no one on this table having average stack. What a boon that is when you draw this table, right?
That's the thing people don't look at. There's hidden run good in table draws sometimes, and having 27 bigs coming into a day two near the bubble and covering everyone at your table is unique in a way.
Yeah, absolutely insane that he's managed to get this. And the same for sort of Strobel and Sapien in there as well. They're going to benefit from that. Counter that here to Gunez in their second in chips. Okay, there's not much between them. There's not much Smith's going to do to go crazy against him, but he certainly has to play that a little bit tighter than he would do if he was the chip leader.
Yeah, the other thing that you need to take into account is table draw as well. So where are they sat? If we're on their direct left, we get to punish a bit more. If they're on our direct left, we need to be slightly tighter. So table draw, everything at this stage.
And interesting here, look at this. Ruslan Kasper, 7th in chips here with 950k, would almost be chip leader on that table. And Recep Aydemir, I noticed, is the one propping up the chip stacks on that table. A regular here at Merit. There he is in seat 1. Those of you who do watch often from this place will be familiar with him. And of course, Onyx is where we will get things underway today as we, I can say arguably the most interesting part of the day for me is this, or certainly the early part of the day will be this bubble period, see how players take to it.
Well, for us as the commentators, yes, it's the most entertaining part of the day. If you sat there with 6 big blinds, it's probably the most stressful part of the day for you. So we'll see how it plays out, see who tries to take the reins as the big stack, see if there's any sort of short stacks that just have the don't care and happy to get it in and not fussed about the $4,000 min.
Well, I'm pretty sure Shalamov is folded because we are looking at Aydemir, who is that short stack with just 10 blinds and finds 2 8s. Here we go.
395.
Let's run it. I promise you, Shalamov. I'm pretty sure Shalamov folded. Just a dealer communication error, pardon me. And the words out today, Jay. So excited.
Aydemir here. Gonna have to win a flip. Chip leader at the table. Mark Smith finds ace jack and makes the call.
Yeah. Just kind of went from straight away, huh? I mean, 10 blinds, ace jack against someone who's ideally going to be playing pretty tight.
We are at merit though, Kemps. That's the other thing. People may be more inclined to get it in looking for the win and what's up top rather than that $4,000 min cash.
So then, can the merit reg get a little bit of joy at a table that's brought him plenty of joy in the past? No, is the answer on that flop. Yeah, as well. 1 foot and 4 toes out the door. Okay, there's another way. Wait for the set, 9 for a straight.
Jack of diamonds on the river seals the fate. First hand for Idemir.
GG's, my friend. Oh, you like that? You're in the room, you hear. Seat open, seat open. We're going to hit a little bit of it. But you imagine this slows down as we get ultra close. Obviously, you know, 33 away. Stuff to lose more than 10% of the remaining players.
Yeah, field size makes a difference though. Like what we got here, like a 28, 29 table bubble. So when it's like 2-3 tables, it can go on for a while. But I don't expect this to last too long with the amount of tables out there.
Which is what they say, guys in merit, they ain't here for the min cashes. Small cut. He's going to try and exert some pressure, but I mean, optimistic perhaps with the Jack 5-0 from the cutoff with covering stacks behind.
Yeah, got no
Last 10 seconds.
indication why we'd be opening this one. But Smoker getting a little bit out of line here.
Gordashev was thinking about it for a moment there. He was, I mean, if he's itching to get that involved, then perhaps maybe some sort of stalling tactic from him.
It's 2025, lots of stalling usually going on in the bubble. Everyone's just aware. The clock is your friend at this stage. If you slow things down, other tables play more hands, potential for more bust outs and getting close up to being in the money.
Tabakis, he was staring at the tournament clock there whilst thinking, oh, hang on, we didn't see action from the big blind.
Yeah.
So what's the big blind set out?
That makes sense. Still think Jack 5 with 2 players covering to our left is a bit optimistic, but with the big blind set out, felt like it was easy pickings.
Yeah, obviously the start of the day here. Maybe still down on the pier. Enjoying some lunch in the buffet, who knows? Sarakoglu, 2 kings. Throwing in a time extension chip with 6 blinds. We know where these are going.
Equal.
He's going with a limp. Oh.
Or all in.
Well, it's got Houghton in behind with Queen Jack suited. Talk to me, Jam, a little.
Yeah,
struggling.
I'm trying to think as well. I'm going through the cogs right now, thinking why we'd have a limp here as Sarakoglu, just allowing the big blind to check and realise equity for free. Obviously, it's worked out on this occasion. We've got Houghton to put it in with 22% and good shape for a double. Not too sure about the limp here. And even as Kev, like, got to be a bit wary about this limp. When someone limps off a 6 bigs, it's like, what on earth have they got?
On the bubble.
Exactly. Is it just always aces or kings?
Yeah, perplexing, certainly, because, I mean, just jamming, even with kings and just taking the blinds down, is an amazing boon. At this stage, look at this flop, Queen Jack 10. Houghton somehow finds the lead, but, of course, so much equity still held in those 2 kings. This one now effectively a flip. Flip no more. Big favorite. Knock out Sarakoglu. That is what he will do in style, rivering the nuts. Yeah, I just feel like, even with 6 blinds, sure, in theory, we don't want to accumulate chips. You've got 2 kings, it's a great spot. But on the bubble, just getting that through, by an orbit, we said this bubble probably won't take too long just because it is merit. People love to go hard.
Interesting from Kev's perspective as well. Does he feel like he's ever got any limp folds off a 6, which is kind of interesting because once someone limps off a 6 on the bubble, I'm just going to make the assumption we've not got any fold equity to get this 6 big blind stack to fold, but it's all about timing.
Okay. Big pot for him as well because he only had, what, 12 blinds, I think, himself.
I think 14, yeah, around 14 Kev come into the day with.
So a big pick up for him over at the GTD live table. Smolka opening up again, this time far more playable. King Jet suited. Savitavakius, he's in here 2 sevens from the cutoff. Both players around that 20 big blind mark. Sayapin closing the action in the big. With this ace 5-0, we kind of see these hands that like they don't tend to actually fare that well, do they, when we go three-way in these spots?
Yeah, that's the thing. We're likely to be dominated here as I've been drawing to 3 outs. And when we go multi-way, sometimes we're like double locked, so reduced equity in the spot. And then like the times it comes like ace high off of our stack, if we lose a big one, suddenly we're then in that zone where probability-wise we've increased our chance of bubbling.
Right, well, as it is, finds a piece on the King 5-3, but is in 3rd place up against these 2 holdings. Smolka sending it on over to the Lithuanian.
They're going to see a lot of checks out of position, even with our top pair. Saptavicius here. With the 7s, may feel like needs some protection once checked too. Don't mind small bet. Just flushing out like a queen jack, jack 10 suited, ace queen. Going to be a win within itself.
It feels like we'll come even more so with the red 7s, right? Like there's so many bad turn cards for that hand. It's just going to go for this. It may see a continue here, of course.
3 call.
Sayapin having found a piece on the flop, and Smolka now, by checking, has got 2 players to put in bets with inferior holdings.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting now for Smolka, like no club in our hand. Is there ever any raising going on here? Probably not. Saptavicius can still have some king-queen, some sets, 5s and 3s potentially. Don't think we're worried too much about Sapin. Can definitely still be behind here. Saptavicius here. Always continuing Demps. It's just whether to play cool or whether to take the aggressive route. And it looks like he's gone for the latter.
Understandable, being on the bubble, kind of your opponent's less likely maybe to bluff turns. You just want to take your equity here. Blast off those draws. Maybe your opponent somehow calls worse. He's got to be a little bit worried about king-queen.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like when we get called here, we're not really loving life unless we're up against like ace 3 of clubs, which we're flipping against. So like even king 10 going to struggle to call off here on the bubble with this action taking place. That's kind of the problem with it. It's difficult to get called by worse, except from a high equity hand. But when we are this close to the money, I can see it. I can see it.
Now, Devikius making a meal of this, but one imagines just buying some time after getting that chip count. Again, we're just, what, 16 blinds behind.
Yeah, terrible hand to call with here. 7s, just run equity versus range. If we're up against King X, we're going to be drawing 2 outs. We're going to have around 10%. And even we're up against an ace queen of clubs, ace jack of clubs, we're going to have 50% equity. So it's a situation of either 10% or 50%. Not a good scenario to be in. Does eventually let it go.
It's one of those where Walker's like pretty relieved when both players fold, right? You're like, I have made this move for value, but also could be dicey. As it is, now has the chip lead on this table, the one we earmarked as being pretty shallow stacked. You see he's the only one with 30 blinds and already set out his stall. We saw him open up with the Jack 5-0, and I can see whoever the gentleman is that's just sat down in seat 1. I guess that's whose blind it was he stole. They come in just to see Smolka pulling one in. Over at Luxon, Gadjiev waiting from the small with a 9-7-0 and Kanmei in the big with 10-5 off. Is this one of the spots where like the small can start to raise a lot more because of the bubble?
Yeah, potentially. Gadjiev could attack here when covering. Maybe we need to cover slightly more rather than, what is it, 5-6 big blinds we cover by it. Can still put ourselves in danger if we double our opponent up. But 10-5 going to take the initiative as Kanmei.
Yeah, nicely done, sir.
That's a tea, is it?
There was some conversation there about a beverage being consumed at the table. I think somebody thought the whole time they've been drinking whiskies, but it turns out it's the Turkish tea. he must be thinking everyone's getting absolutely hammered out here. Turkish tea does look a little bit like whiskey, not served in a similar vessel, but colour-wise, I can understand the confusion. Casper, Queen 8 of Diamonds.
Cold one.
Activating here, Sebastian, the covering stack in the small. I'm not quite familiar with the stack behind him, but certainly one of these hands that really can attack at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly right, Dempson, at like 20 effective prime stack to do it, because Casper shouldn't be playing any flats here. Just going to be playing 4-bet send or fold, so it's not like a situation we get into a bloated pot with a7 off out of position, making it 230.
That's a great point. And people sometimes get lost in that, recognizing your opponent is just going to jam or fold. At least in theory.
Well, yeah, because here he comes with the Queen 8 of diamonds here. But the problem with this with Casper, the times we catch a piece, we catch an 8 for top pair, we catch a Queen for top pair. But opponent's still going to have the dominated hands, the overpairs, the King Queen, the Ace Queen. Suddenly, we can just be out the door when we catch a decent piece.
I love it when the merit players just make us liars instantly. Here we go then, 540k pot and a 10-5-3 rainbow board. So in that mind, if you're in Sebastian's mind, are you thinking this is just traps? Yeah,
I don't think so.
Even trap,
yeah,
right?
People don't trap on the bubble, Demps. That's the thing. People, if they've got aces, kings on the bubble, they don't necessarily trap.
So
like post bubble. Like I'm just gonna expect Casper to have a lot of like suited connectors, taking the price like 8-9 suited, 7-8 suited. Like hand like he has, I would just expect to go into them up, but I would just expect him to play 4-bet or fold at this stage of the tournament. So when someone calls in a spot, you're not expecting them to play any flats. It can be difficult to range your opponent sometimes.
Seems like though Sebastian may well be in the same mindset as you. He's thinking, hey, like better aces would have surely made noise. Don't think he's trapping. Therefore, C-bet may well just knock out equity from those suited connectors you mentioned. And I mean, this one in particular, Queen 8. The one suit that isn't on the board, Casper is gone, and nice little Brucey bonus for Sebastian.
It's really nice to come over to Merit. You see different styles, different strategies, people playing the game differently, a different outlook on how it should be played.
Once more, if you're just joining us, welcome. Play just getting underway here at Merit. It is the Luxon Pay Grand Final, day 2 of 3. We're going to try and get down to the final, or at least as near as possible, with so many entries that may be a tall order.
2-bet 50.
Dowling. It's 5 deuce of clubs on this one, blind on blind. Just a limp from the small, check from the big. Both players kind of enjoying that flop a little bit.
Yeah, got some action turns for sure.
Ooh. Here we go. Clubs v clubs. That deuce, still best.
And I feel like as Dowling here, yes, we cover on the bubble. Maybe it's one of these situations we can start turning a deuce into a bluff. Usually blind on blind, like a pair wants to hunt for showdown, but this may be one of these nuances where we can just get after it, blocking 2 players, blocking the flop nuts of 5-3, and just target the 4x and 6x. Imagine sat there as Cammy on the bubble and you've got a 6 and you have to call a triple barrel for your tournament life. You're in a horrible spot.
Yeah, when you've just limped in, your opponent can have all this kind of garbage. Here we go. Here comes the 130k bet.
Yeah, the only thing here from Dowling, I probably would have sized up here, just going closer to pot. Just then in Cammy's head on the river, he's going to be already on the turn. When we're faced with pot, in our head, we're going to be faced with it all on the river with the 6 and a 4. Might start folding turn already.
Oh,
but Cammy.
Hang on.
375.
Hang on. Wow. Coming with check raise. Now, this is a little surprising, is it not? Because everything you just said would make us believe, hey, like Dowling's just going to perhaps overbluff. If I have a good hand, do I not trap? Or is this case maybe, you know, he's trying to rep a good hand that has vulnerability?
Yeah, I think without ICM, this close to the bubble, this would actually be a tidy little combo to choose. 7 high, always folding out better, lots of equity when called. But like this close to the money, when we get jammed on, we just, what, we got a combo draw and we're going to be getting, what, like 3.5 to 1? Would we just have to call off?
Well, the check raise has been called. Both players, in effect, miss. He's found it. He's found the jam. With 7 high, take a bow.
Yeah, what a sick puppy on the bubble. You don't see this too often. Dem's done plenty of bubble coverage in mid-time, and it's rare that you find a player that has got it in them to play the check raise, ask for the lot on the river. But Cammy has it in the locker, and how can Dowling call here with just a deuce?
All right, is he seeing this as some sort of trap pre, maybe a hand like aces? Ace king, perhaps?
Well played, Cammy.
Yeah, that's class. I mean, fair play to Dowling. You know, there wasn't much done wrong there. He tried to apply the pressure on the bubble, had a pair and a flush draw. It just went the wrong way for him, can we?
Yeah, take some heart that.
I wonder what would have happened if we'd seen that river just go check. Would Dowling have then felt the need to obviously blast off with the deuce, try and make the vodka? There's the Turkish tea. Not whiskey.
It looked like a shot.
There was a shot that came as well of something. I'm not quite sure what. Maybe like a ginger shot or something.
Okay, it's not alcoholic.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it would be early to start getting on the shots. Day 2, level 1.
500.
Just get a bluffer on the bubble with 7 high. Have a shot to celebrate. Why not?
If that had come one hand earlier, maybe the call would have come in. Okay then, Smith over at the Onyx. And a lovely little situation here. Shalamov popping up ace 10 of diamonds, and as the table chip leader coming in with this 3-bet. Gunes coming in from the big blind, suited king queen, perhaps recognizing he does pretty well against some of those light 3-bets. Shalamov deciding, hey, I'll take my price. 3 big stacks taking a flop.
There are nearly 20 bigs in there, multi-way.
Ace Jack 8, all heart. Slow everyone down, you would imagine.
Yeah, I think even a Smith not in love with this flop, but I feel like multi-way do need to stab small, just flush out some bare heart hands.
Right, I guess there's some like 9s or the 9 of hearts.
Yeah, like 9s, 10s, not wanting to get involved. Even something like 7s that Shalamov can have going set mine, closing the action, just 7s with a hearts, 9s with a heart, 10s with a heart. Even maybe like, I doubt the king queen off's going to be appealing as Shalamov closing the action. But we've seen worse for sure the last couple of days here, so difficult to know what the ranges look like. Did Ace King just fold?
Wait, Shalamov has led? Is that what's... No, we're on the Shalamov now. It's just, again, just a little bit of miscommunication. I think the Ace King has bet. I think Gunas has folded the big blind, and the action is now on Shalamov. Yeah, I was going to say.
10 seconds.
So exactly what you're saying. This is so tough for him, isn't it? Facing the 3-bet, to continue here. We have no real future playability in this holding. Was a 3-way pot as well, which gives even more credence to the continuation bet.
Yeah, like we expect our opponent to just check all his kings, queens, 10s, stuff like this, any king jack suited. So, like, where are the bluffs going to come from? And he makes a top-notch lay down there.
Well played, sir.
With the ace 10.
Am I allowed to put my sunglasses here?
Okay.
Miss, am I allowed to keep it here? The sunglasses?
Ok, dar n-ai măsuță în spate?
Ba da, dar sunt mai la îndemân.
Здравствуйте. Исполнили договоренность, встретились на финальном столе.
Пока не финал.
Вот так, пока наполовину.
Two check. 4 check.
So picking up here. The ace jack 3.
2 bet 75. All pass. 2 you.
Looks like Dowling just going to go for the delay with his top pair. That one out of the way.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. He just ran into a man capable. Like you say, it's so rare you see someone willing to take that line on a bubble as the covered stack. Back over at the Onyx. Frolov. Our first look at him. He's playing this ace 8 from +1. Smith behind King Jack. Both players catching a piece. Frolov going to check. Kind of surprise. I mean, understandable, right? Given it's the bubble.
Yeah, even so, like Smith's hand's just going to play much better as a 3-bet here. We don't need to go good big. We can just make it like 4 bigs, 4.5 bigs in position. And once again, like Frolov with that stack depth, what, 17, 18 to start the hand? He shouldn't be playing any flats. Should just be 4-bet send or fold, but Smith choosing to take this approach, going with call.
125.
Third heart on the turn is when Frolov decides to start putting some chips in there, but turn card clearly far better for Smith as he picks up that flush draw.
Yeah, like the check on the flop from Frolov though, once we get hit. Like, general rule of thumb, when heads up against the player on our direct left out position, we play heavy check. Now we've popped back, interesting from Frolov here. Do we get the calls from like the king queens, the king jacks, the king tens? Or is it just check and hope to show down? And I probably like the latter.
Right, pop behind. Really don't want to bet and face a raise. So happy to see the snap check back. Ideally be up exactly against the hand, exactly like you mentioned. Queen for king jacks. Nice
Yep.
pickup.
Wouldn't expect offsuit to be in there, but like all the king queen through king 10 suited. Which looks a lot like Smith, what Smith has.
Smith leading the way here.
You look at the Onyx table and like the chips on here, you've got Frolov's second from bottom, and on the other table he'd be near chip leader. It's crazy how table draw takes effect this close to the money.
It's so tough. Jafari, he's all in with 2 7s. And in bad news for him, as Schmolka has woken up with the hooks round the back. 6-6 board, okay. Jafari going, well, I didn't hit, but we've seen runouts before where 2 7s can get out of this. There's the chance. For 10 blinds and doesn't manage to find it on the end. Instead, it's Schmolka who improves to the full house. Ripping through these players as Jalal, the latest to bust out. On screen showing 228 players left. Yeah, look, here you go. This is the table we're mentioning, right? Okay, so take Schmolka out the way. Second in chips here with $1 million would be second from bottom on the other table. So much luck, as you previously mentioned, in your draw. In these situations.
Schmolka nearly doubled his stack, and we go back to that first hand of the day, Jack 5 off. Maybe he looked at his table at the start of the day and thought, if I could put some leeway between me and the rest, it's a real good chance to chip up. So maybe he was just thinking about some future game.
Yeah.
Opening early on, trying to...
Right, just inching that little bit ahead, getting to 40 blinds, could suddenly exert on those other short stacks. Maybe willing to take that risk. Not willing to risk things here is Pasma with the 3 million chip stack and 2 kings. He's 3-bet the Dowling open. Gadamian now having a tough spot here, isn't he? 12.5 blinds. He knows this can be nonsense, but the 2x bubble.
Got it. You got to fold in theory. It's one of these that if you're like playing for the outright win and you want to try and build your stack here and now, people are just going to go with it. But I feel theoretically, I'm pretty confident 10s just fold here. But he's going to run it.
Is he cold called?
Is he called? Okay.
Oh, cool. And that's going to allow Dowling in kind of a dreamy scenario for him because, you know, probably wasn't too enthused to call the 3-bet, but suddenly additional 200k, he now gets to just play fit or fold. And
strange ongoings to start the day.
Is this just a case of like, hey, I just want to see a good flop and I'll commit the rest? And
yeah, potentially what he's thinking, but I'd still just let him go here. I always say that the way to look at the bubble, rather than look at it as a min cash, look at it as a ladder. Like you're laddering from $0 to $4,000, and then when you go later into the tournament, the next time you're going to get a $4,000 pay jump. It's probably close to like 20 left, I'm going to guess.
Right, yeah, it will be really late on, of course. And then these 3 take to the flop, and 885 gets revealed. I mean, this is disaster for Gadamian if he was playing that strat. I mean, Dowling doesn't mind this board, but I wonder how he squares up the range of Gadamian himself. Pasma finds the check.
And now, what, 0.4 SPR just north of us. Gadamian seeing 2 checks in front of us. We probably feel compelled to put it in now we get here.
And how nice is this from Pasma in the sense that not only Is he going to get Gadami to bet here? But he gets to see the Dowling act as well. Just gets that extra nugget of information. And here comes the all but one maneuver. Just perhaps with a view to burning some time. This is horrible for Dowling right now. I mean,
yeah, I feel like it's a pretty simple fold because you've got to think about what Gadmian has when it goes open free bet and he wants the cold call. So, like his range, he's going to do this with on the bubble with better pairs than ours, and then something like ace queen of diamonds potentially. And once again, just look how the equities are running. We're up against a bigger pair. We're going to have 2 outs. We're going to have around 10%. If we're up against the ace queen of diamonds, we're actually probably going to be slight dog, like maybe like 48, 47 because of the backdoor counterfeit out there as well. So it's not really a good situation to be in, either just shy of 50% or drawing to 10% equity. So
yeah,
out of the way.
Passes the test nicely. Asma does declare all in.
Raise 525, 6 all
And you
in.
hate this as the tens when the original opener sets you in for your last chip.
Go then, 1.3 million chip pot. The chip leader with the best of it. Get himself up to 4 million. But Gadamian perhaps feeling a little unlucky here, given that it was up against the chip leader. 3-betting another big stack. Could be so much junk in here. Looked like he'd given up as well. Just checking the flop over to Gadamian. Well, 10 to 10 only with one more pull of his tournament. Alas, his race is run.
And lovely stack to have for
6,
Lucas Pasma.
queen, 5.
Yeah, I mean, we're ripping through this
open
bubble.
table 3.
We said 217 paid, so we're 8 away from the money. We've already got rid of, what, 25 players?
Yeah, and I've just had a little look at the payout, so I pulled it up here. So you're going to get your next $4,000 ladder, 16th to 15th. So you've got to knock your way through 99% of the field, nearly, just under, to get another $4,000 ladder gem. So that's how crucial it is to actually get on the right side of the money when you're one of these like 10 to 15 big blind stacks.
Yep, there we go. That's how we started today. Please don't be fooled by this. We are. We came back with 248, but we are far closer to the money now. With 215 paid.
Jeez.
Go then over the Onyx. More action from Frolov. Opening this time a far more playable hand with Ace Queen and Smith. Looks like this time he is going to come out with the 3-bet. Now Casper, one of those. If I'm sitting here, I'll be honest with you, Jay. I know I'm so close to the money. I know I can pretty much get there by folding. I look down at 2/8 and there's a race on the cut-up. I'm like, oh no, I've got a jam. When the button 3-bets, I'm like, okay, it's an excuse. It's an excuse. I don't have to play it.
You do not have to play H there. Similar to the 10 spot we just see, obviously later positions in question, but once more, no need to get involved here. It's just so crucial that we get on that right side of the money when we're at this stack depth, especially in a field of this size when it shouldn't be taking too long.
I'm actually curious what, I mean, if you're in his shoes and there wasn't a 3-bet here, say the button folders, do we actually still have to jam that
yeah,
stack?
I feel like we do still have to jam. Like, it's important to have fold equity, that's the thing as well. Like, make sure you've still got a stack where your opponent can have raise folds. If you've got a stack where they're just always priced in, then less inclined to take it. Like here, for example, for Frolov, you've got the big stack 3-bet and you cut off versus button. You've got Ace Queen. You just pick up these 5.5 big blinds so often in the form of a jam. So Frolov spot's too good here with Ace Queen, but
I would say more like if Casper was 3-bet jamming over Frolov. Say Smith wasn't in this pot. I never quite know what to do in the situation with a 2x min cash, whether I can just fold and not tell anyone I had 8s.
8s is slightly too good in my opinion against cutoff specifically. I wouldn't take it versus gun or +1, but against cutoff, it feels like it's just going to get in.
All smiles and a jam. That's not what you want to see when you're Smith. This guy's got no qualms. Comes out with a little speech, a speech, and a shove.
This is what we want to be doing as the stack that's covered. We want to be asking the questions, sending the ball back into Smith's court, being the player that's shoving. Like, you don't want to be the one calling off jams on the bubble when you're always running it and getting to showdown. Unless you've got aces, of course.
Есть money.
Gets one through, and we won't begrudge Smith the move.
Like a boss.
Какая карманка была?
Туз дама.
I think I dodged the bullet.
Smith still leading this table, and
Eights.
by a little bit more than that suggests.
not?
Because we misassigned his pot to Shalamov earlier. We will be playing a little bit deeper. Smoker being the star of this table thus far, continuing to apply the pressure. Exactly what you said, willing to step out, willing to risk a little bit to generate this situation. You called it future game equity. Allows him to be in there with this 6 high from the cutoff. He's enjoying watching these guys all tank as well behind. He's like, you boys tank all you want. You keep folding tight. He's at, Katayev. Well, now he has joined us. I can imagine this ace queen is going to join in this hand.
Yeah, 17 bigs here once again. When Smolker's got chip lead, he's probably going to be opening like close to 70% on the bubble. So we just get so many folds here. Pick up the extra 2 bigs.
It's still one of those, you like, never really enjoy it in the moment, do you?
You don't. But you know you got to do it.
Yeah.
Smoker aware of the job at hand, just a snap fold. Don't want to tank meaninglessly. We want to get as many hands in as possible.
The longer this goes on, the better for him on this table. Queen 8-4 board over at the Onyx, and well, we can see some potential battling here. In fact, what's going on here? Frolov is open as Smith is just called with the Queen 6 in the cutoff. Just trying to play as many pots as possible against the man on his right, who he covers, one assumes. And Karastev.
This would actually be a really tidy free bet, like on the bubble. When risk premium of our opponents is high, we do get to dip into some suited queens as our free bet bluffs as well. So would have potentially got it done as Smith if we took the aggressive route pre, but now we could potentially be in some bob-up.
One saving grace with that turn card in particular is both players are going to be frozen here. Karastev happy just to try and get this to showdown now, I would imagine, and Smith the same. Too much deeper stacked.
Probably going to see check a lot here. He's reaching.
125.
Well, this is cutthroat value here with the king queen. Like even Smith going to have some ace X that stab the flop in position, check back when the flush completer comes in.
105.
But against Smith's particular hand,
Oh, hang on. Is he piecing together a raise? I believe those whites are the 100Ks. Who's the 5K? So he's 350, we're going 375, a little cherry on top. Wow, what a play. You're recognizing that this is thin value, not allowing it. How much are you hating life now, having bet this king queen?
yeah, what are we trying to get fold here? First question Smith should be asking himself. Are we trying to target an ace? But there's not really any ace X out there from the big blind. Big blind's check call flop, so with the ace of diamonds coming on the turn, ace X of diamonds not a thing. So should never really be any ace X in there unless it's aces up for our opponent. So it's interesting what we're trying to target here, because I'd never expect queen 10, king queen to value bet.
Oh, and it makes the reluctant call. And wow, Karastev probably not expecting to see that hand. A few nods of approval around the table.
A little soul read there. The other question as well, as the chip leader, it's rare on the bubble when you're chip leader that you play traps, because people think that you're going to be overdoing it with bluffs anyway. So when we have our value on the turn, when we have a flush, we just fire.
Right.
When we have a set, when we have 2 pair, we're just going to continue betting and putting chips in the middle, because people know we're incentivized to get after it, and that means we're going to be getting called down light up.
So it's almost like the only hands we're repping are the ones that improved on the Jack of Spades. So
10
maybe
9, 10 9 suited.
10-9, a King 10 or Queen Jack, and that's
Yeah,
about it, right?
yeah.
Then King 10 arguably maybe just keeps barreling on the turn anyway.
Exactly. So it's literally maybe like 10, and even 10 9 suited probably barrels the ace turn
so
as
it's
well
like
against
Queen
big
Jack
blind.
maybe
Yeah.
is like the only hand.
One re-raise.
But impressed that he pieced it together that quickly with the King Queen and did find the correct decision.
Gadzhiev on the button. He's playing 25 blinds. He's invested a couple here. The man who's impressed myself and Jay so far with that beautifully played blind on blind bluff against this man.
And we do cover both here as Dowling, but I would be surprised to see any continues with pocket threes here. It's going to be interesting for Gadzhiev when he's back on the button. I can't really see an avenue in which he doesn't 4-bet 7 for 25.
Last 5 seconds. Last 10 seconds.
Not how much.
Pre-flop 20. Flop 30, yeah.
First one's 20, the rest are 30. Yeah, 30 after the card.
Что у нас 30 ставится после
So
рейса.
each player
Даже на флопе
pre-flop
только 30
has
идет.
20 seconds to act, but pre-flop and 30 seconds to act post-flop. But once you use a time extension chip, they're always worth 30 seconds. So it's not like using it pre-flop only gets you 20.
Flop 30, pre-flop 20.
Pre-flop 20. After flop.
The good thing about having this conversation for longer and longer is that he's buying himself some more time.
Yeah, exactly that.
Even after
To be fair, Dowling
Нет,
won that. That's an okay stack, 40 bigs on the bubble.
нет.
Healthy spot to be in.
Они меня чешут.
Like, could understand if we're stalling here. If we had like 15, 16. He's generally thinking about running it here with the freeze.
Well, I mean,
10
I think
seconds.
he's obviously the way that Kamei played that hand against him blind on blind, and you have to say, hang on, this is someone who clearly is willing to step out. He doesn't know the hand was a bluff, but it's you know, you have to give him some percentage he's bluffing.
After this hand. Luxon paying tournament dealers don't deal after this hand, please. Stop to deal,
That's
please.
to worry about Gadzhiev behind as well, of course. He does fold, and he'll be happy to see when he did fold. He was thinking about making the move that Gadzhiev finds the full bet jam, and Kamei going to ask for a count, but we know this is just pure posturing at this point.
Ah, yes, I know.
Not going to be calling off 800k. It's ace-9, and I also did hear in the background there, Jay, those fateful words. Dealers, please stop dealing. I believe we're about to go hand for hand, so any need to stall is about to be removed.
9. 1 million. Yeah, 1 million.
1 million.
Бабл сейчас будет призывной. Из-за этого надо только
Well, he's bringing a time bank chip, so maybe not quite done with this one yet. That's some history with Gadzhiev.
There'd have to be some history attempts to
Right.
3-bet call ace-9 suited on the bubble when covered, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he does have 100k more, but 100k is just a couple of blinds at this stage of the tournament.
Last 10
It's
seconds.
effectively his life as well. And we're 5 away from the money.
Yeah, apologies, just slightly covered, not taking the original bet into account. But even still, we're then going to be one of the favourites to go home without a penny in our pocket.
Okay,
One pulse.
normality has resumed. It's one of those, I feel like, when in Gadzhev's shoes you jam there and your opponent doesn't snap, you're like, okay, that's good, because you think they've not snapped, they were folding, and then they think for like 15, 20 seconds, you're like, okay, they're saving face. When the time bank chips start going, you're like, oh no, please, please don't do something silly.
So Frolov opening here.
Yeah, it's gone nicely from at this table. He's about the clubs in the small moment. That might have something to say about this open. Jay's pointing to the sky.
Yeah, got to take this one. I'd be surprised if it's not taken, covering this heavily. The prime one to use, just make it a nice, healthy 8-9 big blinds. They go slightly smaller because of Frolov's stack size. But goes tiny.
Wow, just over 3x. 190,000 declared. Now Frolov in one of those horrible spots where you're gonna get forced to go to a flop. I mean,
yeah, 3-1 in position with King Queen off here. Only needing 25% equity against range to continue.
But we're on the bubble.
Yeah, I know. This is the problem. Does just let it go.
Yeah.
Even with that price in front of him, not wanting to catch a top pair and potentially bust.
But that just goes to show exactly what you're saying. Like, your initial thought was 8 or 9 blinds, and you said, actually, I don't have to go that big because of the situation we're in. And here you go, exemplified by the fact that just over 3x are listed to fold from a hand in position.
Literally.
And an okay hand, like King Queen.
Not even 5 blinds there. Got the job done. Thought it might have been closer to 7 or 8 blinds, but just sub 5 does the same.
Yeah, goes to show, watching at home, you can learn about these little things here. All these bubbles can play so differently as Pasma is pressing home his advantage over here at the Luxon table. Coming in with the King 7 off, finding Kirichenko calling behind.
Yeah, I like this from Kirichenko, and really like the open from Pasma as well. When we got 100 bigs on the bubble, just any king will do from any position. Just having that little bit of removal to some resharps, some free bets behind us.
5.
Now on this 3 of spades turn, once again need to be thinking about our opponent's range. What's Kirichenko got here? What are we trying to target to fold out? And second barrel will potentially dislodge some like 7s through jacks. We're not going to be folding out a queen just yet. Need to be aware of that.
Yeah.
King Club's doing a little bit of work in the form that King Queen of Clubs is going to be in Kirichenko's range. So not a thing now, but only eradicating one combo. Really too big a deal.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, that I guess there's going to be some ace highs that call flop. Obviously, fewer than usual given the situation of the tournament we're in, but these 2 10s clearly just a little bit too much for Kirichenko to fold for now.
Kirichenko, good instincts against the chip leader. Spade on the river.
We have got one, Jay.
There's Pasma here. Feels he needs the bluff here, but what are we trying to fold out? I guess one good thing, the Queen of Spades on board, so like there's no pair flush draw stuff that's going to get there. Even like Ace 5 suited should probably fold, maybe 3-bet some of the time pre, so really hard for Kirichenko to get here in the form of a flush dems, which is kind of interesting. You think about, oh, if we were just going to snap him off there with 10s.
This is savage stuff here, 900k.
But like, it's hard for Kirichenko to have a strong hand here. Like, he can have Queen Jack for sure. Queen's probably 3-bet pre, 5s and 3s are going to fold. But you think about some flushes that get here. It's so hard for Kirichenko to have a flush with the Queen of Spades being on board.
And with this 10 of spades in our hands, does it almost become a better candidate to call than maybe some Queen X hands? Because we block like the Ace 10 of spades, 10 9 of spades, King 10 of spades, these kind of hands.
Even like 10 8 of spades, 10 7 of spades are going to open as well with this stack as Pasma. 7 off the money. So obviously 10s with a spade going to be an okay catch, but
You still got to invest 900k of your 1.66.
Exactly. It's a real grim spot with the 10s here. But the thing is, it's difficult. We're thinking about what our range looks like. It's really hard for us to have boats here, Demps, and it's really hard for us to have flushes. So when it's difficult for us to have the strongest hands, we do need to start dipping into maybe some Queen X to make some heroes with. But the problem is, like, we can't have King Queen off with a spade, Queen 10 off with a spade. It's just going to fold pre. So sick play from Pasma.
I wondered maybe with the 10 of spades. And I was curious the bet size as well. Obviously sizable in relation to the pot, 900k into 1.1, but it wasn't the sort of size that makes our opponent know, hey, like, if you call here, you might well bubble. It was like leaving him an avenue back, and I wonder if maybe he was like, hang on a second, why is he, if he really was bluffing me, surely he would just bomb this.
It's the old leveling ward you get in your head sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah.
You level yourself in spots and you think, oh, he's got to have it here because if he was bluffing and we're on the bubble, he just sets in, but then the opponent knows that, so then he does different. It's the game we play, and it's why we love the game of poker.
Well, he certainly set out his stall on this bubble, as has Smolka over here at GTD Live. He's in the mix once more, this one. Reasonable, no diamonds. Tayev, still take that spot a moment ago. Sure you're not taking this one. Thought I heard hand for hand, but maybe they were just doing a count of the empty seats in the tournament room, just making sure before going hand for hand, hence there's still a bit of stalling going on.
The other thing, hearing that announcement, sometimes the psychological factor of it, you know you're getting closer and closer, so maybe, like here, for example, Queen Deuce of Spades, pretty clear defending chip EV, but knowing that we're soon going to be hand for hand, just not wanting to get involved and letting Smolka take it.
Tournament, please don't deal after this hand. Luxon pay tournament dealers don't deal after this hand, please. Stop to deal, please.
Okay, there we go. It looks like we have then reached the hand-to-hand. So we had a pause before to count seats. We are going for it here. 5 away from the money. Perhaps the floor making a decision. There was perhaps some stalling going on. Well, I see Alex Goulder on his feet over at this table, but it's not he in the action. See 2-8s up against, is that an ace queen? And the 2-8s holding. Can't see in the mix here, but looks like we do have an elimination.
Yeah, Sergio Lopez Sands with the ace queen there.
Dealers, next hand, please.
Not catching the whole action there on table number 11, but was Aziz Afi, another player busting just shy of the money. As we come back over to DTT Live, and once again it's this man who started the day opening wider than most, but kind of makes sense now with his table so congested at the start in terms of chips. He's just put a decent headway between him and the rest of the table. Just gives him this license on the bubble. Just any king, as I said, any suited queen, just gets to open a decent part of range.
Yeah. Loving life here. I just noticed in the background, Jay, there, I see obviously the clock has been paused at this point. I think typical, you take 2 minutes off the clock every hand, but if you look closely, you'll see there's only 1 minute left on this level. So blind's about to go up as well to 25.50, making this even more profitable for the likes of Smolka as they get to just pressurize their tables.
And like, you see how effective it is at this stage, like Jack 10 suited, just straight into the mark on the button, and like even the ace deuce suited here for Copiel.
Yeah, I mean, a healthy stack in his own right, but out of position against the guy who can just go blasting against me. We can just fold and probably in a few minutes' time be in the money.
Like, if we are going to pill, like, I think these ones are fine, the ones with robust equity that are going to make knighted hands. But to get pill, says the Smoker, you've been opening too much, sir, and I've got an ace.
Yeah, and key here is it's But an ace nine can do a lot of damage to your stack. It's not like Schmolka's got him covered 2-1, is it? He has to kind of show some respect to this action.
Yeah, pretty nice find here from Copiel. Really nice take, great combo selection, suited wheel ace.
5.
Smoker having to give one up.
I'm very happy you joined our team.
Over at Luxon, it's Pasma once again in the action. It's being 3-bit by Gajiev's ace queen.
Мы обычно работали по 30 секунд. У нас было.
Pasma going to go nowhere with the queen jack suited, and Gajiev perhaps maybe sizing. I mean, I guess a lot of sizes are going to be met with queen jack, but it seems still
5 check.
maybe a little on the small side. Just the fact that Pasma knows he's going to over-realize post-flop.
Yeah, this is the thing, and to be fair, another thing I can say, Pasma's hand might actually do some 4-bet jamming. Like, I know MP versus LP could definitely go for 4-bet send at like 25 to 30, and like this close to the bubble, are people really calling off 4-bet jams with like ace queen, ace jack? So when we are called by like the ace king, the 10s, 9s, we're still going to have decent equity as long as we're not running into the aces and kings, obviously halving the combos of queens and jacks. But maybe one of these that potentially does some 4-bet sending once in a while when we cover this heavily on the bubble. Gadziev starts with small, quarter pot on the king 8-8 rainbow, and free to flush, free to straight. Into the muck from Pasma there. Nice pick up for Gadziev. Every pot crucial at this stage when you are sub 30.
So then, carry on. Field now showing 220, so 3 away from the money. As play here will pause whilst they wait for the rest of the room to complete the action. One of those tables still playing is, of course, the Onyx. My goodness. Has really peeled this one with 7-8 in position against Smith.
Potential delay here for Smith with the idea of double barrels, like just targets and pocket pairs. All the 8s through like 4s that are going to have to fold out on this turn. And it's a nice one to double barrel here as well. Like still some potential check back, jack X for our opponent in position. We're going to have the ace, king, king, queen as the early position open up. But as well as that, we should be playing some checks out of position to the button heads up. So can still have like some stronger hands in terms of jacks and 9s. The 8 high just out of that.
Nicely done for Smith, who taken a couple of licks in the last orbit or so, but did build up before that. And doing just fine on this bubble. The Onyx, they've completed their hand. Back over to GTD live. Get one done. Copiel. It's like c-betting this king high board having open, and needs to be battling once more. Now Schmolka taking the lead on that ace turn. On these spots where kind of a little bit unfortunate for Schmolka that Copiel does have something, because this may be a card he would barrel, but
yeah, and should be a check here now from Copiel just in terms of the flush advantage from the big blind. When he covers on the bubble, Smoker gets to defend any 2 suit. It seemed like do 7 of clubs a thing, whereas we're not going to open that on the button.
ooh, that's dirty.
Well, a Smoker after check on the turn. Feel like the ace 10 is going to be the best of it enough of the time. Just expect like the queen 10, potentially some sets and 2 pairs to go for another streak. We feel like all this ace queen, ace 10 going to be checking back for our opponent though. Sometimes maybe value cut ourselves against ace queen specifically.
With the recheck. Was it king 8 I had? Did I really just hit that innocuous looking? But oh, I did. Okay, here we go.
And we absolutely love to see check here as Copiel Whoa, he checks it back, not wanting to be sprung by the check raise of Smoke Up.
Yeah.
Obviously knows he's capable.
I mean, I guess that, you know, you need your opponent to pretty much have a king to be calling that river card, right? We don't describe them too many ace-x that have got past the flop. We do have a king ourselves blocking, maybe just waiting too much towards exactly saying the flushes that might go for.
We can still bet fold though, Dems.
Yeah.
We can bet fold. Like it's not necessarily that.
But maybe he's worried about bet fold. Maybe he's thinking of Smokers a sicko who might just.
It's fine to bet fold sometimes.
Right. Okay.
It is fine to bet for value and fold to a raise.
Over at the Luxon, Kirichenko popping it up, ace 10 of hearts from under the gun. Alton in the small two calls on the one we get to play at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, that's a good fold.
Especially because the open's coming into that big blind. It's a scary proposition for Pasma finding junk. Lets it go. Pasma almost feels like he's like explaining, I had to fold, I had nothing, you know, to get shown a real hand. Still 220 remain. Here we go, out of table action. Looks like Espin's in the mix. Or is he just chatting? In the field. That much we know. Oh, does he have cards in front of him? Oh, it looks like, has he got most of his chips in play and thinking about flicking the last few in? As that was, oh, well, hang on. We have an all-in over here. Kings v 10-7. Uzbekius. See if he had a flush draw there, maybe. Banishevich getting the double up with two kings on the bubble. And then is this back to the Espin table, perhaps?
Right. To table number 10. That's all I've got for you, Demps. I don't know if it's Espin's table. We will find out.
Oh, you're right. Table 10 there. Jack suited looks to be at the covering hand, and then ace 5 suited for, I believe that's Hyderov. He's the one sweating for his life. And a queen on the flop. Just 3 outs for Faroud to continue in this tournament. Oh, hang on. 7 will get the job done. But no, it's not to be. Busting out just outside of the money. And then here we go, back at table Espin. Ace King, the former main event champ, up against Ace Queen. Okay, looks like we already have flopped out. Jack. Oh, hang on, there's a third all in. What is going on?
Where did that King Queen come from?
I just fell from the sky and well, straight draw materializing, but improbably perhaps the Ace King of Espin holding, and is that? Couldn't see who busted. Espin holding on. We have a flip. Table 19, 10s v Ace King. And we're missing a card. There it is, the deuce of clubs. Hiding behind there. It's a red Ace King. And that is the end of run for, I believe, Kamal Aslan. There you go, confirmation on the screen. It is he who busts out now. And I'm finding it hard to keep up. How many exactly we have in? I mean,
the ticker top right is keeping up with us, so 219 left at the moment, so 4 off the money. Good spot for the ace jack, but it's 2, 3, 5 for a wheel.
Wow, wow, wow.
4 for a chop is not there.
Yeah, pardon me. I was in my mind making it 270 and making the money earlier. Hence a little confusion for me, but 250, and you're right. And there we go. It says we're down to 216 players now remaining. Looks like every hand has now completed, so we will get everyone reset and then get another hand underway. And we just need one elimination. Well, Espen's got heaps now. That three-way all in. Text the backers, do you think? Hey guys, we're about to min cash this 2K.
I don't think so.
Can I play the main if I cash this? Something like that.
Highly unlikely, Debs.
Okay. All right then. Play is underway. Just like that. Over here. Zainescu. First chance to see her in the pot. Ace deuce of diamonds from the button. 325k pot. So looks like just a flat from her to a min raise.
Yeah, check flop, I'm guessing. Really like the check from Guinness on the flop. Could definitely spring the check raise, but check back and just turn the 9 of clubs to make our flush.
E prima carte care o văd și mai frumoasă în afară, dar azi n-am mai a doua carte. Știi de ce am jucat? Că joc din poziție. A 10 suite.
Dar nu e bine, că n-are rost să faci 3 bets, să bagi
Ah, normal. Ce ai? Mai ales.
5 seconds left. 3, race 125.
I've been over at GTD live.
4, fold.
He's going to try
5, fold.
with the 2-8s.
6, fold.
Kai Gorjev, 2 4s in the big, but covering stack.
Yeah, it's a really awkward one here. I'm actually not sure how to play this one as
Plus 5 seconds.
the big blind. Because when Cypin opens off this stack and he just makes it 2.5 bigs rather than playing send, like he's just going to play a lot of sends off 12 bigs. So I'm not sure if there's like any folding going on here, perhaps with the 4s, but just going to take his price to set mine.
Yeah, this must be one that's so player dependent. You can imagine plenty of players you would just jam this in over. Some you would maybe, like you say, not even just peel. But there's a 50k C-bet from the 2-8s who don't enjoy seeing that board, but Igorojev sticking around with the 2 4s for that min bet. Wow, what a dreamy card that is. If you're betting with 8s no heart, you find the 8 of spades.
Bet 200, 7, fold.
Second barrel leads to a swift fold. Finish on GTD live table. If you're just joining us, you've joined us at just the right time. It is bubble time here at the Luxon Pay Grand Final. 216 remain, 215 paid. A min cash of $4,000 in this 2K buy-in event. 1,452 entries took part in this event over 4 starting flights. They've all returned today, and today we're going to get down as far as we can towards that final table. Still not a definitive end time in sight because so many players in here, Jay. It's not quite sure how close we'll get to that final table.
I think it will be one of those, the bubble goes and then the next 2 hours we'll lose half the field and then it will just slow down again.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can see us being inside the final 100 very quickly once this bubble bursts. Pasma facing a C-bet on this king, queen, queen board.
Pasma getting to peel this hand as big cover and stack. Making it 2-2-5 here. And tall ace, queen, ace of diamonds. Just going to call here. I know we can see Pasma's got this flush draw, but our hand is just way too good. And when the chip leader's incentivized to like check rates like Jack 9 of clubs here, hands that are drawing so thin in terms of equity, we just keep all of these in. like if we saw Pasma's actual hand, we're not loving life, letting him realise with a flush draw this close to the money, but try and take whole cards.
We do have an ace of diamonds
out of it, yeah.
Working as well. We can always redraw.
Like we get the money from a queen anyway, Demps. This is like the key, but we just want to keep the bluffs in. But there it is. Does go for the free bet.
Clicky.
Just not the biggest fan.
This is obviously designed to be like, hey, I know you're going to be check raising me loads on this board texture, and then I'm not supposed to really have raises because I'm supposed to be worried about busting. So when I do click raise, it's so polar that maybe you can induce Pasma to really go for it.
I just feel like when he's got like 10-9 suited here, Jack-9 suited, all
he has gone for it.
But fair play to Tool does get the induce in from Pasma, but he's got to sweat one out on the money.
Oh, I mean, beautifully done. Gets him to send it in. Snap calls. Exactly what you said. I mean, Pasma's probably got more outs than Tool was expecting to see. I don't know if he actually got sight of it. Obviously, Pasma went to table the hand as he would do all in, but of course, we are hand for hand. All hands must be kept face down until dealing is finished on all tables.
Works perfectly in this given scenario because we induce from the flush draw, but I just feel like Pasma's going to have a lot of this, like Jack-10, Jack-9, 10-9 suited, may even get out of line with like a ace-x a club, something like that. So I think on the overall spectrum, maybe a hand that does just want to call. But if we know our opponent and we go for the free bet induce, fair play to Tool if he's taking the dynamic into account and thinks that Pasma's just going to send and put him in the blender.
His teammates are sweating. Pasma knows he's walked into something here, but knows he's drawing live. It's Tool the one, even though he has the best hand, he's sitting there going, hey, like a bunch of the time, I'm going to be eliminated here. Being made to sweat, we can see 22% of the time he will be out on the bubble. All smiles for Pasma. Of course, worth noting, if there are a multitude of all-ins on the outer tables at the same time as this, if two players were to bust at the same time from different tables, then they would share the 215th payout. So say Tool busts out here and we lose someone elsewhere, and they would actually get $2,000 each. So all is not necessarily lost in this situation if he busts.
And just having a look at Pasma now, little quick hendon of the man. Does actually have a WSOP Europe bracelet, which came in Rosvedov about a year and a half ago, 120,000 euro.
Opener. Thanks, large field. Okay, here we go. We're going to start off on our table. We will now get the sort of bad news, I guess, that he is sort of up against it equity-wise. Probably expected to be in a better shape than this.
You just want him to have a queen, don't you?
Right.
Just give him 3 outs. Not the flush draw. But here we go.
2.8 million. Pasma could get up to just short of 6 million chips if we were to draw that diamond. He's going to do it. He needs to do it on the river. No, the mine is closed. No diamonds found.
Yeah, credit to Tool there. Probably found a way to get the lot with the little free bet and juice. Feel like a lot of players would flat that spot with ace, queen, ace of diamonds just to keep a lot of bluffs in. It gets a juicy old double.
Yeah, and nearly leveling chips with Pasma on this bubble. Okay, a bubble we know is not going to last too much longer, but going forward in this tournament, just nice to have a big stack in position against Pasma. We anticipate once the bubble does burst, there'll be a flurry of activity, but then things do quickly kind of revert to norm. Huge. not goes his way. The biggest pot we've seen thus far. Now then, understand we have all-ins on outer tables to get to.
Going to be heading over to the field, see what's occurring. I believe there is 3 all-in and calls.
Yeah, I can hear my ears perking up, and I'm hearing stuff in the background. Here we have a 10-8-6 board, and we have from the button. It doesn't look to be the largest amount of chips, and the call being made. The chips out front. Oh, it's a bet facing an all-in. Okay. So action, I don't think complete on that hand yet, but the I don't know.
He may have verbally announced call rather than putting the chips in.
That's here. On table 10. Oh. Card seems to be over to the right there. I mean, okay.
Just waiting for all tables to finish.
Yeah, I mean, some very interested observers here on the rail. You imagine these players from the other tables all very much keen to slip in to the money. Is the way, you know, when you're all in on these bubbles and everyone crowds around your table and they're all rooting for you to lose if you're the short stack. Okay, table 11 looks like we have an all-in. Well, that's like a lot of chips. Those are the 100Ks, right? Those white ones, I believe. So that's like 2.5 million in there, I believe. That is a big stack with an all-in tab next to it, if that's right. And yeah, back at table 7 we hadn't seen just yet. Is that Robert Hindorn, I believe, all in with the 2 queens?
Good spot to be in, just fading that 20%. Lovely start.
Oh, queen in the window. He was high-fiving himself, but hearts fall out behind. A fourth heart on the turn. And that is a brutal way to go for Hindorn. Wow.
So you see that window card.
Just, yeah, you're like, job done.
Yep.
I've doubled up on the bubble. He's busted, but he's not done just yet. As I mentioned, of course, if other players were to bust out now, they would share prizes. So he is going to be hanging around and sweating the other all-ins. One person busts out, it would make him 2,000 more. The more people who bust out now, of course, the more prizes there are to chop up. More ways.
If 2 players busted from one table. Okay. From another table is just in the play.
There we go. Just getting the news. I mean, he's an experienced player, as Robert. He knows that. Oh. Well, we can have to... I guess the other all-ins finished and no one busted. Okay, there we go. We're in the money. 215 remain. It was Hindorn on the bubble.
So, but
Yeah, can't tell you, Demps, we didn't actually catch it, but the 2.5 million all-in that you saw was Queens versus Ace-King, and the shorter stack doubling up, and the other one was Ace-10 versus Kings. Kings with a short stack, and they managed to double as well.
That was on the 10-8-6,
yes.
So we had Ace-10. Okay, these make sense. So and it was Ace-King to King, so like understandably big pots taking place out there, but now the bubble burst. Normal play has been resumed.
And kind of annoying for us as Gadziev here to be faced by this size from Dowling. Kind of chunky, north of B60. We have a gut shot and heart in hand. We're going to be going to a turn with just north of 1 SPR effective. some extra equity here. Flush draw now working with the Jack of Hearts. Are you thinking about leading here?
Check.
In this 5 of Hearts turn? Prefer check as he does over to Dowling. Not going to love this card. Big blind going to have more flushes. He's still got top pair, top kick up. So wouldn't shock me to see bet.
2 check.
He's going to take a freebie.
GF finds it. Not gone great for Chris Dowling, I'd say, at the start of the day here on day 2, but
8,
now
200.
inside the money, even though they came in with a big stack, it's always it's something, right?
Yeah, it can go like that poker tournaments though. You come in with a huge stack and you think it's going to be your day, and before you know it, just stack dwindles, you lose a few pots. It can also go the other way. When you're one of the shorties, it can turn so quickly. Find a few hands, corner a couple people. But here in a tough situation against this particular side from Gadziev.
8 4.
And just jams the lot in, turns ace queen into a bluff, and the Jack of Hearts snap folding for Gadziev. What a move by Dowling.
Wow.
What a sick move, and I'm guessing it's just an exploit, saying you never go this size with the ace or king of hearts there.
Wow. Well, just as I was sort of decrying the fortunes of Chris Dowling, he makes his own luck and turns that losing hand into a big winner, up to 2.5 million chips, 50 big blinds. Wow, wow, wow.
I saw him in the tank thinking, debating call or fold, and just finds an outrageous jam. As we come back over to Onyx, Casper all in for just sub 12. Not going to like what he sees against Enescu.
What 9?
I had 7s.
Did you? 7s?
Yeah, I figured, you know, probably close one.
I ask a Pippin Casper. Well, at least this coup has occurred on the inside of the bubble rather than the outside.
I need another 6.
Like 7's hit the mark. Ooh.
Folded 7-8.
Oh, you probably wouldn't enter if I shoved.
Deuce for a 7.
9.
Would of course present the unlikely chop.
GG, mate.
But no. Zanescu gets the job done, up over 2 million in chips. And Russell and Casper out 210th. And as we suspected, I think this is the stage where we're going to see a flurry of eliminations. Not that 9s and V10s was out of line, but obviously all the pressure off these short stacks now.
Yeah, in general, this is what you see in bigger field poker tournaments. As soon as that bubble goes, it's just going to be all-ins galore, all these short stacks. Going to be plenty between like 5 and 15 bigs, all ready to get it in now that they've locked up that $4,000. Fun part of the tournament to cover. Lots of all-ins.
One check.
It's a good blind-on-blind action here. Gadziev and Canme.
Ace and 3, couple of diamonds. Gadziev with the flush draw. Little does he know how he just got put in the bin a moment ago.
Didn't even think about it either. Dems just snap folded. There was no tank. It was just like he already made his decision that he was going to bet fold. Do we open ourselves up when we go like just north of 20% to potentially that? That's the question. Is it just always getting exploited?
Three pairs a turn. Gadziev though now to bet with this queen high, and actually quite large sizing. No, but it seems like a middling to me, like probably best for queen high, and we got a draw, but at the same time, do we just give free outs to our opponent?
Yeah, it's one of these. It's a close one. Like if we had queen jack of diamonds, I definitely wouldn't bet. Maybe we do just knock out some of the better queen X, but king high should be continuing with our opponent. blind on this board. Like never knock out a 7 and ace for a 3, but it's going to knock out the 10 deuce.
Three feature tables here at the Merit Royal Diamond for their Mediterranean poker party. This is, of course, the Luxon Grand Final, Day 2. That bubble just burst, 1,452 entries. They're going to very swiftly be inside at the final 200. This action of the Onyx involves Frolov once more. Although, that is not Frolov. Frolov has folded.
I think that's the Englishman.
Yeah.
Mark Smith.
So one presumes the hand to be correct. Well, actually, no, probably not. She's sorry when we're talking about.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we're on a fly here.
Sweat with
yeah.
Kadartsev. Pretty clear one with the king 10 here. Against this size. They're potentially going to have some bigger bets on this board as the hijack. Fine on the turn. Oh, sorry, cut off even.
Well, if we did have 10-4, it'd be a nice card to barrel on.
Yes, it would, and either way, going to be in the hand now. King 10, don't mind the float against that size with the 2 overcards and King of Diamonds in hand. But facing the double barrel has to go into the muck as it does.
It's hard enough to win this game as it is. Twice he's done it, we've taken it away from him. The poor guy. My reckoning. 2 million plus in whites. Those oranges there as well.
I love the fact we're at Merit and we didn't question the 10-4 of spades until about 30 seconds into the hand when we realised.
Yeah, 10-4 of spades on the inside of the bubble. Like.
Oh yeah, pretty standard. Seen it before.
You never know. Ah, Hashim. Back in the action. Nice to see he's made it into the money. Taking the empty seat over on table Luxon.
Yarchenko here, ace-9 off. Potentially just goes into the mark like we use it. LP, LP, MP, LP as a 3-bet bluff. But against gun, just going to let it go. And can make. King 8 suited. Off of just shy of 15. Doubt we're going to be doing much, but may want to see 3.
5 seconds. 1 4.
Suited Queen for Dowling. Perfectly fine to defend and get involved. That's probably going to be that. Jack 9 4 2 clubs should just be a nice clean C bet for Hashim and hand over.
2 check. Bet 115.
B40 gets the Queen 5 out of there.
The most surprising thing today, in my mind, is we've still got 204 players in. What's going on?
I think that graphic in 15 minutes will be lower than 180. We will see.
Over at the Onyx 766 board, develops. See 2 3s for Gunes up against Zanescu once more.
Yeah, Yeah, looking at the size of the pot, guessing it was checked through on the flop, and now from the big blind going to start leading this turn against gun. The gun just going to have a lot of these ace high, king high holdings. So get to probe this turn relentlessly as Aguinez. But would you look at this from Zanescu?
Oh, hello.
Such a spicy one. Like, the question here, Demps, is do we do this with overpairs, like check back overpairs on the flop and now want to raise turn, or do we just call versus big blind who's got 6x, a lot of straights, and keep their bluffs in? So does our story make sense here? And I don't think it does, and it looks like Guinness has picked up on it. It's kind of interesting because it seems like a king 10, a queen 10, an ace 10 potentially could bluff raise this turn. But you've got to think about our value as well. And if we had an overpair, we're not electing to bet flop to induce some leads from the big blind. Why would we raise turn?
Yep. Especially when I mean, obviously it's connected in the sense that an 8's a straight draw, but it wasn't like it was a diamond bringing a second flush draw or anything of the sort. Well, he passed the test on the turn, and is he leading the river?
He's leading the river.
Wow.
Was not expecting this. Was expecting check decision from Zanescu, but
Is that? That's nice there.
How can we do anything here with king queen? We just can't. Our opponent can have a straight, they can have a 6. I don't see how we get to bluff raise here. Just going to be raising into a range that is much stronger than ours on this specific board. It's so important when you're running these bluffs. Always ask yourself the question, what would I do with my value here? And if you get to the point where your value probably wouldn't raise the spot or most of your value hands, then probably better to just let it go and look for a better bluff spot down the line. Because I don't think we credibly rep over pairs here. Maybe some trapped a6 suited, but only a select few combos. Zanescu, the way she's posturing, is she thinking about a hero call with king high?
Right? Maybe beat some sort of jack 8 type holding.
Nu-mi place doncul ăla, știi?
Perhaps, but no. She does let it go.
Ne dă și col la tribet și până îmi face donc în față.
Yeah, really nice there from Guinness. Just sort of recognizing here that Zanescu not really telling too good a story. Stuck around with the 3s.
Da.
3 check. 4 check.
So over to Luxon. As we have four-way action here to the king 6-7 open from Kirichenko. Called in 3 spots and we got some action. 175 into 450, so just shy of 40%. Dowling, expect to just see call with the ace jack of diamonds. Like with both blinds in here, like don't want to raise here because we don't want like Kev to fold like a worse flush draw in the big blind, or even Hashim to have like something like jack 10 of diamonds. Well, that's not possible. Queen 10 of diamonds in the small.
Right, but that's the point. And even the straight draws, right? We want those to stick around because at times they make a straight, we make a flush. Yep. So much good happens when you draw to the nuts. I think the temptation a lot of players seem to do is, oh, I've got a big draw, I can play this fast and I can never be much of a dog, but actually it's what happens when you make your hand that you really make the money.
And kept thinking about it here with just a 7, but after we get a continue into 3 opponents and a call, difficult to ever have the best hand, and does correctly fold.
Of course, just because down doesn't raise the flop with this hand doesn't mean we can't bluff potentially later on as well.
Yeah, like we're not going to raise any of our king X in this spot, like all the king queen through to king 10 suited. So spot on Demps, there are some scenarios we get to bluff on later streets.
6 bet. 450.
Great for finding the second bet here.
Yeah, just shy of 60%, and Now getting a bit dicey for the ace-jack of diamonds, but we got the nut flush draw and an overcard to this king. And there is a world we're still in front of some jack-10, some queen-jack, some queen-10 suited, which would open and potentially double barrel when going heads up to the turn. So,
Last 5 seconds.
not really much else to say about this one for Dowling. Just got to call and see a river set.
In 500k chip. Find ourselves in a 1.7 million chip pot. Kirichenko with sort of half that behind. Bad river for Dowling. Is Kirichenko really going to go for... I mean, I guess we've shadowed the stats so much, but he bet flop 4-way, followed up on the turn. It just feels like...
Got a knuckle now. Like we target one combo demps, like king 10 off is never in there, so we literally target king 10 of clubs, is it? 2 combos, king 10 of clubs, king 10 hearts. That's literally it. So got a knuckle in my opinion, as he does. Potentially get some bluffs from queen, jack of diamonds, jack 10, this type of stuff.
Right, and now, yeah, as I'm saying, for Dowling now, does this become a decision to bluff at some point? No, he's just going to check. I guess maybe, you know, we can still beat some of those hands you mentioned, the queen 10s, maybe the jack 10s that barreled a couple times and then gave up.
Yeah. Yeah, tough to bluff that particular one. Like, we want our opponent to have diamonds, and having ace-jack of diamonds, highly unlikely that that's what Kirichenko has. But I do like the check there from Kirichenko. Like, we target 2 combos, a king 10 suited, and that is literally it to get put call by. Just picking up in the YouTube streets, GTD play up. Evan Doherty says, any UK regulars still in? Well, we saw Alex Golder on the bubble on his feet, but he weren't involved in the hand, so he's still in the mix. I'm going to have a quick look at some stacks around the room for the UK grinders.
Once you do that, we find Shanamov raising King Jack from under the gun here. Sebastian calling in the cutoff for ace-9 of clubs. Shanamov finding a Queen Jack 8 board.
That seems like a pretty clear check for Shalamov. Does check it over to Sebastian. Going to take a free one.
Try and find that 10, perhaps even an ace. Second time asking for the open and out. Happy to check it once more.
Yeah, I think it's kind of nice because straight away we sort of see this hand as a 1-street hand. We're not going to get 2 streets from worse, so maybe the best approach is to make it look like we've got some ace highs, induce some bluffs, or when getting them brick rivers, just go for value against an 8, some pocket pairs, repping some ace highs as our bluffs.
Second time of asking, the action checks through now.
Yeah, now got to go for value. Doesn't look like our opponent's going to have too much. Half seems kind of nice. Still maybe some jack 10 suited, jack 9 suited in there. 7s, 5s. 60% just north of. Does the job. Ace-9 not calling. So back to the Brits. Few still left in the field. We got Kev on our table. Alex Golder still going strong. Maz Bako and Ferraldo going along healthily.
Ferraldo in a tournament?
There's someone on the list who's just called Banksy. with no first name. I can't even click on him. There's no link. Just Banksy. Do you think it's the Banksy?
Well, I mean, it'd be a funnier way to come out, wouldn't it? Like...
And then the Jack McDermott, also known as Pieface, for his Twitch streams playing FIFA, if you're into that. A few Brits going along.
Am I surprised you know that I'm not into the FIFA Twitch streams?
Oh, you're not?
No. But
basically, Dempsey sits there and he opens packs which contain players, and just lots of people enjoy watching that.
I've heard of this. I have a good friend whose son was sort of like following these things, and my friend decided, hey, maybe there's something to this. So they were sort of like trying to build up a YouTube following.
Yeah.
So he ended up spending like thousands on his son's bigger packs to try and get something going. Then realized it's such a competitive marketplace. So many guys with such high production values that just gave up. So they spent thousands on packs for no reason.
Yeah, it's a real hard thing to break through in. There's markets obviously open for streamers in certain games which may be lower, but something like FIFA, it's almost impossible to break through.
It's a good one to get into if you do, though. Smoker. The ace of clubs is working nicely here. Both players with straight draws. So much potential equity. Next check. Wants to realise.
This is a pretty tidy one to check jam as a bluff here. A smoker if met by a second barrel. When we have this ace of clubs, like hijack's just going to get stripped of a lot of flushes, but not getting that opportunity.
Wow. It is the ace-7 that strikes the river, making a straight. But Smoker maybe deciding that he's rivered enough here that...
Maybe with the old one big.
Okay.
A little block with the intention if raised to potentially free bet send as a bluff. Like I overdo this spot, I'll be honest, but I only overdo it because it works so well, Demps. Like people don't like calling without a flush in this spot. Even like the queen jack's going to be in the blender faced with free bet rip, but Smoker just happy to show down here, and he still could potentially open the door.
I love these spots though where you do get situations like that where you get to bet for value, but then also you get to 3-bet bluff.
Yeah,
like it's so fun.
Going to be going for some value here.
Let's see how this one plays out then. May just be a case that even now he still feels like the 9 is just good enough to call with.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see check raise in the form of a jam just against check bet. Like if we block 10%, we get raised, then potentially yes, but I feel like now it's just call or fold. But we've seen already, this man's got moves.
He does say,
raise
all in.
Go.
Here we go. There it is. Have some of that. How's your bottom straight looking now?
Yeah, especially against big blind, it's just going to have a catalogue of flushes here.
Yeah, and this is a case, obviously, I guess on this kind of board texture, where, and against the hijack check back, that this can be all those flushes, right? We're not capping this to the big ones.
Yeah, of course. The thing is here that the problem Saptivicius has got is how often does he check back a flush on the turn at this stack depth when we've got perfect stack to just go bet turn all in river. So
so we have to start calling with
straight. So we're going to have to start calling straights here because most of our flushes, if not all, maybe 9-7 of clubs is the one that checks, but most of our flushes are just going to go bet turn all in river. So therefore, when our range just looks like a straight at best, we are going to need to start calling some straights.
And is there any reason why? Is there any reason why like the queen jack straight is better than the 7 straight to call here? I mean,
I think it's all just the queen, like a7 club's probably going to be better than queen jack no club, if that makes sense. I think it's club dependent what our side card is with our straight. If we've got a 7 with a club, flick it in. If we've got like a 7 no club, maybe it's one that folds. But the price is really nice as well. We're getting 2.5 to 1, so only needing to be right like 27-28% of the time. But it's a pretty sick move from Smoker. We saw early on he's definitely got the moves, but blended here, the Lithuanian.
yeah, and I guess some of those flushes maybe would have been combos on the flop that might have check raised at some frequency. We know these days most of these flush draws do tend to just check call, get to where we've got to. But obviously he's going to assign some of those flushes as leads, not just on the river, but perhaps even the turn.
Yeah. I guess now thinking about it, Dennis, the more I think about this, maybe queen jack never folds because Smoker shoves queen jack for value himself because we shouldn't really have flushes. Maybe just like we always call queen jack and then maybe fold like ace 7 no club and then call ace 7 club. Like, I'm just guessing, it's just guesswork. But we'll see what Saptivicius does here. It's a real grim spot for his tournament.
Ah, he makes the call. Well done, sir. You passed the test. Smoker turns over. You never have to see the ace of clubs and other black cards. You're like, hang on, what? Oh, no, okay. Holds the bluff. Huge double up for him.
Graphic says covered by less than a small blind, so it is Smoker eliminated.
Wow, pardon me, yeah.
We are just going to
GG Smolka.
Get a manual check.
This man was running the show here at the GTD live table, but is no more. But Samir Vahidi once said, in order to be willing to live, you must be willing to die.
Yep.
This man has embodied that today.
This is the thing, like to win poker tournaments, you need to have these type of lines in the locker. Like you don't just want to give your opponents an easy day, just play face up. You need to have some bluffs in there, some unorthodox lines if you like, that put them in tough spots, but well played from Saptavicius. Come to the correct decision, weren't an easy one with just a straight, pure bluff catch up.
Queen Jack 8 over the Onyx. Smith getting a little fruity with the ace 7 off. Look at this, Sonescu really moving through the gears, getting a bit more fruity now. We're inside the money. Feeling the king 7, and probably with this bet going to dislodge Frolov and Smith. So the third best hand into the best, but well, hang on a second. No.
Hold your horses,
no.
Debs.
What is going on? What is going on?
How does he know?
No, this can't be right.
Definitely Smith in the pot this time. Definitely Zanescu. It's A7 versus King 7 on the Queen Jack 8.
She fires again.
Just barreling away. 250 into 675. So 40% on the turn here. And how can Smith continue? Instinct's right on the flop, but just got no coverage on rivers here. An ace, 3 outer, and 33% of the time that 3 outer completes the front door flush draw. Or has he just got some stone cold read that she's got king 10, king 9, which are the potential draws? Some king X of clubs, some ace X of clubs. This would be outrageous, Demps, if Smith finds the call here on the turn.
I'm just gobsmacked by what we're seeing here. Nicely done, Zanescu. I mean, finding that second bet, no equity, after being called in a 3-way pot. Larceny, up to 1.87 million. Well, it's still 25k, 50k on this day 2. Only level 2 of the day because we had that bubble kind of protracted the action. So much more still to come.
6 check.
Okay, out on this table where the stacks got deep. Pasma, the man who tried to crack the bubble at the expense of Tool. He's in there with 2 7s, the latter with the 2 8s. Kirichenko,
7.
he came into this one from the big blind with Queen offsuit, and Hashim in the cutoff. He'll make way now with his king 7. Tool C betting 9 deuce deuce.
Yeah, it seems okay. Like if it's actually doesn't sound like much of a difference, but it's actually quite a big difference. If it's 9-9 deuce, we're just going to play a lot of checks. But on the deuce deuce, like big blind just gets stripped of all the offsuit deuce X. They don't only really have suited, so I feel like a board we're going to continue more when it's deuce deuce rather than 9-9, just because of all these offsuit combos from the big blind that are going to be involved in terms of 9x that aren't there in terms of deuce X. But interesting one for Pasma though, has chose to make the call. It's over to Kirichenko.
6 raise.
Wow, coming out with a check raise from the big blind. It says, hey guys, I'm in there, I got the deuces. I've got the king of hearts working, let's go.
Yeah, king of hearts kind of relevant because we are going to get continues from stuff like king jack, king queen, ace king of hearts. So slight bit of removal to some continue range, but just trying to say, I've got the deuce X here, guys. You only have ace deuce suited, 2 combos. I've got a lot more.
I mean, he doesn't, obviously he has more, but it's not like he has shed loads more defending 4-way, right?
Yeah, like he shouldn't defend ace deuce off, king deuce off, and this is why I say like this is a better board to see bet multi than the 9-9, because you just get so many more not offsuit 9x combos, whereas like the deuce X is going to be like Jack deuce suited, queen deuce suited, king deuce suited, ace deuce suited. So shouldn't be calling like the 9 deuce, 8 deuce multi-way just because of the reverse implied odds there when we are up against some of the bigger flush draws.
Lovely move there from Kirichenko. Big pickup, making 2 better hands fold.
Last 5 seconds.
Back to the Onyx, where we see Frolov on the button, 7-8 offsuit. Looks like there's been a raise in front of him from Shalamov up to 100k. So he's thinking what to do here. He's counting out a 3-bet here. And a clicky. Looks like about 260, is that? 2.6x. Now, I have to say, Frolov actually has fewer chips back than the graphics suggest, so he's got 1 stack of 25. So he's got about 500 back, but this is still getting so spicy.
I've just got to note this as well. He's just thrown out the reverse live towel. He's leant back in his chair. He's picked up his coffee. He's so nonchalantly had a sip of the coffee. Like, if you sat there, you're like, oh, this guy's strong.
Yeah.
He is strong, but he's just thrown the old reverse live towel in there. And the Jack 10 off of Shalamov can't do anything anyhow, but where's he found that one from? Just rolls in an 8-7 off.
These guys are battling so hard. I love it.
How can you not love merit? Like, you do comms all over the world. I'm sure there's no other place like here.
There is nowhere else like this. I tell everyone who will listen to me, come down to Merit, play whatever it is, come to the MPP, pay for the Merit in-house tournaments, whatever it is, you have to come here. It's just a great venue to be anyway when you're not playing. And then when you're playing, you get this crazy action that, you just don't see anywhere else. I think I describe it as like the closest thing you're going to get to Vegas during the summer when the World Series is on, where you really do get the full-on eclectic mix of thousands of players playing. But at these stakes, you don't get even these players in the 2Ks in Vegas.
You're right.
You'll get them in the 400s. But
oh, spot on. Why would you not come here? Stemp said not just the poker. Unbelievable complex, great food. Sun seems to be out all the time. So picking up this one. Dowling with the 5s. Starting with bet, and Tall going to take one off with 6s here. And a turn that will have some leads on here as Tall, but I don't think with this particular holding. Obviously, we're going to lead our 4x and then maybe some 5-6, 7-5, some lower down diamond draws to balance that out. Now, interesting spot for Dowling. Being picky, 5s with a diamond would be one I prefer barreling, but it's just going to take a freebie to the ace of spades river. And I would be surprised if this wasn't Dowling's pot here. Tall has to check, and Dowling just got to try and dislodge an 8 or a king.
625 in the pot.
See what size he chooses, but feel like mandatory bluff here. Yeah, we already beat some missed diamond draws, but with the bet, we also knock out 8x and king x potentially, but isn't going to take the spot. He won't like what he sees, knowing a bet would have got the job done. 6 is good for Tall, and Tall's thinking, how have I won this pot after that river?
Yeah, things going lovely for that man. He was at risk on the bubble for all the gold. Held on with his trip queens. And now thriving, just under 3 million chips as we continue playing 25k, 50k here at the Luxon Pay Grand Final. Over at the Onyx, where the rules don't apply. Sebastian's found ace king. The big blind, and I can just see disaster here because Smith's open. He's open quite big actually, 130, but Smith, it seems to me, is like in a battly mood and is perceiving battles elsewhere, I'd imagine.
A little 400k, something around there. Looks like slightly small. Looking for 330.
And look at this.
There you have it. And this is why we free bet induce at this stack depth. A lot of players here, Demps, they just shove for 22 and they don't get the full double. But this is why you induce ace king. Because you want your opponents to shove a suited wheel ace. You want them to shove something like king, queen, king, jack suited. I love this from Sebastian. Rather than taking the send, going for the free bet and juice, and gets his custom up.
Yeah, you could just smell sometimes that Smith was perceiving there to be all sorts of nonsense going on the table. Is far more battly than the rest, but struggling here. 4 of spades in the window was a nice sight. 6 the king behind, and not so much. 7 of hearts will seal his fate. Sebastian done that's 2.4 million, and Smith short, but I don't believe quite as short as that graphic suggests. There he is, plenty more chips behind.
Yeah, we had him in the hand, didn't he? The 10-4 of spades hand that wasn't him. So
yeah.
What
hands? In fact, I can see he's got.
How many?
1,125,000.
Yeah, still quite short there, but maybe closer to 1 million. See the whites 100Ks. But I mean, the rest of the table will be looking at that stack thinking, hey, this is likely to find the middle soon.
1,150,000.
It's okay.
Over on the Luxon table, Pasma 3-betting King Jack up against the Hashim Open.
yeah, and the size here, 5 big blinds going for the smaller size. Like in general, this is a nice one to take because we knock out King Queen off usually, but Hashim wants to see 3.
3 he sees are not 3 he will like. Still has the best of it, but very hard to continue, I'd imagine here. But then hard, I guess, for Pasma to fire this one as well.
Yeah, once again, it's one of these situations you don't expect Peel out of position off of this stack depth too often, so it can be difficult to assign range of your opponent. It does feel like a ball we want to check as Pasma maybe King Jack Heart continues some of the time.
It's like Hashim's piecing together some sort of number that will surely get the job done.
190.
Maybe trying to make a hand like an ace high fold. Little as you know, he has best of it. Nicely done. Up to 1.22 million. So he's lost some chips a moment ago in that 4-way coup, was it? Now doing just fine. As I suggested, perhaps those Smith chips have got scorch marks on them. That felt's getting worn out. King 7 getting it open. Gunez bending a 10-7. 10 of spades working here. Well, both players like the look of that one.
It's difficult to say here, Demps, because I'm not sure about Smith's stack, but definitely looks like it's...
Yeah, it's over 1 million.
Yeah, it's over 1 million. So this turn here, I personally would have just gone for the overbet all-in river, just because of the ace-king advantage that our opponent don't have, just because of the 10s, jacks, queens that our opponent does not have. And you see the power of this board, even third pair, just into the muck against that size of 40%.
Very rich table in terms of chips. The 200k starting stack. So the average stack still sub 2 million. Gives you an idea that this is a very rich table. But fairly evenly spread for this stage of a tournament. You'd expect someone to really be stepping out now on most of these tables as we head on over to GTD Live, where
we've got the pie face.
Here we go.
Oh no, it's other Jack McDermott. There's 2 in the UK. On Poker News, they got it down as pie face, I believe.
Okay.
But it's Jack McDermott from around the Luton area. in the UK. I actually know the lad really well. I didn't even, he's actually a really good friend of mine. I didn't know he was here in Cyprus, and surprised to see Jack. But he's going along nicely here in the
Jay,
2K.
we bring you here. You're supposed to be our UK specialist.
There's two Jack McDermotts in the UK. And,
I like this excuse.
And this is one of my good pals. So I thought he'd let me know that he's in Cyprus. We'd go grab a beer at night. We'd have something to eat. But no, he's more focused on the poker.
Maybe he's just not that good a pal. He's betting 175 with this ace. I kind of surrenders. Oh, is that Ferraldo as well? Here we go.
There we go.
Now, the good thing about Ferraldo at a feature table is you don't have to do much talking.
That's true. It depends sometimes if the ale's out or not.
I do believe the island hasn't run dry yet, so it's business time, isn't it? It's day two. It's day two for Aldo. It's not day one for Aldo. Gagiev. He's 3-bet this small blind over the button opener tool, and I mean, this feels like we're always going with it. 2 10s. In they go for 20 blinds. I mean,
they've got a feel for Gagiev today. He's actually found some nice spots, some nice bluffs, lines, whatever you want to call it, but he just keeps running into it. And it can be really frustrating when you're sat there and you're taking good combos and
he's cool.
sites, and that just may be what this is, a bit of frustration.
Yeah, and I was about to ask, do we ever just 3-bet jam 20 blinds with this hand just because we don't want like a king-queen, say, to put it back in our eye? I mean, maybe we can make some pairs fold, but here he is, making the call.
Yeah, it seems like a frustrated call. Felt like he's taken some solid lines, but runs into it here.
Of course, we are inside the money. That always does change things slightly. The pay jumps kind of insignificant at this stage. Should go in for the chip accumulation. It's going to be struggle to accumulate on that flop, and all that much harder on the turn as Tool makes the flush. Gagiev
Wait, please.
out of this one. Well, worth noting, he and the others that are busting out today do have the option of jumping into day 1A of the MPP main event. 5K getting underway. See there, he did get that up to 4.3, so he just looks down the back of the sofa, finds another 700, can get in the mix in the main event.
And I feel like mindset in this game is so important. Like, you can be 3-betting good combos, which are going to make you money in the long run, but you keep getting 4-bet and you have to fold, and sometimes you've had enough of it, Dempsey, and you're just like, oh, I'm not folding this time. I'm going to spin the wheel. Unfortunately, not the best time to spin the wheel when you're drawing to 3 outs. But I actually like some of the bluffs and 3-bets from Gagiev today. He just seemed to run into it every time. Try not to take the short-term result in this game. You got to look at it in the long run.
Verlov under the gun. Smith. I mean, this one obviously completely fine hand to play, but it was like a lot of hands were getting played in this seat. Does just do so with a call.
It's difficult to say what we should do, Smith, without having exact stack depth here.
Yeah, it's over $1 million, so we're very, very different. Yeah, I think if it was this sort of stack size, you're certainly going to be far more inclined just to run your equity, aren't you? But
36 to 60. Lines up.
we're going to test your skills here, Jay, in a second. We pan back to him. You're going to tell me exactly how much he's got. 100Ks are the whites, greens are 25Ks, the blues are the 5Ks. 1.3, something like that, maybe?
I'd say close to 1.4. Yeah, 1.3, 1.4.
So, and of course, Frolov actually, because of the way that mistake happened for us, is actually on about, what, 800 or 900. So the covering stack is actually Smith, and we're playing sub 20 effective. Has the action checked through on 10-8-6?
Yeah, I like the check from Frolov here once again. Gun versus +1, really heavy check. Win a player on our direct left in a heads-up pot.
Just surrenders. I wondered against Smith. Is this a case of like, I always see these things go two ways. It's like, okay, I've got to get more stick against this guy, but also this guy's going to go absolutely blasting. And if I call here, am I really going to pass the test and call a huge bet on the river?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? And guessing already thinking about river there. As Frolov, Smith on the move, probably closer to 1.5 million now after taking that pot.
Well, that's confirmation of how the final table payouts will look. First prize, 375k. Second, a cool $250,000. The top 4, nearly top 5, getting 6 figures. And then everyone on that final table guaranteed $37,540. Not too bad for a 2K. The fields here are insane. 1,500 players, near enough at that $2,000 buy-in level. Of course, all the 3 main events, as it were, the 3 events we're covering, all guaranteed 1,000 entries, the 1K, a 2K, and a 5K. As well, this hand looks vaguely familiar.
It looks very familiar.
Pardon us for a brief glitch as we go back in time to the bubble. There we go. Back to modern day. Hashim is facing an all-in 3-bet from Houghton. Pardon me, Hashim is the... I was calling the open jam. Pardon me. There we go. I'm getting all thrown off. I'm back in bubble mode. Ace-9 of clubs. The dominating hand. I haven't seen much of Houghton really, other than getting a little fortunate with that Queen-Jack against Kings right at the top of the day. Seems to have not had much chance to get too involved since then. Presence of a club, the presence of both the 5-7 and the 7-Jack working his way in terms of straights, but no, not the sort of turn card texture he was looking for. Alas, the 9 ends his run, but we'll pick up a little over $4,000.
See there, 169th place, so almost 50 players gone since that bubble burst. Copial here. The 3-bet to 300k, and on the small side, so Strobel feels inclined to continue the suited connector, and I completely agree here. Copial going slightly too small for my liking. It just doesn't knock out enough stuff here. Don't mind the combo choice, the Queen Jack. I feel like we need to be bumping this up. 120 open, like at least make it 3x, I think. It does get a nice board to continue on here with the Queen Jack.
Queen of clubs, giving some future bluff equity.
There's something I've noticed actually here at Demps. There's a lot of small 3-bets out of position, like in general. You do see a bigger size out of position from the blinds, but it seems like a lot of players here go between 2.5, 3x, just keeping it the same size they are in position.
180.
Gonna be in the hand. Strobel having to fold.
And obviously we counter that, of course, by being able to call more often. But does that, if you're in game, then you're seeing a person who's likely to do that, does that give you, does it change perhaps the type of hands you'd open with, or is it not going to make much difference?
Yeah, it wouldn't change much in terms of the opening range, but it would change a few things in terms of what I decide to continue. I'm just going to have to continue like there. You see the suited connectors where against the 3.5x size would just be into the muck. But over to Luxon, all in and cool.
Yeah, Khan made that really ballsy play on the bubble. Looks like he's going to be done for here. 4 diamonds confirming just that. Boots, hold up, and he's up to 4 million chips.
Like, and even with our value, like that's the idea. When we got Ace King, when we got Ace Queen, do we really want like a 7-8 suited peeling against us in position? Like, this is why we prefer to put on a little bit more juice.
Define our opponent's range that little bit more.
It becomes more difficult to range them when they've got a lot more combos in there that potentially would fold if we just added on a little extra BB.
Gorodoshev in here with Ace Jack up against the King Jack, and look at this board. King Jack over at DTD Live.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think destined to bust this hand. Gun open.
Oh,
We
wow.
got 10 bigs, potentially could have just sent it into the middle, but Saptovicius, he always got to check. Yeah, just no betting at all.
It's so suspicious though in my mind, isn't it? When the under the gun checks back this board texture against the 10 big blind peel.
Yeah, it is kind of, because like they just bet ace queen, ace 10, 10 9 suited, don't they? So
I mean, I'm just betting one blind with every hand.
Yeah. To be fair, like maybe the queen jack, the jack 10 suited are ones that the check back that we are in front of. But as you say, Demps would be suspicious of this check back.
I mean, I'm suspicious, but I've still got ace jack, so I'm going to call here and check call river. Rainbow board.
Suspicious of Saptovicius.
Well, a couple of things complete.
Yeah, queen 10 should probably just bet flop though. I think just nines is the one that may check back. Delay turn and gets there.
Oh. Doesn't want to see a check back. Is going to try and extract some value.
Last 10 seconds.
He's going to hate this one.
7 bet 100.
Okay, he's 450 back. 375 back.
There's not many better feelings in poker when you're sat there with the nuts on the river and your opponent is counting out chips ready to bet.
Yeah. Go on then, sir. Make my day, punk.
Not much to say about this one. Everyone should know what's going to happen. It's going to be interesting when it's back on the big blind, because who on earth is bluffing this spot faced with river lead? And
who finds this spot?
Now I feel like there is potential for us to save our tournament. And there you have it.
Well done.
Does very well there.
That is insane.
Not to go broke. Keeps himself with just shy of 6 bigs. And
yeah, actually, I think, again, slightly more. I think it was closer to 500. But yeah, which might explain why the jam didn't come pre, because he was that little bit deeper.
Yeah, we're at like 15.
Yeah, I mean, he was destined to lose a really big pot. And he did lose a big pot, but he's still in when a lot of players, me included, probably would have been out.
Tournament life is everything, as the flush complete in Jack of Diamonds gives the check mark to Pustovoy.
Welcome to the table, sir. You're going to table a lot of chips, but you're going to get some of them. Off of Kirichenko doing the damage out here at the Luxon. Let's check back that ace-7. A pretty ugly looking turn.
Yeah, dusty ace-7 off, no diamond, just white flag wave on this Jack of Diamonds against big blind, and not going to put another penny in the pot, faced with river lead.
Pustovoy. Of course, going to try and extract some value on the river. Kirichenko, not with a hand that can give any. Okay, tell me, my friend, what did we get up to this morning? The beautiful Merit Complex before coming in.
I just went for the breakfast buffet, then sat in the tea room for like an hour and a half. It's nice out there, sun on you, coffee.
Oh, sitting out the back there, it's beautiful, isn't it? Looking at the mountains.
The problem is the pastries and the cakes they have there are all so good. Yeah. So you have one and you're like, I want to try that one now. So it's not good for the hips, but it's good for the taste buds, let's say. But just love the complex.
I have to say there have been trips here before I've had to put myself on a ban, because I'm not one of these people who can go, I can just have like one today or something.
Yeah, I'm the same.
If I pop, we're going through the whole rack. And basically what's been happening as Smith looks down at Jack 10 of diamonds on this Queen Jack deuce board. Shalamov with the set of jacks. He must have been the Oprah in this one, with Kadastiev calling it as well in the big blind. 7 deuce, the deuce of clubs. Now normally we'd say this is kind of an easy fold, but when this Smith betting, who we've seen has been going off like a rocket ship, so much harder.
Yeah, still got Shalamov behind us, though, who probably should be checking a higher frequency here, team position play up. And maybe just making that adjustment of pure check because Smith is in the cut-off, and we've already seen what Smith can do.
Yep, and the diamond draw materializing. Looks like it's gone. Oh my word! It's con check. He backdoors the flush. Shalamov won't enjoy seeing that run out. Obviously, any 10 being problematic. Probably less concerned about the backdoor diamonds, given that it was checked back. He bets 225. And obviously, Lindsay Smith has a little bit more than is being suggested there. And actually, Shalamov has fewer chips than is being suggested as well. So I think it's he who has the covered stack with about 500k back, one stack of greens. And I mean, like, this is so much harder when you've seen Smith just go pot after pot after pot.
And something that's really interesting is the speed of the jam. You remember the ace-deuce of spades, 4-bet jam, snap jam. He's done exactly the same here with value. So snap jamming as a bluff, snap jamming with value.
Wow, well done. Shalamov finds the fold. Not as easy as it might appear.
Not against Smith, at least.
Yeah.
So back to the self-exclusion of the cakes. I'd like to know, is that self-imposed, or do you walk up to the counter and there's a picture of you there and they say, sorry, sir, you've had your one pastry today, no more for you?
Well, the good thing about that, if that was what you were doing, there are so many places at which you can get served a pastry on the premises that, you know, would they share a black book? Is it like, is it the Phoenix system in Vegas? I think they call it the Griffin. I can't remember, something like that. Over here, 10s v 7s, both got a spade, not looking good. Kygo Gordachev. That will seal his fate in before the raw flush. No. GG, sir.
Done well not to do broke the ace-jack hand, but eventually...
Yeah, incredible.
To the pocket tens of Jack McDermott.
Incredibly did well. King, Jack. We'll raise pot. 5 with ace-jack, King, Jack. Yeah, actually, I didn't have a dessert with my lunch today, so, you know, maybe I'll...
2 at dinner.
Okay, sure, I'll do that. I was just thinking, you know, we're not too far away from the first break of coverage today. Upon that break, I will be seeding the booth to Picasso, and maybe, just maybe, I'll fill that time with a little trip to the aforementioned tea house. Or maybe I'll eat the chocolates that just outside our booth that are always there. Like, they're just trapping you everywhere you go. Go into the Royal Lobby. Oh, there's another buffet there of treats. Not a place to come on a diet. Smith, he's got the jacks this time. And again, it's just so hard for these guys to fold to him.
Just into the sizer, I think just clear call, just south of B40.
Turn. Both players picking up that straight draw. Obviously, it's one way that rewards them both.
And for the second barrel here is Smith, perhaps target a 9. Not too much 7x in there. When we open +2 from the button, going to be maybe like the ace-7 suited, 7-8 suited perhaps, with just one combo with suits on board.
I have to say, I love the demeanor of Gordachev at the table. He just seems so unflustered, so relaxed, so comfortable in the situation.
Cool.
Seems like someone would be a tough man to read.
Yeah, I feel like once we pick up this up and down, what we've seen from Smith already, difficult to fold 6s just yet with position. Seems like the guy that's always going to barrel like a queen 10, king 10, ace 10.
Overcard materializing on the river and a Smith check. Well, one imagines I'll elicit the same action from the button.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying now. Once we're met with check, it's kind of like 6 is probably not best now.
Right.
Our opponent might have rivered a queen here with like a queen 10, an optimistic queen jack barrel. That feels like a card if Smith was bluffing. Seems like a good unload on the river, so kind of sucky for us as Gordachev here. Feel like we got to check and just most of the time going to lose this pot.
Smith on the flip side, of course, will be hoping for that check. I mean, yeah, and I think exactly that. I think he recognizes exactly what you're saying, that like, I think I beat now because he hasn't unloaded, but at the same time, if I really go and try and make something better fold here, if he does have a queen, he may just call. Seen him very itchy as we see that chip flow for Smith, but that tells half the story. We're looking at the last 5 hands. Let's go with the last 50.
I know.
It'll look like the Himalayas.
It would. But great entertainment value for Smith.
Oh, it's fantastic. Really enjoyed watching him play thus far. Hopefully we're going to see a lot more of him. One man we might not see a lot more is Saipin, and he's up against it here with that ace 10, king jack 9 board. Switch the outs around. They go hunting Broadway. Okay. Back for a 9. Get his money back. But if we're choosing cards, it'll be the queen. Nope. GG, sir. Another man sent to the cash desk, already down to just over 150 players remaining. 215 made the money. It's funny just seeing these pay jumps, you know, only a few $100s more than we got for that min cash. Coming back to what you said on the bubble, the way you sort of picture the bubble is, this is a 4K pay jump. The next one of these isn't until, what was it, 16th to 15th or something like that?
16th to 15th. So literally, we need to get through nearly 99% of the field to get a 4K ladder again. And
yeah,
it's a real good way to look at it when you've got like 10 to 15 bigs. Like, it's so important that we get on the right side. There's some things that can't be avoided, callers, certain reshove spots you have to take, but like, you don't want to be taking like these marginal ones. Just want to make sure you lock up that $4,000 and then try to spin.
That's what they all did. Pasma was the one doing the real big blasting on that bubble. There's quite a lot of chips since then, but still with 2 million, right around the average. He's facing a bet here from King Jack on ace 9-5 that will see his chip count climb, bar something crazy happening.
Just check call nice, and once again, just checking out a position. Like 2025 these days, you see a lot of this demps. Everyone just clued up, just recognizing, checking to the in position player, heads up. When you're playing against the good competent players, just need to recognize they can still have strongest hands in range. You go back like 20 years, when someone checked an ace high board, it was very rare they had an ace. They'd just always bet it. So a lot more complex 2025 poker.
Come on, Jay, be honest with the viewers. What were you doing 20 years ago?
What was I doing 20 years ago? I would have been 10 years old. So not much, probably. Not much.
You probably weren't checking the as the pre-flop raise. Pustovoy, let's put the brakes on.
And now we go for value as Pasma. Definitely some turn Queen X of our opponent. Stabbing the flop with some Queen Jack, Queen 10, King Queen. Pick up second pair, look for showdown. Even as a queen here, though, difficult to hero because you need to think of Pasma's floats out of position. And on ace 9-5 rainbow, just not many there that are going to get to the river as bluffs.
She was just deconstructing that pot size. Was that a 3-bet pot, in fact? I'm just seeing how much was in there. We picked it up on the flop, may well have been. Either way, everything you said makes sense, though. So well, these are one of these bluffs I feel again, because I'm not particularly familiar with Lucas Pasma, but he's not an online qualifier. I mean, he is an online qualifier, but this man clearly knows what he's doing. We're not talking about some sort of moneymaker effect here. We're talking about a grinder. Well, you know it. Smith's in action once more over at the Onyx on ace queen jack board. Zanescu's shown an ability to sort of go off for random spots, and here we go.
Wow.
Here we go. Check raising this one. There's some credit to you've peeled from the small blind, right? We do have a lot of this board, but so does +1.
Yeah, +1 has all of it, but more. +1 has jacks, queens, aces. We just have the king 10, the queen jack. I guess ace, queen, ace, jack, not always 3-betting versus EP, but this is outrageous from Zanescu, but quick white flag wave.
Yeah, shuts it down and Second flush draw emerging. Look at this. Smith just going to find a bet here.
Acts so quickly, Smith, as well. One of the fastest players I've seen in a while. Doesn't really take too much time before making his decisions.
I guess just recognizing, hey, look, there's a lot of draws out here. I don't know what the bad cards are. Maybe get a little bit more value here. Am I really like to face double check raise with the snap turn check? I don't know, Jay. I don't know because of merit. Maybe
yeah,
I am.
This is the problem. You see things here you don't see anywhere else. I probably would have just left you for the last 15 minutes, Debs, if Zanescu found the double check raise there with 7-8 on that board. Not even a spade or heart in hand either,
Yeah.
just like off we go.
It would have been impressive, to say the least.
5 check.
Right then, over at DTD Live, it's McDermott and Ferraldo battling, and it is the latter who has flopped the goods. This one blind on blind, and we've got what? Just under 10 blinds in the pot, so let's assume a Ferraldo raise over a limp. Is that the most likely way this one's gone down,
Yeah.
especially given we've had the check?
Yeah, I think you're going to be spot on with that one. Makes sense. Ferraldo ISO in this one, like Jack suited king prefers complete call, so Ferraldo with the betting lead. Which is pretty clear check call for Jack McDermott here. Another one of these that won a satellite in, won a package, but one of the grinders in the UK. Very good. Plays a lot online.
5 check.
Took like a 3-4 hiatus about 5 years ago and come back and has been smashing it up. Ferraldo needing no introduction.
One of very few Triple Crown winners.
Last 10 seconds.
Kind of an awkward one for Ferraldo here.
Mm.
Like Jack's still going to have 6-4 suited, 9-6 suited, blind on blind. Going to have lots of club draws. 10 of hearts, river here. And blind on blind, I'd value bet here as Jack, like especially against Ferraldo.
Right.
Ranges are so wide in this spot that top pair after check turn seems good enough to go for a little bit of value here as Jack.
Especially, I guess, as the sort of hands that Ferraldo is going to pump it up with in the big blind win check too. These garbage kind of hands that might be one
off,
pair.
8 deuce off, like this type of stuff. 7-3, 7 deuce.
10-4.
Yep. Potentially something like river the 10 or the 10-4 through 10 deuce. But well timed check from Jack. I can't see a world in which we don't pay here unless we see some extortion in the size from Ferraldo.
So bottom 2.
6 bet 400.
Okay, he's gone half pot. Yeah.
5
there we
fold.
go.
Pretty standard. Can't fold this one as Jack after checking river and actually be quite happy. It rolled off the 8 of clubs on the turn. Could have been more expensive for him, but
yeah, that one's certainly setting up to be a bigger pot blind on blind. And Ferraldo with heaps, 3.8 million chips. And it'd be a menace
Good luck.
with that much equipment to work with. Asma. Up against Tool. 8-3 board. Another club appears. Tool was already ahead, but now blocking so many of those outs in his opponent's hand.
it seems fine to barrel here as Tool once big blind check calls, get after a queen, get after an 8. Not too much 3x in there against +1, but can definitely barrel here as Tool. Barley does just shy of 2/3.
400 into 640, and surely this will end up for Pasma with this inside gut shot draw.
Another man I've been pretty impressed with as well. He had that hand on the bubble that went for the free bet in juice and got the maximum take in that line. So maybe one to look out for, Tool. Been playing very well. Some good stuff from him.
We come back to the Onyx, and Smith might evolve for once. Dartsev in here with the aces, but his understudy, if you will, Zanescu in the mix. This time with a pair and a gut shot draw, so certainly Wait for this pot to develop further, and Godotsev, having checked, resumes after opening the aces.
Going for maybe a bit of value versus some ace king, ace jack here. Like +1 again, should be checking more frequently than betting against hijack. Heads up pot out of position.
Well, he probably doesn't like the look of that turn card, but actually it's a very good one. Shores up those aces nicely against the 10.
Yeah, just playing in flow still. Checking over to Zanescu. Going to have some queen X for sure.
Wow. That didn't see the value. 70. Okay, that's kind of. If you're up against a player who has shown a propensity to bet quite liberally, then you're sitting here going, okay, this can still be certainly a hand like this, right? A 10 that I'm ahead of.
Yeah, I guess it can also be pocket eights, some queen 10 suited, although one combo, maybe one of these, like trying to get the maximum, keep ace king, keep ace jack in with the small size. But no raising here from Kodotsev. Just always cool, take a river, and if we're met by jam, we just throw up and think for a long time.
Like against this combo, that's unlikely to happen, but oh, hello. That's it. I wonder if Zanescu was like exactly doing what you're saying, like betting, trying to keep maybe some of those hands in that could call, and now gets this point, now feel like a need to bluff, but no, he's not going to try and make a big hand fold, and quite rightly, it wouldn't have worked out too well.
No, it would not, but like the check from Kodotsev, just want queen X to bet, obviously. Yeah. King Jack gets there as one of Zanescu's bluffs, so I feel like check raise is the way to go. This is full. It's good.
I'm not sure how these players are going to keep this up all day. Okay, we've got battlers in the field.
I'm loving it. I just love it when people get after it. Forget about the combo choice. Forget about the line. When people get after it, it's entertaining.
I love how I say we've got battlers in the field, and then we just pan over to a table where a guy's got nut, low, no draw, and starts firing chips in. I mean, guys, head on down to Merit. We've got a 5K 5 mil taking place. Just started today. It's not too late to get here.
And don't even think, oh, it's a 5K, it's just going to be full of elite players, because what I witnessed last year, I remember the final table, some of the hands on that was crazy. It was such a good watch. So nice when it's just not all this fundamental, just raise, c-bet take, when people are getting after it.
And as we always say here, the pace of the play is also so refreshing. Those two just get on with it here as Hashim with the decision. And I don't see any more than 500k-ish in his stack. I know it says 1 million, but yeah, it looks like...
3-bet 300.
Oh no, there's the 500k chip. There we go, sorry. No. He's decided to fling that in and declare 300. We are very close to our first break of the day that I think these players are going to be relishing. I mean, it's been a long frame for them with the bubble having gone on for, you know, not the longest bubble, but nonetheless, it's a high-stress moment for all involved, and perhaps a chance to reset on the break. Couple betting this gut shot draw. He better not make it.
Yeah, he better not, but nice little one to stab here. 10-6 heart diamond. Like we fold out some like queen 6 down to queen deuce. Even the same with the jack 6 down to jack deuce, blind on blind.
Correct. Going to come out with the check raise. And we saw in the 1K Poker Oak Mystery Bounty. Table for a long time.
So happy to check raise the double gutter here. It's kind of interesting, blind on blind once again. Like, what are we trying to get to fold here? Does a 7 fold against this check raise? I'm not sure. A 9 or a king does not. But the interesting thing is ace high shouldn't be betting here for Copal. So it's not even like we can dislodge some ace high holdings, because these should all be pretty clean checks in position for Copal here. So interesting old check raise with the jack 10. Like, much prefer choosing something like 8-6 when we got 8 high and we can get some better hands to fold. don't expect many queen highs to bet flop either for Copial. So interesting choice of combo from Bora. Yes, we have that double gutted equity. I feel like these blind on blind spots important to ask yourself what we're trying to fold out, what's trying to continue against us that we are potentially in front of. But he's found a spicy bit of value here with Jack High.
Well, shores it up in a sense with the Jack, but it's Copial with the heart working that may feel like he gets to go hard now.
Has to go hard. This is just too good a combo now, but we're not going to get the chance. I thought we'd see check here from Bura, and Copial would be taking off, but have some of this with the Jack 10. What's this from Bora?
This is potential like suicide, right? We could just be dead so often.
No heart in hand. 10-8 gets there. Queen 10 gets there.
Yeah, trying to make, I guess, just the kings fold.
Yeah, it's just...
Wow. Here we go. Copial surely had the best bluff opportunity here, but not going to be given the chance.
It's interesting because, like, we don't get called by a 9 now. We don't get called by a 7. So, once again, what do we get called by that we're in front of with a Jack? I guess we sometimes flush out some equity of some heart stuff, some bare heart stuff. And that was an intriguing one. Works a treat with the Jack 10. Fair play to Bora.
30 blinds having picked up that pot.
Break 20 minutes. Break 20 minutes.
Dowling gets us back underway here on the Luxon table. Peeling the Jack 10 from the big blind and finding a very delicious looking Jack 7 3-board up against Weber's 10s. Unlucky for her that such a bad situation has been delivered her way.
Going for the open off of 10 BBs pre.
Dowling has check ripped, and I can't see any way Weber's going to get away from this with so many potential draws out there, and she's going to get the very bad news. She has just a solitary out.
What a hand to see with Dowling, though.
Yeah, you want to see the reluctant call, and you get it, and you're hoping, it's tense, it's the dream. Okay, we can split this one. But we won't. Dowling with the KO. GG's Weber as well. The rest of the room also departs because she has busted out the last round before break in 147th place. Good for $4,300. And well, we can catch a break, catch a breath. Reset the room a little bit, allow everyone to take a moment as we finish this 30K, 60K level. Looks like we're going to be shuffling the pack a little bit here as the racks deliver the table. Or maybe a color up, I'm not sure. JB may be returning with this same lineup.
Well, all I'm saying is that I'm hoping Smith is still there and Baronicious as well. I hope she's still there, just how she's been playing. So them two would be great to come back to.
Yeah, they've been fun to watch, as have these guys over on the Luxon. It was, well, Pasma, who was doing all that front running on the bubble, still very healthy here, of course, with those 44 blinds. But look at this, Tool and Kirichenko, both over 4.3 million chips, good for 70 blinds. As that level ends, the next one will begin. We will be going up to 40K, 80K. Dowling, thanks to that Jack 10, is in tidy shape himself. Hashim still hanging around there as well with 1.6 million. Over on the GTD live table, we see some antics, and we saw McDermott lose a sizable pot there at the end to Feraldo, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse if the turn had been that little bit dirtier. Maxim Burra in there as well. Just saw him kind of very surprising turn jam on Dimitri Koppel, albeit with the best hand, but kind of turning like a reasonable hand into a bluff that could have been absolutely torched. Be interesting to keep an eye on those guys, but this is the table we're both most excited about. Mark Smith in there just battling away, and Carmen Zanescu really trying to give him a bit of his own medicine. She's in there mixing it up. The rest have just kind of got to hold on. And as they do that, myself and Jay will step aside. When we come back, it will be Pick and Jay to take you through this Luxon Pay Grand Final.
No! Seven call. 62. Last 5 seconds. 8 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. Bet 50. Last 10 seconds. 7 pass. Win 3.
İşleri.
Really, I kind of miss talent. Great plays up.
I'm sure if you contact them,
84?
like, because of the like exposure and whatever, like, they could probably make it pretty interesting for you.
Maybe. Maybe.
More out.
Easy.
Easy. I thought it might cook here.
you got it.
I'm sorry, sorry.
Table one, sit open.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, see.
Good luck.
Я не знаю, что захочу. Ого. Ой, ничего. Ничего. Last 10 seconds. Two chip. Five falling. $243. 243. Equal. Showdown, please. Table 2 seat open. Four all in. Five pass. $181. Last 5 seconds.
16.
Luxon pay tournament lines down. More than 10,000 people try to down. More than 10,000 people.
140. 8-4. $188. 188. 198. Sorry. 198. That's the same. Next 30 seconds.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 of the Luxon Pay Grand Final. Beautiful aerial shot there of the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. really is paradise. There's Jay's room up at the top left with the private pool.
I wish.
The private suite. But yeah, it really is a beautiful place. And a little look into the main ballroom. Right, let's get after it, take you through the chip counts. On the Luxon table, we have Mikhail Katikin, chip leading with 35 bigs. Notably shallow, this table. First thing that pops up for me, and lurking, number 5 on the chip counts, Espen Jurstad, World Series of Poker main event champion, of course. He's still in the mix, started the day very short, but he's managed to spin it up to shade under 2 million, Jay, so he's in the hunt. Down at the bottom, Jakub Michalak on 10 blinds with work to do. Over to the DTD live table, we've got Basil Musa chip leading. We saw him go on an absolute tear last night. Win 3 or 4 huge all-in confrontations. He still has 3.4 million, good for 43 blinds. Viktor Ustamov hot on his heels. As I continue to scan down the counts, a couple of kind of shortish stacks, but a feature immediately that comes to mind is things are starting to shallow out. Level 19 blinds 40k, 80k. Then, of course, on our main table, the Onyx table, and look at this, there's a Brit leading the way. Mark Smith, I'm going to come to you in a minute, Jay. It's not a name that I recognize. 2.6 million in chips, good for 33 bigs. There's about 4 stacks, all with similar 27 to 33, Gunez, Kadartsev, and Sebastian. And rounding out the counts, we've got a bunch of Russians at the bottom, Shalamov, Sharapov, and Frolov. All the Vs, all with work to do to get in contention as we creep towards the sort of business stage. Myself, Andrew Headley in the booth with Mr. Jay Harwood. Jay, Mark Smith, talk to me.
When I saw the DTD Live and the Luxon table, they'd both been switched from last session. I thought, oh no, that means the Onyx has been changed as well. But Mark Smith, don't know him at all.
Yeah,
no,
I've
he's
never
a
heard
UK
the
lad.
name. Okay.
But the lad gets after it. We've already seen the 4-bet rip with ace deuce. We've seen multiple barrels ran from the man. So you're just going to enjoy watching him play, Andrew. We love aggression.
Okay, well, let's get after it, guys. Welcome along. Thanks for joining us.
So glad we've kept this table because it's not just Smith here. We've also got Carmen, who has been getting well out of line. She's in the big blind, I believe, firsthand. But watch out for her as well, Andrew.
Love it. Okay, round 2, Kadartsev, 30 effective. Going to come in for a raise from the button with the 9-7 of hearts. And onto Zenescu in the big 10-8 off. A little bit of a tight fold, Jay.
I just picked Carmen Zenescu up saying
I know, you're
like getting out of it. And then 10-8 off just into the muck against the button open. Maybe she's thinking, I need to calm it down a little. The hands from last session potentially already out there.
We got any pay jumps or anything around? I'm just wondering. Maybe she just doesn't like this holding. Over to DTD Live then. Button open from Bukowski. Nikitina had the option, Jay, potentially to 3-bet jam. Lands on call and flops bottom sets. Bukowski finds a little restraint. Checks through to the deuce on the turn. She's going to lead.
Yeah, Jam will just get to lead this turn with most of our range from the big blind. Just going to have a lot of higher cards from the button open once flop goes check, check. Interesting one for Bukowski here with this gut shot, 2 overcards and a board that we expect to be over bluffed.
Is it one of these that feels a little nasty in terms of like if we hit the 8, for example, we're not entirely sure where we are, but we still feel kind of compelled?
Yeah, I feel like
the price.
Once we check back flop, like against this turn lead, half pot, just got to continue and find gin.
Wow, and this is a disaster, right, for Nikitina. She's not going to give the button too many 8x holdings, right? A lot of them she might expect to c-bet and try and fold out, you know, some of her queen and king highs if he has like an 8-9 suited. This is going to get nasty, 350k, Jay.
Yeah, now just down to size for Bukowski here. Do we want to try and get the lot? There's definitely some 3x which are going to struggle folding from the big blind here, so he may just elect to jam and try and get the maximum.
Yeah, I mean, she only has, what, just a shade over pot back. Is that an all-in announcement? It looked like 1.4 or so he picked up.
Yes, Nikitina in a horrible spot here now. With the set only beating a bluff here, and you'd be creative to find a bluff here against
this is one
big
thing
blind.
I was going to say is that, like, she has so many straights of her own, right? She has all the kind of 8x. Oh, what a brilliant getaway. Well done. And does it pretty quickly. I'm with you, though, right? Who finds a bluff here? Like, what can he have? Ace 4 and just decides, right, you know what? Let's just bluff?
It's a strange one because no one's going to bluff that spot when Nicotina leads and just has a catalogue of 8x herself. So then we're bluffing into a range which contains straights, which we're not going to get to fold. So it's just one of these spots that you've got to be really creative there to find a bluff, Andrew. Maybe, like you said, a 4. Maybe something like 9-5 suited if it opens, but
like
unblocking the 8-9 with the second pair. You've got to be really creative to have a bluff there. So good fold and well figured out from Nicotina.
She did it very quickly. Well done. Right then, first look at Mark Smith for me. +1. 160k with the suited Ace-6. Sebastian finds the real one in hijack. 3 bets to just a shade under 6 bigs.
It's like the hand. Just north of 25, 27 bigs to start the hand. Could potentially get a little bit smaller.
So we're going to presume here that there's a little posturing from Shalamov, and it's going to be back on Smith. Decision on him, Jay.
Yeah, and difficult to know what Smith's up to or what's going through his head. He's been acting quick with most of his decisions, but has shown that he likes to get involved and play pots, and here he comes with the Ace-6 suited.
And not typically one I would expect to defend, I must confess, at this sort of shallow stack depth. But he's setting his stall out. Wow. Ace-9 deuce. Sebastian just sitting there thinking, the old ace magnets. Decision on him. Very dry board, of course.
Yeah, in terms of range, going to have lots of bets on. If we are going to have some checks, I guess this hand's going to be one of our best ones, not needing protection.
It's just one of these really annoying spots, isn't it? Where you're like, right, I want to get value, but when we bet this board, like, he shouldn't have too many 9x Smith, right? It's one of these, it's really quite hard to get called by worse.
And like 10 through queens are just 4-bet sends pre at this stack
right.
depth, so they're not in there either. So like you say, it's difficult to extract value from worse here.
Yeah, so he does go for the very, very small c-bet. Kind of standard stuff. Gets check called. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Action checked over once more to Sebastian.
Yeah, now, surely this is where we see check back, essentially turning our kings into a bluff if we go for the second barrel here.
Sure. Yeah, these are just the trickiest spots, right, where you already know, right, I'm going to have to decide on this river. Is my opponent going to find the right amount of sort of floats out of position? We see the ace of clubs complete the board. Smith now going for value. He goes for a little blocky size, B20.
What a ridiculous size to face. If we're faced with bigger, like, I guess we just fold.
I actually like this a lot from Smith. Kind of knows his opponent's going to have loads of jacks through kings that can't face sort of all in or, you know, half pot bigger. It's going to be tough to call big chunky sizings. Yeah, tough to fault Sebastian, right, when the second ace appears, Jay. We can maybe beat... I'm trying to think.
Maybe like king 10 of spades, king 10 of clubs calls against that small flop size, turns a 10. And
it's optimistic, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's just one of those where we're getting such a good price. And Mark Smith, great start for him. 3.8 million.
I feel like what we saw from Mark, that first frame today, though, it's difficult to fold there, getting 6-1 with king specifically. Mark's maybe one that could show up with a hand you don't expect to see.
Gotcha.
He was playing some poker first session of the day.
Well, another pair of kings hating the presence of 2 aces on board over at DTD Live. Bukowski opens. Mahiri in the big, defending king 8 of clubs, faces the 100k c-bet into 440.
I would be taking one off here as Mahiri. I know we can see he's drawing to 7% equity, but against cut-off range, king high can be ahead of some stuff, and just getting 5.5 to 1 on the call. Feel like we need to see some turns.
Yeah, and decides that he's going to. 7 of spades rolls off. Bukowski with the decision. Do we want to target a queen?
I feel like we're more inclined to get value from a queen on rivers, so check back turn and then go for our value against a queen on dry river cards.
I guess we allow all of the jack 10s of this world, right, to bluff. Haven't exactly kings, right? We're blocking the king jack and king 10, which isn't exactly ideal in terms of inducing bluffs. But we might get our opponent to put a little bit of money in themselves with the queen. Have the option to potentially raise. We'll see. what the sizing Mahiri comes with, recognizing that he needs to turn this one into a bluff. Oh, and a grimace from Bukowski.
225.
Just,
I mean, just
got a call.
You just flick it in, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Seems a pretty reasonable hand from both. Bukowski, happy enough, raking in that one at 1.1 million. Adds it to his chip stack up to 3.72 million in chips. So guys, we can see down to 10% of the field. Another massive one, 1,452 runners. Bodes very well. We're smashing all the guarantees here at MPP 2025. I can tell you, $375,000 up top in this one. Over to Luxon we go. Under the gun open from Isau, the German. Round 2, Espen in the big. Going to defend with the suited King 4. Both players around about 20 bigs effective. And that flop is all Germany. Ace 3-3.
Yeah, potentially one of these we can just go for a big on. Small sizes.
Yeah, he's clued up. Finds the one big blind C-bet. Espen, really nothing to work with. Potentially, Jay, if he had a backdoor flush draw, right, we'd be sticking around.
Yeah, king like maybe like the King 4 of hearts is the one combo with the backdoor nut flush draw. Maybe we don't call the ones when potentially Ace X of that suit is out there and we get called.
Nice.
So maybe just the one combo King 4 of hearts we get to continue against that size.
Yeah, not too much to note. Espen, of course, bagged up 270k or something like this, so he's bobbing and weaving, staying alive.
He was
right?
Wow. Coming back to that, we got A7 suited for Zanescu here, and finds a 7 on the flop. Shalamov gonna need to hit to bust her. Kings and queens both working. Dry 6 of clubs turn. Already the prepay, the reverse psychology on the deck, the prepay, and there's an ace on the river, but it's no good for Shalamov, and that is a double up for Zanescu there. I'm assuming it was an open send for like 12 and a half bigs. And
seems reasonable.
Running into the ace king.
The prepay. What a load of nonsense, eh? Zanescu says, well, you will be paying me now, sir. Slides the chip stack forward. Great result for her. Up over 2 million. Mark Smith still out in front with 3.6.
Yeah, just going back to Espen, didn't get a chance to note it with that quick all in, but he was actually all in and at risk on the bubble. He was one of the all in and calls on the bubble, like 3 off the money, and managed to get.
Did he get there, or did he have the best
He
hand?
had the best hand. It was actually a 3-way. It was ace king versus ace queen versus king queen, and ace king just helped.
Right then, back to DTD Live. We have Musa versus Mahiri. Cutoff versus big blind. Looks like check flop. Basil now content to value bet with that second pair. 180k into 440. Mahiri will want one of those hands, Jay. This is really kind of uncomfortable. He is gonna get sticky. Can beat some draws, right? The 7/8s of the world, the flush draws.
Yeah, a fair amount of draws out there. I still think we need like at least ace high to continue.
Yeah, this feels like the stone bottom for me. Jack of clubs on the river. Intriguing to see how Basil proceeds. You're not going to give your opponent too many Jack X, Jay? Maybe some Ace Jack?
Yeah, that's about it. Jack X of spades as well, obviously. But
yeah, some of them will C-bet flop, right? He's going to value bet. Very shrewd. Basil's super experienced, by the way. I've covered him for a few years now. He plays all of the kind of merit stops. Seasoned campaigner, knows what he's doing. He's gone for the block size.
Yeah, just north of quarter, tiny little bit of value here. And to be fair, on the board where all of our bluffs brick out on this Jack of clubs river, maybe we do get some heroes from ace highs when all our 10-7, 10-8, 7-8, 7-5 spade draws all bricking out now.
I can see it.
So Mahiri aware that ace high probably shouldn't bet here.
So it almost becomes the same hand, right?
Do we ever lose to ace 4, ace 5? Do you think that's one that potential a bluff that we lose to?
Maybe. Not impossible. Nice value bet, though, from Musa. Undeterred. I think lots of players there, right, just go, okay, right, let's just knuckle, and we'll try and show the 6 down. But no. As you see, 3.8 million now for him. Table chip lead. Super nice guy, by the way. One of the really genuine people out here. He always has a kind word. Easy man to root for. Right, back to the Onyx we go. So Shalamov now all in and at risk with the ace-king after that unfortunate hand versus Inescu. She's in there with ace-jack. Sebastian gets to come along with 9-7. Flops a gut shot in the big. Does get a free turn. It is the ace of clubs. Great news for Shalamov. He's not, is he? Okay. Thought he was about to fire into a dry side here on the ace turn. Wouldn't make much sense. This is great news for Shalamov. Gonna get to see that he has her in terrible shape. So Zenescu looking for a jack to send him home. A 6 would chop it up, as would an ace. You can see in the top right of our screen, 2 of the jacks indeed been folded already. So he's in good shape to stay alive, and does on the Queen of Spades river. So the first step to recovery, 95k becomes 435. Inescu's not going to mind that one too much, Jay, after getting there a moment ago. I got to get one of these emoji t-shirts.
They're
everywhere, eh?
I've seen a fair amount of people with the old emoji t-shirts on from GG. It's so tilting though when you play online, ain't it? And you lose a big pot, you get one out, and then someone just throws something at you.
I love it.
What's that about? Like,
I like to do the really mug off one, which is the great
thumbs
play.
Up. Yeah, the
great play with like a really muggy off thumbs up when I've dusted it off. Very annoying, right? Bukowski under the gun versus Mahiri. He's been in the mix constantly. Ace King versus Queen Jack. Excuse me. Mahiri flopping best, but Bukowski 2 overcards, backdoor nut flush draw, and gut shot to Broadway.
300.
Interesting spot this, Jay. Mahiri only has, right, 2x pot back. He's gone large. What do we want to do now with the ace king?
Yeah, it's kind of awkward, isn't it, as Bukowski, because like there's a lot of situations we don't get to realize to river here. Like just comes a brick turn, we get jammed on and probably have to let it go. So I feel like ace king diamond way too good to be folding, but we're just gonna have a lot of awkward turns here. I still feel like we got to call Andrew.
I kind of feel like taking him aside and saying, Bukowski, people can see your face. He's doing loads of grimacing and stuff, and it looks pretty honest reaction to me, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't look thrilled.
Literally looks like ace king, ace queen, like
yeah,
against this size.
Maybe he balances it with 8-9 of spades. You know, we'll see. It's a blank on the turn. Mahiri now going to be pretty confident, Jay. We have 2/3 pot back. Hand needs protection.
Especially after the grimace. If we think the grimace is true, then why would we not just jam the top pair for value? But this is what I spoke about on the flop for Bukowski. Like, got a cool flop, but we're just going to not get to realize to the river.
Is there a check jam universe if we don't grimace?
It did come across my mind, but it's, I don't know.
You think he's just not going to fold?
Yeah,
when he puts 300 in?
This is the thing, like, what's going to bet near 2/3 and then fold at this stack depth?
Yeah, it's not a lot of fun to be in that spot.
And I guess the hands we fold out as well, maybe like some gut shot stuff we're ahead of anyway, like the king queen we're ahead of anyway.
Yeah, okay.
It's a tough one. Feel like have to call flop, but turn difficult to know what to do.
Work on that poker face, Bukowski. Right, back to Luxon we go. Under the gun, Michalak versus Kaduri. This is a single raised one. Interesting this. So Michalak has opened off 12 blinds, it looks like. It's gone for the old sneak. Kaduri had the option to jam this one pre. Doesn't feel nice facing this sort of polar range from under the gun, who's going to have lots of really, really good hands and the occasional raise fold. He did decide to call ace king 7, and now we're bluffing with pocket 9s. I guess if we're going to flat J pre, then we might have to start doing some of this.
Yeah, I guess there's going to be 10s through queens in Michalak's range that we can fold out 18 combos there, potentially to flush out by a turn.
And like, this is fairly grim, right, for the king 9 suited. Hard to give your opponent too many pure bluffs.
At this stack depth pre though, like he's just like ace queen, ace jack suited, like are they not inclined to jam even versus gun at this stack depth? I
actually quite like call when you're up against this very, you know, polar range where under the gun's going to have queens plus, jacks plus probably, ace king, and then the kind of king queen offs and king jack offs and king nine suiteds. So like an ace queen or an ace jack, it crushes the stuff we beat, and it's not doing well when called, right? So I could see it, but I hear you though. I do think people probably in game might just say, all right, I'm just going to put this in. Kaduri, can we find the barrel? No, we can't. Michalak likes to see this. 6 on the river changes nothing. Michalak with the decision. Do we want to do any blocky type stuff? Do we just check this
check
one?
And pray that Kaduri checks back, I guess. Once again, we're never getting value from worse. We just get called by the ace-x. Maybe there's a well. We fold out some king, queen, through king 10, but that's probably got a check flop for Kaduri.
Yeah, these spots are really, it's just such a spot you really just don't see often, right? Min raise off sort of 12, flatted +2. So he has decided on, what's that, just over 10%.
Yeah, 120.
It is a bit of a strange one, isn't it? Because you don't get king queen fold for this size, I don't think.
You do not.
So you basically fold out the bluffs, and you may not achieve much else. Tricky. And you could open yourself up, but then what is Kaduri betting flop, checking turn, then all of a sudden raising river? It wouldn't make much sense either. Michalak very happy to just drag that one in. We do see some of these spots out here at Merit where you just are like, right, I don't really know how to analyze this one.
I've had a few of them already.
We're always honest to the viewers.
They've been tough. Some of the hands are tough.
Quick look at the schedule, guys. Of course, Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 2. We were hoping to get to our final table today, but of course with that inflated field size, may not quite get there, but we'll get close. Tomorrow, we're going to bring you that final day. We'll take you through all the way to crowning a champion. Then there's a day off for me and Jay. You know, and Demps, we can just go and chill at the beach, eat lots of food. I don't know, just do all the fun stuff, get a suntan. And later in the week, we've got the MPP main event, guys. 5K, 5 million. Coverage starts on the 11th. Back to GTD Live. Halabi opens with the Jack-9 of clubs. Bukowski defending with King 8 suited, flopping top pair. Halabi just hoping to pick this one up. Bets 125k, of course. Bukowski going nowhere. Jay makes the call.
Yeah, I feel like Jack-9 of clubs, one that's going to be really nice to triple here, Andrew, especially having like unblocking the heart spades and diamond stuff that potentially float against his size on the flop, and now just snap folds turn. So seems too good a hand not to throw the barrels in. We're going to have all the strongest hands on this board as the opener. Ace king, king jack, 2 pairs, the sets, and then big blind range just going to be in the blender with all the 5x, queen x on the turn, and then we can still set up the triple to fold out like the king deuce upwards by the river.
Yeah, very nicely deconstructed from yourself. Now, Bukowski, don't make a face. Let's see. But see, now that he's got top pair, he's not grimacing anymore.
It's kind of an interesting size, 475 here, like between 60% and 2/3. So if we are cool, we're going to be going to the river like 0.3, 0.4 SPR. So I might have actually gone smaller here with the Jack-9 of clubs just to set up a bigger river jam and not give Bukowski a really good price, which he's going to get. But we see...
I mean, it's so hard to bluff this one, right? Like all of our queen jack, queen 10, ace queens, they probably check the turn. Yeah. This feels like a really good card, actually, for Bukowski.
Yeah, we just can't credibly rep queen x here unless it's in the form of a boat, the king queen, maybe some queen 5 suited that opens from low position. And I agree with Halloway there. It's a really hard card to bluff on river. However, like, how much queen x does Bukowski have against that turn size barrel?
Yeah,
maybe we do start folding out all the queen x on the turn, and then we can still... Would we go for value here with aces, ace king, king jack? I think we still would, Andrew, so maybe could still bluff, but it's difficult when in your head you know you can't really have a queen.
Yeah, Halabi maybe just decided I'm going to lace the turn and just get the queen and 5x out.
Yep.
Rather than allow them to call turn, right? If we bet 200k, they might stick around. Yeah. Uh-oh. Onyx, Frolov, Kings +1. Has come with that, you know, starts to hand with 10 bigs. You're never loving this when someone min raises, but Ace King just too much hand. Sebastian sends the troops into battle. Of course, going to get snapped off. Here we go then. 1.9 million in the middle. Sebastian looking to run down the Cowboys.
Good luck.
Of course, if you can ping an ace, his opponent is going to be in horrendous shape. Given that he has one of the remaining kings in his hand also. In the modern game, Jay, right, you just kind of have to put it in anyway, even, you know, when people min off 10.
Yeah, of course. Like, everyone's clued up these days, just recognises, like, you can open off even, like, 9 bigs from gun, full ring, and a lot of people use these, like, suited King X as the attempt to steal, stuff like Ace 10 off.
Well, 8 deuce deuce. No change as yet. Sebastian with that diamond in hand. A silver line into a fairly bleak cloud. Wow. Goodness me. Ace of clubs drills the turn, and Frolov all of a sudden 1 out. GG, sir. What can you do? It's a cruel game at times. Got it in good for the bones of 2 million. GG. What can you do? Sometimes the deck chooses violence, Mr. Harwood. He hasn't left yet. Is he dumbfounded? I'm not sure what's going on.
I'm not sure what's going on either. Frolov wanted a bit of extra TV time before he leaves the table, but there we go.
Thank you.
Good game.
Smiles. Seems like a nice chap.
To be fair, I think he's waiting for his payout ticket.
Oh, okay. Waiting for the TDs.
I think the dealer said, "I'll just wait a moment."
That makes sense.
Would have been great if he just like tried to hang out for the next 20 minutes.
I rarely get to that stage. I'm out before the money most of the time, Andrew, so I'm not used to that. So totally forgot.
Well, what a great result for Sebastian. Was about to be on fumes. Those ones feel good. Back to DTD Live we go. Open from Mahiri, who seems to be in every pot.
Yeah.
Ace 3 of spades +1. Round to Ustimov on the button, and he's reaching.
Yeah, a nice one to take if we're up against someone that seems active. Knock out the king queen, knock out the ace jack. Always nice when, like, the next pip up, we are getting to fold out. Nice one to choose.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Bukowski has cold found ace king in the small blind.
Yeah, an effective stack here of Ustimov, 34 BBs. And I guess no room for 4-bet, not all in, maybe like with the aces, the kings, stuff that we really want to try and induce with, but ace king off.
Yeah, we're just all in, right?
I'm just going to send the lot as Bukowski.
Seems like a really nice spot to potentially pick up 760-odd thousand with no showdown.
No grimacing this time either, Andrew. You picked up on something.
There's no grimace as of yet. Yeah. I like it. Just one of those, isn't it? You don't really want to induce, and you can potentially get something like 10s to fold even, right? It's not impossible. Well done. Unfortunate for Ustimov, he actually picked a nice spot.
Yeah, I agree. I think he picked a very nice spot there, but you never account for someone waking up with it behind.
Yeah, when you run into it, you run into it. All right then, back to Luxon. Zhang with the open from the cutoff with the pocket fives, and nice time for Kaduri to wake up with ace queen J. Sends in his last 9 blinds.
Not much to say about this one. These two always getting in at this stack depth, just sub 9.
Yeah. Never thrilled about this with 5s, of course, but once we've committed 2 bigs, let's call another 7. Off to the races we go. Zhang looking to get over 3 mil here, if she can find a hold. Holding so far, Jack 7-7. King on the turn, gives additional sweat out. There's 13 outs, as you can see, plenty to find. Unfortunately, the 7, not what Kaduri was looking for. Full house for Zhang. GG to Munim Kaduri, out in 127th place for $4,800. Of course, guys, the main event is going on out in the main ballroom. There's a bunch of satellites to the main, stuff going on. So Kaduri, you know, you can go and have a little pina colada on the pier, can't you, Jane? And come back and play in an hour or two.
That's where I spend most of my time when I'm not in the booth, the pier. I'll be honest, Andrew. Fruit on tap.
It's like 100% the best thing about being here is that, like, when you bust, you walk outside and you're like, well, to be fair, you know, there's worse places to be.
Exactly.
I had a little swim today myself. It was lovely. Right, let's go. Announced. Shalamov. Pretty unlucky here, actually, to face a hand as strong as Ace-Jack from the button. You're thrilled to find Ace-9. Not thrilled to see that you are dominated. Gonna need some fire, like on the T-shirt. Can he be running hot?
320.
So 770k in the middle. On first glance, it looked like a good flop, but the Jack of Hearts lurking for Gunez. Needs a 4 that's not a heart for a chop, or an offsuit 9, or he's going to be out of here. Club's turn, no good. Oh, take the microphone off, extra 2%.
4 spades.
Lucky. 6 of hearts on the river. You do lose another. Starting to see people busting in short order, Jay. Kind of makes sense, right? We saw that there's some shallow chip counts developing.
Yeah, we said that, me and Demps, as soon as the bubble went, we're expecting an influx of bust outs, and I don't think it'll be too long before we hit double digits in the field.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Shalamov. Found a pretty premium hand with 4 blinds facing a button open. No good. Nice pickup for Gunez as he closes in on 3 million chips. Fast and Furious. Mahiri, have you ever folded in your life? He's in every single pot, Mr. Harwood. Ustimov. Ace-King in the hijack. Mahiri content to defend with the 7-5-0.
Yeah, I feel like flying near bottom, but probably gets in from the big, facing the hijack open at just north of 20 effective.
Ace in the window, followed by the 9 and 7. Top for Ustimov. Mahiri finds bottom pair in a pretty unappetizing backdoor straight draw. If we're being optimistic, checks over to the Russian. See what he lands on. Looks like 150 and is 1/3 pot.
Against third, it is kind of awkward as Mahiri. Maybe we fold versus like gun and +1, but against LP, you stick around for 1, still got 4 to 1 to try and snag trips or 2 pair or some additional equity in the form of a 6 or an 8.
Yeah, these spots aren't fun, but that's a lot of fun. Turns bottom 2 pair, and this is dangerous now for Ustimov. Around about 2x pot behind for Mahiri.
Yeah, in a spot that we have to go for another street here, Ustimov, because a lot of Mahiri's like 9x now pick up a straight draw, 7x now pick up a straight draw, 7x of diamonds is a thing as well. Like there's a lot of these pair gut shot hands now that have to stick along for the river. So as Ustimov here, gonna need to be firing, but
sizing up.
Bad news, gonna be incoming, because I guess against this size as Mahiri, we only have one option.
Yeah, I can't imagine we do anything else, and this really sucks for Ustimov, but he's just decided if I bet and get jammed on, I'm gonna get the right price, even against something like this. And we do beat, right, like an ace-8 type hand that just decides, okay, I'm putting it in, beat the 7x of diamonds, 10-8 of diamonds types that could semi-bluff. We can see it does still have 25%, 3.5 million in the middle here, big river coming.
All 8 outs available as well.
Doesn't find it. 6 of clubs completes the board. Mahiri, loving life. Speculated on the flop, got there on the turn and gets the full double. 3rd in chips now on the DTD live table. Bukowski out in front there with 4.7 million. Musa still healthy. That's a nasty one for his opponent. It looks great, right? Ace 9 7. The guy's got 20 bigs back. Unlucky. Back to Onyx then. Gunya's going to step out a bit here, Jay, from the one seat with the suited connector.
Yeah, interesting one off this stack depth, just north of 30, last like 9% of the field, probably theoretically just goes into the muck.
Yeah.
We start becoming more removal based at this part of the tournament, but wants to roll one in with the 7-8 suited from gun.
Yeah, I would tend to fold this hand as standard. Round to Sharapov. He's not folding. Looks like a quick call with Queen 10 of hearts from the button.
I always find like these hands difficult to play, Andrew, off of like 19, 18 bigs when there's an open from EP.
Sure. Yeah, I think from exactly button, it seems pretty reasonable to get in there, but you're not thrilled. You can, even against the steals, right, you're often in bad shape against the ace 10, king queens of the world. Let's come jack 8 deuce all spades. Gunez does take the lead in the hand, but he doesn't love this flop.
Yeah, 3 spades out there. Although like Sharapov here off a 20 should be more suited based, like if he's calling. Like you shouldn't be peeling king 10 off, king jack off, this type of stuff. So like obviously we'll have some flop flushes, but more like hearts, diamonds and clubs that potentially whiff.
Yeah, Gunya's just going to decide, okay, I'd rather just maintain the betting lead. Let's just bet and hope my opponent folds for the most part. And it does get through. He'll be happy with that. I hear you though, these queen 10 spots is super awkward. Like, can't really jam. Difficult to ever consider that we can 3-bet fold versus under the gun. Flatting has its own dangers. Tricky. What I like to do there is call, and then it just comes king jack 9 with 2 hearts.
Oh, no.
And then
Too much.
Up against a set, and you're...
I'm off for that pina colada on the pier with my old buddy Jay.
Pina colada, is that your pick?
I don't know, I just picked a cocktail name and I haven't had one in many years.
You don't strike me as a pina colada man, that's all.
I'm a dad now, mate. I don't get to drink anymore. Right, limped pot. 9-10 versus king 5. He's out. Activating on the turn, thinks his 10 is good. Of course, we can see that it is. This is tricky, right, for Katikin. He's going to keep his man honest for one street. Bottom pair, king kicker.
Yeah, blind on blind here after check through flop. Going to have to call once with a 5 here, being blind on blind. And a nice river to see for Esu here. Should see value coming once this ace pairs. Target a 6, target a 5.
I think I'm with you. You know, never say never, but I feel like you almost never get raised, right? So if your opponent does have you pipped with like a jack 10, queen 10, which is quite possible. You know, that's kind of normally the worst case scenario once flop goes check, check.
Yeah, finds 2/3, just shy off here.
Yeah, this is pretty nice.
And it seems like an okay catch here for Katikin. Wouldn't fault him for calling.
100% can agree with that. Yeah, modern day poker, blind on blind. I don't have a 7 or an 8 or a queen or a jack or a spade. I'll call you. Oh, you've got a 10. Sigh. Yeah, nice hand. It's out. We always talk about this on stream, that finding these, you know, thin. This one's not exactly thin, but you hear me, making sure that you find appropriate value bets. Really important if you want to get through these fields versus high-class opponents. He's up to 2.9 million. Zhang with a marginal chip lead over the rest of the table. Back to DTD live we go. Ustimov +2, 10 big blinds in the suited ace jack of spades.
Yeah, just a jam from Ustimov here. If there's a ladder, may leave some chips back. Has just sent the lot in, and what a disaster 10 minutes for Ustimov. Running into the kings of Biz.
Yeah, and Biz just quickly ISO jams. Oh, hello. Mahiri with a decision, Jay. 10 big blind jam, 20 big blind ISO. This feels pretty close, even though it also feels pretty grim, right? One of those ones?
Yeah, I feel like Ustimov's not going to take stuff like ace 9 through ace deuce off from +2. Yes, potentially some suited ace X in there. But I feel like ace jack here for Mahiri, I'd like never call in, be like, okay, easy fold to the next pip up. I don't feel like is going to get in. Obviously, ace king, what can you do? It's got to go, but ace queen off seems like one that has to fold.
Yeah, well done. Nice discipline.
Was that all the aces in the muck, Andrew?
Definitely 2. I'm not sure if the 3rd, but it's not great news for Ustamov. Halabi. Gonna do that thing where you squeeze the first one, Jay. Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that, Halabi.
Oh, insult to injury for Ustamov.
Ustamov seething inwardly.
Oh no.
I hope that Mahiri now doesn't go up, by the way, at ace queen as well, mate. You've got 1. We can see 23%, so with removal accounted for, still can get there around about 1 and 4. Biz loving the spot. Can he hold? So far, so good. 7, 4, 6, 2 diamonds on board. And we can see 1 out. Bleak. Well, can you get there the dirty way? Jack of hearts on the turn. No dice. Queen of diamonds completes the board. Nice pickup for Biz.
Ustamov probably knew he was out the door as soon as one of his outs was shown. He never seemed to get there. Actually had one in the UK a couple of years ago. It was so funny. It was all in pre jacks versus pocket 9s. Come Jack 4-4 and Terry Jordan goes, oh, I had a 9. It was TR. He stood up from his chair, turn 9, river 9. TJ was lying and it come backdoor quad. So
filthy.
You need to actually visually see the out to know it's there. Some
He's a
people,
pesky man, Mr. Jordan.
Us poker players don't always tell the truth at the table.
I don't know if that's true. I've never lied. Right, Luxon Play, grand final day 2, guys. If you are just joining us, welcome along. And if you've been here for the duration, hope you're enjoying. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. Jay Harwood in the booth. James Dempsey will be rejoining myself in a little while as we continue the assault towards that final table. Of course, we're going to be bringing you full coverage tomorrow of that final day. 375k up top in this one. Chunky. Anyway, back to the Onyx we go. Smith here, opening queen 9 of clubs. Gunez peeling with the ace jack of diamonds, Jay. Top pair versus middle pair. Smith going for value straight away.
Smith not been as active as he was first session of the day, but involved here. Not going to love seeing this ace of spades turn, especially against small blind. And king 10 is going to be available. Undeterred. And as said, Smith was taking some unorthodox lines previously, but this double barrel on the ace turn seems like our hand wants to check.
I'm not sure about this. I think we're basically trying to fold out king queen when we do this, and I'm not sure what else. It does quickly go check, check, river. Gunez raking a big pot. 2.2 mil.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly jump into the YouTube street. Some people in the chat.
Lovely, lovely.
Ian Farrell says, good to hear your voice, Picasso. You bearded beauty.
Oh. Honestly, he's such a charmer.
And Oo says, Shalamov is a crazy Russian streamer. So I don't know if he streams online or he plays on GG, but putting the word crazy may mean...
Loving that.
Aggressive opponent.
All right. It's good to see that at least one of the Farrells has got a bit of charm anyway. That's all I'm going to say. Right, back to DTD Live we go. Kuzmana's defending here with king 10. It's a very favorable 10-9-9. Basil now with ace-8 of clubs, Jay. These are kind of awkward, right? He's deciding he's going to just bet small, hope to pick up the pots.
This,
do we have to bet call this off if our opponent puts it in?
This is the problem, really, because we're going to be getting over 3-1 on the call, queen, jack, jack 8, all this stuff. Potentially going to be in their diamond draws.
Sure.
And Kuzmanas here just going to jam the king 10 once flop in top pair, you assume? Just note this flat as well, pre-flop, 6 bigs to start the hand. People might look down at king 10 and be like, oh, I've got to throw it in against the open. But in reality, this is how we are supposed to play it. We are supposed to just play call. There are a small amount of boards that we can still potentially get away from and save our 4 big blinds. So nice flat pre from Kutsmanas. Is he going to get paid here, though? Interesting one from Musa. We do beat some stuff. We've got the backdoor clubs in here getting over 3 to 1 on the call, like 3.5 to 1 on the call here. So going to need like 22, 23% equity versus range. And if Queen Jack, 7-8, Jack 8 diamond draws in there, and even against a 10, we're still going to be a 1 in 5 shot. So may actually have to bet call this off the more I think about this.
Yeah, I don't think we get to bet fold.
Yeah. And this is why maybe we just check
jam.
back. Yeah, check back or
check back, sure. I don't mind shove, honestly. Also, I think that you could just put it in. You've got pretty good equity when called. You also maybe like if someone has 6, 7 of clubs or something, right? You might just get it out of there. I don't know. I hear you though. Right, Basil, 20%. Not an ideal situation to be in. Kudzmana's looking good for a double up if you can hold. That's a nice turn. 9 of hearts. But just looking to dodge an ace or the sickest of sick ones. Ace or 9 of spades. Does find the fade. 6 of clubs. River. Nice pickup for Kudzmana's and a small hit to the stack of Basil Musa. We are flying through this field. 117 left now. I believe we've lost 30 players or so since we came back on air. Back over to the Onyx. Round 2 between Gunyez and Smith. Interesting that Gunyez elects not to c-bet here with King 10 of clubs on the Queen 9-4. 7 on the turn. Goes check, check again. 3 of clubs, river.
What do you think about the flat pre from Smith here? Blinds now, 100k, 22 effective to start the hand against the cutoff open. Any jam in here for you, Andrew, or just happy to flat keep some dominated stuff in?
I like flat, I think, against specifically cutoff. I think versus button, I'm more inclined just to rip it in a little more often. Just one of those. You could. I think our hand just does pretty well. I mean, it can be tricky, right? It doesn't always flop amazingly, but we do keep in all the offsuit ace-x suited aces that will open the 10 jack-offs of the world. But you could certainly jam, and it wouldn't be a mistake. Isao now, raised to 200k from the hijack with ace-7 of diamonds. Right to Zhang, giving this one a little bit of thought. Bit of a fearsome table presence, isn't it? Out of the way. Michalak, though, finds a big hand in the small blind. Pocket 9s, 13.5 bigs.
Yeah, no questions about this one for Michalak.
Time.
There is the jam.
Yeah, these spots are annoying, right? As the German, one would imagine just a few too many chips for our hand. Never know. It's going to be some suited Broadway stuff in there, right? But we're not loving this one.
Wouldn't be calling this off just south of 14. And just a quick one from Pyosco in the YouTube stream said it's pronounced Michalak. So I'm guessing a silent C. Silent C.
All right. Nobody tells me what to say, though. I'll just say that. Michalak. Thank you, mate. I'm only messing. Michalak gets it through. Thank you. You know what? It's one of those where we do our best. There are some complicated surnames.
I'll stick with the Smith, and you can do the rest, Andrew. I'll do the Smith. I'll do the one syllable surnames. You can do 2 syllable plus.
Okay.
Well, here he is, Smith, right on cue.
Wow, how spicy is this man? So is this a 3-bet pot?
It's a 3-2-5 into 6-7-5 pre. So I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I'm trying to work out why he's peeling and donking on Queen 8-3 with King Deuce, and this could be really, really dangerous if he decides to barrel off. Gunyez, bit of deception here, gets a beautiful 5 of diamonds turn, and Smith Dangerous waters. He's going for it.
I've just run the maths back in my head. 2-2-5 open pre makes sense from the hijack with the big blind ante. That would add to what the pot size was on the flop. So I'm guessing 2.25x open from Guinness, and Smith just deciding to take off in the form of a donk on the queen 8-3. And he's going to be in bother if he follows through, because I doubt we're going to see a fold, but he gets the one river that he might just get it through on.
He's ripped.
Smith.
Oh my goodness.
This man has come to play.
I mean, I will say, I don't like anything about this hand up to the river, but my goodness, this man is showing heart. Does get the kind of one river card, Jay, potentially, that could get this through. Now, can Guinness sniff this out? Of course, problematic, right? It's so hard to give our man a hand like King Deuce, Jay. So, like the normal bluffs.
It's impossible.
Jay's in hysterics.
What do you mean it's so hard to give him King Deuce?
Well, that's
it's impossible to give him King Deuce.
It's not that impossible. He's got it. But yeah, the natural bluffs, what, 9-10, Jack-10 suited are the ones that come to mind. They all got there if they are in the form of spades. Guinness, can you make a very impressive hero?
The thing is, like, the main bluffs get there, like the spade draws.
Yeah.
This is the problem we've got. And how often is Smith just taking like a Jack-10, Jack-9, 9-10 suited, no spade, and just deciding to run it on this ace of spades river? And Guinness here in a horrible situation with the king queen, and he's thinking in his head, how has this river rolled off? It's the worst in the deck to see.
By the way, it is a 3-bet pot, we can confirm, so that does change things a little.
It must have been such a tiny size, though.
Yeah, he must have just min-clicked it pre or something.
6-7-5 on the flop. Take away the 200k big blind out. That's 4-7-5 in the pot.
Okay, so maybe it's not. In any case, he's found the river rifle here. Guinness hating it. Visibly uncomfortable. As is understandable. He has laid it down.
Well, Smith.
And Mark Smith, take a bow, buddy. He's turned a bag of spanners into 3.5 million.
And he shows the king deuce as well. Gets the Gin River to get it through. Smith, what a move.
That's the old classic. His table mate's like, yeah, if you didn't get that river card, you're out, mate. Wow. He's here to try and win.
I told you, I did warn you, Andrew. What we saw first frame of Smith. Entertainment.
Box office stuff for us in the booth. I'm kind of here for it, right? You know, all this theory stuff that we know these days. And he's like, you know what?
It's boring,
I don't think you're going to call. And if you don't think they're going to call, stick it in. Nice spot here for Nicotina. 14 bigs rejamming with the pocket jacks. Rest of the table to get through.
They've got no option here, though, as Nicotina, but to send this for just shy of 15. Still potential to get called by worse stuff like 8s, 9s, 10s. Going to be calling with the Queen 10 of hearts of biz. Just going to be hitting the muck. Little live read here from some of the chat. Chen Lu says Smith was shaking so much. Didn't pick that up. And B. Schnozzer says, why is he snap jamming? There was actually...
That's kind of true, right? Yeah,
no, it's not kind of true, because the first frame, he played 3 pots, like where he snap jammed, and a few, I think 2 were a bluff, 2 were a value. So he's like balanced in his decisions, but he just acts quick all the time. This is the thing about Smith. He's been acting...
From a selfish standpoint, we're loving that he's still in the mix, because there's going to be potential for more fireworks. Right, +1 open ace-jack, defended by Menhart. He's flopped pretty well, Jay. 2 overcards, gut shot, backdoor flush draw.
May just check jam here with the 2 overs in the gutter.
I would send this in. Although on the flip side, you're getting a very attractive price to just call. You know, you can do some funky stuff. Like if you call on the turns of 6, you could do some donk shoving, I think. It's one of these interesting spots where the price is so good that he's decided, you know what, let's just see a turn. Part of the problem, though, when a card like the King of Clubs rolls off, difficult for us in the face of any more aggression.
It's kind of interesting for us now, because at this stack depth, we expect Menhart to check jam a lot of his 8x and 7x. So what are we assigning him that check calls? We just expect him to have a lot of these like gut shot type hands. Like even an up and down 10-9 probably checks jams, a spade draw check jam. So we can actually condense him here to hands like he has some gut shots.
Yeah, this is a nice find, I think. I'm with you that I think arguably every top pair is all in. Every good flush draw is all in, perhaps every flush draw. So yeah, we start to see a deuce in there occasionally, right? Like some suited deuce X that decides doesn't want to put it in. A bad 7 that decides also, okay, we will try and just get it to showdown. This is a nice find. Very nice sizing, and in my eyes, 188. Just looks more value-y as well, right?
Yeah, I really like that.
And like nines through queens can all just do this and comfortably call a shove probably anyway. Well played. I like the cut of this man's jib. Seems to know where he's at. 3.5 million. Down the chip counts, Espen 1.5 with work to do, but still on the hunt. Nicotina over at DTD Live, fresh off that Pocket Jacks rejam. She is going to open for a steal. I thought I saw a pair of queens. There they are.
You did?
See, I'm paying attention, Jay. Very quick. 3-bet from Mahiri. Wow, and Halabi. This is tilt of the highest order.
Yeah, what can you do? Ace queen suited, gun open, 3-bet here from Mahiri, and Halabi here probably has to get out of the way.
Last 10 seconds.
You're so unhappy with this. I can promise you. Just versus these positions, well done though, sir. Didn't over-egg the pudding, as we say. Just gets out of the way, recognizes under the gun versus +1, 19 big blind stack opening. I think this is one of the spots that it's just almost never a bluff, right? From plus, especially to the 3x size in J.
Yeah.
Like maybe some of the sickos find the 450k 3-bet with an ace-9 suited, right? But you don't see it often.
Against this size, isn't it? This stack depth, not much we can do as Nicotina, but get out of the way here. As Mahiri would have preferred, as Andrew says, at 20 effective of Nicotina to go for a 4.5 BBs.
I like smaller. I like smaller. I think it's a bit too big. Even like a hand as strong as ace queen is kind of puking up, right? It doesn't it's really hating it when you make it 600. Just shows you these little wrinkles if you can find the, if you're watching at home and you ever want to adjust here with your really strong hands, and you just want to keep her in there, right, when you have the queens. In any case, Mahiri's had a nice kind of hour or so. He's on the short stack and doing well. Here he comes. The man who moments ago tried to torch it off and is sat back down.
He's the star of the show today, I'll tell you that.
He is the star of the show.
Mark Smith in again, this time peeling the 3-bet in position.
Yeah, this one of those. Kadartsev, using the ace deuce suited as a 3-bet fold, gets the 7-6-2 spade flop. Smith smashing it, 2 overcards and the spade flush draw.
Yeah, awkward.
Yeah, this is real awkward stuff.
We got 1.25 SPR. Yeah, it's pretty gross here with ace deuce out of position. What to do?
I mean, when you think that naturally, I think a lot of the pocket pairs are all in pre from Smith, right? The kind of 9s, 10s, jacks, I think, are all in pre. So it's one of these where we probably think we have the best hand a lot, but there's a lot to protect from, and 2 more cards to come. So does decide on at 350. Smith with a quick call. He could have debated jam, Jay.
I think jam's fine to just run our equity. What a turn we see, though.
Wow. And it brings the diamond backdoor possibilities also. Probably doesn't happen often to these guys, but seeing that deuce ping the board, be a little skip of the heartbeat. Loving life.
I guess at B60, just jam on 2-tone. Not much else to say about this one.
Do you think against someone as spicy as Smith, is there a bit of latitude to just try and rep a give up?
Oh, forget a give up. How about a 20% to try and induce something from Smith?
I mean, he's not folding.
He's not folding. Getting 6-1 with 2 overs and a flush draw. Did he just jam? No, he's folded.
I thought he might have.
I saw some mouth movement.
Now, Kadartsev is going to be feeling pretty happy with life. Has to fade, though. card of the spade variety and does. 6 of hearts river. These spots really intrigue me, Jay. Like, can we check? Like, is it an option? Are we always up against?
It seems that way, that we're always up against a flush draw.
Like 8-9 suited?
Yeah, like even like eights are just going to 4-bet Sempre, especially the way Smith's been playing. So it's not like we're targeting an overpair here.
Oh, and he does. I love it.
What a guy. What a check from Kadartsev.
This is so nice. Now, Smith. You can count them, pal. Now, can Smith wriggle out of this trap? The problem is, Jay, right? Even the ace highs that we're bluffing are going to be inclined to hero this down, right? I'm not sure we can bluff this, but we know we can't win unless we do. And in they go. And yeah, 1 chipped. I've got a full house, my friend. Almost impossible for me to have one, but I do. Have the ace deuce of clubs. Yeah. Maybe there from Smith, like a little, you know, when we dissect that one.
He's been at it all day, though, Andrew.
Sure,
but,
sure. You know,
hats off to Kadartsev there. He's literally played that hand to get the absolute maximum. I think the taker Bowser, that was some check on the river. I feel like a lot of people just jam when they've got that SPR, but just recognizing Smith's range just contains so many flush draws, which aren't going to be paying us off here. So very well played there.
Yeah, very nice hand.
And even the turn size, where a lot of people just jam for 60%, he finds a little 20%, keeps some spades in, gets the bluff on the river. Love that hand.
A man to watch as we move forward. Gets the full double. Guys, this is the Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 2. $2,200 2 million guarantee. And we're kind of at the halfway point now of our coverage over the 10 days or so at the MPP 2025. You can see 104 players remaining, 1,452 entrants. Crush the guarantee. Back to DTD Live we go. Blind on blind confrontations. We have a limp in from Boskov. Sort of 12 blinds or so. Bukowski gonna ISO the stone bottom of range hand, Jay, the old 8 deuce.
Yeah, like it a lot. This shallow stack depth, blind on blind, we're gonna have a lot of shoves. So when we are going for these raises, not all in, we want our best hands, we want our worst hands. So aces, kings, ace, king suited to induce, and then obviously balance it out with some stuff like this. The problem I have with this, though, watching a lot of live poker, everyone's clued up in this spot now. You want your worst and your best hands, but you're meant to take like these worst ones at like 20%, like at a pretty small frequency. But everyone just seems to take them at full frequency. They're like, oh, I got the trash. I'm meant to take this, and then they can just justify, oh yeah, I rolled it in.
It's like the Anchorman quote, isn't it? 20% of the time it works every time.
I could just see it taken at full frequency way too much, and that's maybe a little leak, but
yeah, worked on that occasion. Now then, here's a spicy one. Gatikin opening 8-4 of hearts somehow gets the small blind to come in with a hand he crushes, and Mihalek. You see what I did there?
Yeah.
Hey.
Like
I'm adaptable. He has the option. Let's decide just to call with the Queen 10, and somehow has 60% equity in a 3-way coup. Not very often you're going to see that. 7 deuce 4 though. Gatikin takes the lead. Potential trouble for Zhang. Let's have that middle pair. Backdoor straight and flush draws.
Yeah, I think it's Gatikin here when we flop middle. We're happy to bet this one, like different if it's a higher board and we got middle, not needing protection, plays a lot of checks, but even just getting out a Jack 10 here, a Queen 10 as Mihalek has, going to be a nice little win.
That makes sense, right? Let's just deny. Goes for 250 into 700.
Any like adventurous raises here from Zhang with middle pair, free to flush, free to straight, with some ideas of potentially
maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think people just flat this one, but I could maybe see it.
I don't
just like fold out a 9-10 of hearts or something is a great result even.
I don't know from the small blind, to be honest, but I know like from the big, we do like on boards like this, get to check raise like some middle bottom pair, free to flush, free to straight stuff against the C bet up.
That's a great card for her. 3 of spades on the turn. not really a spot where, like, I think from the big blind you might see more lead in here, but we're not going to have 5-6 off, right? Ace-5 off, stuff like this. Not going to have 2-3 suited and the like. It's pretty hard to represent, you know, a nutted hand here from the small. Decision on Katikin.
Yeah, Andrew next to me indicating think this man should check, and I couldn't agree more. But Katikin,
I mean, I suppose you can get value from like ace deuce, ace 3 suited, which are going to be in there.
Yeah, with the wheel draw, only a few.
That's about it.
Select combos though. I feel like they're from the small blind against the button open. Like Sand's going to pill 6-7 suited, 9-7 suited, 7-8 suited, ace-7 suited, even maybe a suited king-7. Like going to have a fair amount of 7x in there, ace-5 and 5-6 suited, both turning straights here as well.
It could be the very occasional trap of like the top end hands, the aces and kings types. Not something you see too often. Certainly not going to go anywhere. Going to call again. Yeah. All of a sudden, we've got a 2.1 million chip pot with 8-4 of hearts versus 4-5 of diamonds. Jack of hearts completes the board. You would imagine in flow this goes check, check.
And to be fair to Katikin, in the short term, he's found a tiny little bit of turn value that I feel like not everyone gets here. I can't see an avenue in which this isn't check to showdown now.
Also incredibly difficult for Zhang to do anything else, right? But check, you can win. Does Katikin think he needs to bluff? I mean, you know, you're not loving it, are you? But you do beat some stuff, and he does knuckle back. And he's loving life. So, oh, yeah. He's still working out.
Yeah, tidy.
Oh, no. Oh, the slow roll. He almost threw it away. I guess, right, if you can avoid tabling 8-4 if you've got the worst hand, you will take that option. You're delighted to rake that one in then. Up to 4.2 million, neck and neck with a Stratov. Table chip lead on the Luxon table. On we go. Onyx. Smith in there once more. Ace-6 of hearts.
Yeah, the man of the moment back involved, but now needs to be a bit careful.
Yeah,
Had plenty to work with, now working with sub 15 to start the hand.
Just relentlessly betting. Somehow gets called by a worse hand here on the 10-9-6. Zainescu does decide to take one off with the gutter. She may get an opportunity to bluff through to the queen-jack run out, and here she comes. Wow. I'm here for it.
Yeah, we're not going to have a worse hand at the river. Like in an ideal world, we want a club in our hand. But when we've got 7 high here after check, check, turn, difficult not to try and fire. And does get Smith off the best hand. Well played by Zainescu there.
Pretty scary spot to fire, and she finds it. Oh. 7 of spades exposed. Doesn't show the full bluff, though.
Keeps him guessing. Like it.
Well done. Edartsev and Heredi, the only 2 stacks at the Onyx above 4 million. Smith now on the short stack. Back to DTD Live. Kuzmanis trying to hang on in there with the best of it. Ace-8 versus the King-Queen of Basil Musa. Holding through to the 4-deuce-deuce. Oh, Queen of Hearts drills the turn. And just like that, the Lithuanian, 6% only to survive. Needs an ace on the river. Can't find it. Basil improves further. Didn't need it, but knocks out his man. GG, Kuzmanis. And there we go. We are into the final 100 runners, out in 98th place for $5,500.
And what we expected to see after the bubble went, well, probably about an hour and a half ago. Already losing over 100 players since the bubble has burst. Looking to play down to a final table tonight. That may not be the case, dependent how many are left in a few hours' time. We'll play it by ear. We'll see how it goes as we jump back to the Onyx table. And a bit of action here.
Absolutely. Have an open from Sharapov, peeled by Zenescu in the small. Middle set versus a 9-high flush draw. 125k c-bet from Sharapov. Zenescu very happy to pay that price. Looking for a spade turn. Very bricky looking 3 of clubs, Jay.
Yeah, not what we're looking to see as Zenescu, not even picking up any sort of straight draw to go along with the flush draw, and Sharapov probably wanting to get this over 2 streets. Going to be way too much to jam for 125%. Our hand too strong. Unblocking the top pair, King X. Especially from small blind as well. Zenescu potentially going to peel some suited kings like King Jack off.
300.
Yeah, it feels like a spot where we can front load turn, I think. Like, you know, when people have hands that just automatically continue, like the King X, the spade draws, the Jack 10s of the world. Obviously not a big issue, but he decides on 300k. Gonna leave himself 40% or so for the river.
So
he does call again.
Feels obliged against third, but got to call and see one more. There are some scenarios, though, can be some bigger spade draws out there.
Yeah, 9 of hearts, river, no good. Sharapov, one would imagine, always sends this in.
Always.
Zenescu now has rivered a pair. I mean, we can beat the H-Jack and Ace-10, Jay, right? That's
yeah.
what she's thinking.
That's about it. The problem we've got here with our catcher, like Jack 9, 10 9, probably continue bluffing on this river as well. Like the Jack 9 suited, the 10 9 suited are going to be very nice bluffs on this river. Removal to like King 9, removal to Jack 10. So when you fall into that remit of start losing to bluffs, like never really want to be throwing the cape on.
A nice one for Sharapov, back over 2 million. Blinds, of course, up to 50k 100. Lots of shallow stacks. We can expect a fair bit of chaos over the next couple of hours. Luxon table. Menhart, 7 blinds, sides, +1, 8-9 of suited is just enough.
Yeah, feels fine. Feels fine. For 7.
Now to our tournament run.
Yeah, just dominate too much stuff at 7. Suited King's going to be shoving King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited, even like the Queen 9 suited. Going to be getting in there, and even against like the Ace X here for Zhang, we're going to have just north of 40% against like the Ace 2s for Ace 9 suited. King Queen too good to let go against a 7 big blind shove, and Mihalak finds the same hand in the small. He would have liked to do what Zhang has, but can't do anything now once she shoves in front.
Here we go then. Menhart versus Zhang. 1.7 million in the middle. German looking to get there, stay alive here in the Luxon Grand Final. Ace 6-10 flop. Got shots for both players. Menhart looking for the middle of the deck. 7s, 8s, and 9s still working, and boom. 7 of diamonds just drills the turn, and all of a sudden Zhang needs to hit that gut shot. Looking for a jack. Can't get there. 6 of... Oh, I thought he was leaving. He's not leaving. He's having a drink of cola or whiskey or whatever it is. Right. Looked like he was doing the old, I'm getting out my seat. Unfortunate one for Zhang. But she's still in there, and it's a pretty shallow structure. 18 bigs enough to work with. As we see Julian find the double to get back in the hunt. Back to the Onyx we go. Smith in there once more. It's a limped pot, this one. Blind on blind. Generalov trying to show this 7 down. Smith. Well, we got 5 high. Our opponents check twice. Let's try and find a way, an avenue to make him fold.
Yeah, not been a fan of some of the lines of Smith today. I've loved the aggression, but feel like this is actually a really nice stab from him here on the turn. Once check 2, once we pick up this dummy and gut shot.
Does he recognize here that he needs to continue bluffing? He was just hoping here that the 4 was enough to beat some kind of king and ace high combos that didn't put it in pre. That's the problem there, though, right? Lots of those hands have just jammed pre-flop, so you do end up running into sort of a 7 or an 8 a lot, I think. In any case, tough to pull the trigger. Generalov, another man who knows his way around merit. I've covered him on multiple streams and a bunch of FTs. He's doing well. Back to GTD Live. Nikitina versus Boskov. Open with the 10s, defended by Jack-10 of diamonds, through to the ace-queen-queen.
Yeah, once again, an awkward one, a board that we are going to have heavy bets on, but our actual hand, difficult to get called from worse. Usually when we get continues, we're in rough shape. But one of the hands that we can get some value from is in Boskov's big blind.
Yeah, let's go back call. Nikitina hates to see it. 8 of hearts on the turn then. Boskov now double gut shot materializing on the turn.
Yeah, however, not going to get any leads in theory here. Nikitina still with all the strongest hands as the opener. Yes, we've probably got a queen X advantage. Going to have more queens, but you're like always checking this over.
Now then, Nikitina, pretty unappetizing spot here, Jay.
Yeah, it's annoying once we get called on the flop. Just got to check back now, see a river card, which is the Jack of clubs.
This spot's really interesting. You would imagine Boskov was getting ready to bluff rivers. Now that he rivers this Jack, you may feel it's just enough kit to knuckle.
I think we'll recognize though Nikitina can still have some ace X once check call on the flop. Ace X potentially going to be doing some check-in when queen X advantage in the big blind, going to defend queen deuce suited down to probably like queen 8 off.
So you think he may go for a bluff here regardless? Well, he is. Big bet too. That looks like 800k to me.
Do we ever fold an ace though on this Jack river? Like,
I think we could.
You think? Yeah.
I mean, King 10, right, is one of the most natural hands that check calls. Gets there on the river, have all the queen X. Is an ace gonna bet pot? Maybe not. It's hard to give too many really natural bluffs, and Boskov just deciding, I'm going to put max pressure on here, maybe try and fold out some of those ace X, Jay.
Yeah, fair play from
Pocket
Boskov.
kings, pocket. Yeah, pocket kings, right, on an ace. Interesting one. I think when your opponent sort of caps themselves, it can never be bad to just go with aggression. Anyway, back to the Luxon table. We've got an open from Mihalek with the 10-8 of spades. Sidolkovsky is all in for 14 blinds with ace-9 suited. Stratov asking for a count from the big. One of these ones, Jay, that even if you suspect.
Yeah, no, I'd be surprised. Like the only king high I'd probably go with in this spot, king queen suited, dominates like enough stuff. 40+% against the ace X that don't have us dominated, but king jack off, or like would be optimistic here from Astratov, unless there's some sort of dynamic with Sidolkovsky.
I mean, you still have the button to worry about, right?
Of course,
He's just min raising off 14, who can still wake up with a hand. I'd be very surprised to see him put this one in. Deep in the tank, though.
Like, yeah, a few hands we dominate, some king 10, some queen jack, jack 10 suited, but just not enough in there in my opinion, and does get out the way. Mihalak will do the same.
Yep, tried to get one through. Unfortunately, no dice. So 94 players remaining now from 1,452. Over to GTD Live and some big old hands in the mix. Open from Mahiri +2 with Queen Jack of Hearts. Boskov has just sent it for 33 bigs with Ace King suited.
Yeah,
Bukowski, Jay, pocket jacks.
like we spoke about a similar spot yesterday. Like in theory here, we should never see queen through aces because these hands want a free bet, not all in to induce. So it's a situation where tens, nines, potentially eights going to be in there, but aces, kings, and queens should not. So I feel like in that scenario, jacks theoretically always calls for that reason. Like if someone's playing note perfect, they should never have aces, kings, or queens. We flip a fair amount, yes, but there are some scenarios, there's tens and nines in there, which we have drawn to 20% equity. So personally, would never fold the jacks in that spot, but maybe feels like tournament life more important, not wanting to flip, player dependency as well, because there will be some players that still have jams with queens, kings, and aces for that amount of bigs over an open. It's not the case that they're not in there ever, but if someone is playing to theory, they are just going to be going for the free bet, not all in, with the intention of calling the 4-bet jam.
Seems like a very nice summation as we go back to the Onyx. Heredi, 5-6 of diamonds. Sebastian defending off the short stack. Flops Gin, 10-10-8. With that 10 in hand, 95% equity favorite. Heredi just reaching, try and fold out 2 random cards that have equity. 150 to go.
Yeah, Sebastian here. Don't mind either. Like, if we are going to play some check raises, going to need some bluffs as well. And like on this particular board, bluffs are probably going to come from some like free to straight, free to flush hands. Like in general, at this stack depth, we just like to call gut shots and realize equity and not get free bet jammed on. So we are raising like a 10 for value here, maybe go for some check raises or something like a jack 6 of hearts, a jack 6 of spades, something with the overcard. Free to flush, free to straight. Makes it 3-7-5. Going to be same result, 6 high into the muck.
Yeah, unfortunate for Sebastian. Heredi with just stone bottom of range, nothing to continue with. In any case, stabilizes that stack up to around about 2 million. All right, then back to Luxon. We have an all-in and a call. A Stratov versus Manhart. Blind on blind, no less. Huge cooler. 3.3 million in the middle. Manhart looking to hold a Stratov off. And that's a good start. Top set, King 9-5. Backdoor Broadway only for the Russian. That'll do it. Big cooler in the blinds. Nothing to be done. Sometimes you just run into it. It just shows you, Jay, Manhart we saw was at risk just a few moments ago with 8-9 of spades. All of a sudden, up to around about average stack, I would suggest.
Now with blinds going to be increasing shortly. Take us into the 120k big blind level.
Back to DTD Live. Limped pot here. Bukowski flops huge. Middle pair. The 10 high flush draw. Biz with Queen 5 is going to take one off. I can see it. Have an overcard. Backdoor clubs. Backdoor straight draws. Can occasionally have the best hand. King of spades turn. Decision on Bukowski.
Feel like one that now likes to check. 2 overcards to our 7. Pair flush draw.
Yeah.
Got a comfortable check call if met from a barrel by Biz, which we are going to be.
Okay. It's gone pretty big. I love Bukowski's facial expressions. Very expressive. There's going to be so many hands that we do well against, Jay, right? The 4, 5, 5, 6, 8, 9, 9, 10s of the world. All going to be bluffing.
Just a really comfortable check call for Bukowski, but we are going to have a spot if met by a barrel on the river here.
Yeah, this is awkward now for Biz. We've got pot back. We've found ourselves in this spot with just queen high. We know we don't have the best hand. It's going to burn through a time bank. So incredibly for value, Jay. Just
yeah, this is the thing. Like, as Bukowski, if we're met by bet, like the first question I'm going to ask myself is how often does this player bet a jack?
He's
Has he gone
found
for
the
it
jam.
all?
Let's go, Biz.
Wow. So now this is interesting because now we start eradicating Jack X. I don't think a Jack's going to choose this size. Calls flop, goes for value on the turn perhaps, but expect the smaller size at river. So now Biz trying to sell the story that we're working with a king or better.
Okay.
And on the flop, I guess if we're calling queen five of clubs, well, I'm surprised Bukowski didn't take longer there. He got a few time bank chips to think about that one, blind on blind. I guess he just gives his man credit for a hand, but fair play to Biz.
I guess it's not great to have hearts.
Yeah, of course.
And not great to have a 10, right? So
yeah, the 10 of hearts not good. The 7 of hearts are relevant because it's the pair heart, ain't it? But the 10 of hearts not the best card to have. But I think we still need to.
I can't help myself.
Take a little bit longer there as Bukowski and just think about the spot because I don't think a jack is ever going that size on the river after bet and turn.
It's business time.
Love it.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. Right, Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 2. We are ticking down. I can let you guys know we're going to play until level 25 today. We're now in level 21. So another sort of 4 or 5 levels of action still to go. It's been fast and furious. And that'll take us down to what? 15 players, do you think? Something like this?
Two tables, I reckon, somewhere around that ballpark.
Credit to Biz, by the way, for finding that. Not easy to find the all-in with the naked queen high. Happily for him, got it through. Back to Luxon then. Katikin from +1. 240k to go. Blinds have gone up to 6120 with 120k ante. Round to Menhart, who's finding some heat at the right time.
26 here now with the blinds up, so
call.
Just a call, says Andrew.
I'm going with call.
Last 5 seconds.
You can make arguments. I don't want a 3-bet call really versus +1. I think it's one of these spots, and the hand just plays so beautifully. Against an aggressive player like Katikin, like we've seen him show down 8-4 of hearts, right? Like, I like call. But we'll see.
Yeah, I can see it. Like ace king, definitely one that's gonna want a 3-bet call. Ace queen suited, maybe nice to just play some flats, keep some dominated stuff in. But it's close. I wouldn't fault Menhart for sending here for 26 effective, but we will see what he comes with.
He agrees with you.
It's very important here, though, as Menhart, if we are playing 3-bet, that we do not 3-bet fold this hand. Like it's very important.
That's the problem, though, right? Like, how often does +1 4-bet jam and we do well?
I know exactly. That's why maybe some flatting going on. I'm actually not sure about this one. What I do specifically with ace queen suited 26 +1 versus small seems like an awkward spot. Which way to go? But I think if we are going for 3-bet, not all in, it would be like a disaster at 26 to 3-bet fold this one.
It's just one of those. It's just, I always find that people fold out worse almost always. Like even a hand like King Jack suited versus the small blind 3-bet, I think they hit the muck, and like even a King Queen suited, that might be the line for where people start peeling.
Kind of happy that King Jack suited is out there, right? Like a healthy 40%, just shy of.
Sure.
I know what you're saying though, Ace Jack. Ace Jack should never continue.
Right,
like anything we dominate.
And then when people jam, they just show me 10s, jacks, and ace king. I don't know. They're probably supposed to rip it in your eye with ace-5. People love doing that, to be fair.
To be fair, it's been toned down a bit, to be fair. I remember going back 10 years, all the rave about ace-5.
Hang on a second, Jay. We'll come back to this, because Smith has just decided. And look at this. Generalov's got 7-8 of clubs. Oh, and he's going to have to call if Kadartsev gets out of the way and the blinds find nothing.
Yeah, now this is strange for Kadartsev because we've seen what Smith has been up to all day, and we know he's capable of just putting it in with some spanners from time to time. But we've still got the under-the-gun opener to worry about. This is the problem, who's working with what is like 17, 18 big blinds here.
I think this is for sure a fold. This is going to be hysterical when Generalov is forced to call and take the price.
What a genius.
Wow, he gets ace 10 out. What happened here? He's marked. Oh, it was more chips. Okay.
Okay.
And he what? So he just 3-bet sent 10-7 off +2.
I warned you, Andrew. I warned you about Mr. Mark Smith. He's entertainment value at his best.
Oh my goodness.
First time I've had a look at him at the poker table. He's from the UK. I cover a lot of tournaments in the UK and never seen Mark on a feature. But I would love to see more of him over the coming months.
So he's taken the 10 and the 7 and folded out ace-10 and pocket 7s. This man is reinventing the wheel. Back to DTD Live. Boskov, Queen-10 of hearts. Beautiful looking hand. And a beautiful looking hand, Jay, when you have 9 blinds, is pocket jacks in the small.
Yeah, and off a 9, no wiggle room for 3-bet not all in. Only one option for Nicotina, and she takes that option.
This is grim, right, for Boskov. Like, can we...
Suited for 9. What is it? A third of our stack as well. I feel like it's a call because Queen Jack suited would get in, so Queen 10 suited, next pip down. Like, there's just all these, like, when she's just got all these 9s through deuces, Andrew,
Right.
it's just, I wouldn't fault Boskov for calling this one with the Queen 10 of hearts. Like, I'd definitely call Queen Jack suited for 9 when I've got 2 invested. Hijack versus small, so I don't think Queen 10 suited, if it's not in, it's going to be too far out.
Yeah, you're just really unhappy about it, right?
Oh, you don't like it, but you're getting nearly 2-1 with the Queen 10 of hearts here. And I'll give you a little poker trivia. Pocket 10s
Come on, then.
versus Queen 10 suited.
Okay.
How much equity do we have with the Queen 10 suited?
Right, hang on. Oh, Jesus, this is pressure moment, isn't it? Let's go with 31%.
Just shy of 40%.
Do we?
So, yeah, like when you've got ace king off versus queens with 2 of that suit, the queens are actually like 57 to 43. So it's actually not far off that sort of flip. As we head over to Onyx here, and it's a set for Zanescu.
An absolutely massive pot underway. Gunyaz has got it in with the kings. Zanescu praying to the poker gods. Just has to fade a cowboy, and she's done it. Massive pot, 5.2 million in chips.
Yeah, so it went open from the kings, all in from Zanescu, reshove from the big blind with the ace queen, and Gunyaz snapped it off with the kings. But what a pot going Carmen's way.
Oh, you got a feel for Gunyaz. He was about to have 6.5 million in chips. Good for one of the biggest stacks in the room, you would imagine. And Zanescu pings the 4-ball.
Yeah, lucky today, yeah. Sometimes, you know.
And small blind to hit the button.
Yeah, but if I believe...
Yeah, it seems super reasonable, right?
No need to justify Zanescu. Your jam is pure as anything. Button open, we got 4s and 10. It's got to go in. Like, no need to justify the jam there. It's a pretty clean jam.
Absolutely. It looks like there was a small side pot here, right? Because she only has 4 million. So perhaps 1.2 million still going the way of Gunyaz. Anyway, back we go to DTD Live. Bukowski, King Jack of clubs, and Biz has his man in his sights again.
Yeah, and at 20 here, we are going to go for the free bet, which we should be not all in, probably around the 4.5 BB mark. Somewhere around 600. It goes for 750. Pretty big here, Andrew. Would have preferred seeing like 5, between 5 and 6. 100K.
And Bukowski now thinking to himself, is my man up to no good? Even if you suspect, really difficult. And shrinks up. Small one goes the way of Biz. In Fast and Furious, down to 87.
Yeah, I do love the free tables and just being able to switch between the 3 and just gives us more to talk about.
Absolutely. Now then, Onyx table, Zanescu, all of a sudden some potential to be involved in an 8 million chip pot. Let's see how she proceeds, and she is proceeding with aggression. That's 3-bet.
Yeah, as we do, 33, 34 effective to start the hand here. So
50, like it.
As Zanescu, gonna have to be.
Oh dear.
Well,
Mr. Smith.
Well, it is Smith, but it's an EP open. Zinescu with the free bet from the cutoff. Ace Jack off just shrivels here and feel like it's an elementary fold for Smith. But Smith doesn't like to get out the way lightly. And time bank chip is thrown in here.
I'm telling you now, he's so angry if he has to fold this hand. Like he's inwardly seething, Jay. You can see it. The steam's coming off the ears. Oh no.
Well, he's reshoved 10-7, so cold 4-bet ripping Ace Jack wouldn't shock me as Smith, but...
Oh. As we see him build that one tower.
He's got only 6% equity pre as well.
A few chips to go. Oh. Oh. Oh, he's going to do it. Kadart's sitting thinking, and then they go. Oh my word, and he's decided, I'm going with it.
And now Zinescu gets to fold, right? If Kadartsev just rips in, Zinescu has to fold jacks, and she would have been in unbelievable shape.
Wow, what a tilting turn of events, potentially. Let's see how this one plays out. I got to hand it to Smith, he's box office.
Yeah, but with both jacks going to be going in the marquees, unfortunately, the box office man likely to be out the door after this hand. Kadartsev just going to be 5-bet sending here against this man.
Do you know what I'm loving the most? 87 left, 375k for the win, and he just built a little tower of like a small child building a tower of Lego, having not a care in the world. Is there a world where Kadartsev folds though, Jay?
What,
like,
13 bigs, ace king? Come on, Andrew.
No, but I'm talking about how he perceives Zinescu.
Yeah,
like, if she hasn't 3-bet at all, I think he has announced though. Here we go. Wow. Can she find... But you know, there's wrinkles, right? Smith is in there with all sorts. But hear me out, hear me out.
I'm not calling a 5-bet send with jack, so I know we can see it would be a great spot to call here, and Smith with only one jack left in the deck for him to survive. So the man who has been the star of the show today, entertainment factor through the roof. Unfortunately for us and our viewers, he's drawing to 18%, but is the case jack?
Oh, wow.
Gonna be hiding on the run out for us.
Okay, 3-4-3. 2 spades.
There's other avenues. He chops.
See, there's only 1 4 remaining in the deck, so 2 immediate outs to stay alive. 6 of hearts on the turn. If Kadartsev holds here, he's up to the bones of 7 million chips. Is it the end for Mr. Smith?
Looking likely 8% equity.
No!
Oh, when the crowd goes wild, chop it up.
4 on the river.
The man of the moment survives.
Oh, wow. Mark Smith. Saved by the bell, indeed.
And the sickest thing for Zinescu, if Smith just folds like he's probably supposed to, she suddenly goes from 1 million to 8 million in less than 15 minutes. But you've got that.
I mean, you kind of dismissed me. But when it's Smith who can just be in there with anything, isn't that extra money in the pot? He's still going to want to jam all the ace kings, 10s. What's he doing with them?
Yeah, but what's the 5-bet jam range? Yeah, ace kings in there, but like 10s is probably not going to be.
Well, it's Smith though, right? You've just said that Smith's ruffling it in. Anyway,
I like the fold from Zinescu. I just like
wanted to see a 3-way all-in.
We all want to see that.
DTD live. Kirichenko, very experienced. Like the size, 600k, makes it 5 big blinds, attacking Mahiri, gets it through with the ace-6 of diamonds. That was fun. If the case jack had hit, we would have set on fire in the booth, I believe. As we look at Kirichenko, 3.2 million. Boskov, excuse me, out in front with 3.7. Musa, Halabi, and Nicotina with some work to do now with the blinds creeping on up. Well, Zinescu, you're in every pot. Ace King versus Sharapov in the big, who does flop best. Defends Jack 9, finds top pair. He's going to come with C-bet. Pretty chunky, just under half pot.
Yeah, feels like always check ball here. And Sharapov with the top pair.
Yeah, he agrees. 7 of hearts on the turn. Typically better for Sharapov than Zenescu, Jay.
Yeah, potentially some leads going on here as Sharapov on this 7 turn. And looks like he's reaching for a lead here. Does have the function of charging a hand like Zenescu has. Zenescu likely to play heavy check on the 7 turn. So when she has like a hand like Ace King, King Queen, Ace Queen, just able to realize for free. So function of this lead here. Going to get some value for this particular size, going for a small 20% sizing on the turn.
Yeah, I like it. I think it makes some sense. Zenescu feels that she does fine against all the semi-bluffs, the 8-9s, 9-10s of the world, 4-5s against the bare 6. And that is not a river that Sharapov wanted to see. King of Hearts completes the board. Zenescu finds it. You would imagine he's going to check and does. Now then, Zenescu not going to seek value. Happy to knuckle this one back in case Sharapov's trapping with that 7x.
This 2.50 in the bank?
I can kind of see it sometimes if he has like a 6 that probably won't call or he's given up on a misdraw. But we can target the Jack X, I guess, Jay. It's one of those.
Yeah, I don't hate the Jack back. Like
it's pretty hard for him to call, right? Even with a Jack on this river. What a few minutes it's been for Zenescu. She was out the door until she found that 4 in 3-way all-in. Did fold the Jacks in the spot that could have catapulted her up to close to 10 mil. Anyway, a little look at the schedule for you guys. We'll take a breath. This is, of course, the Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 2. We're going to play until level 25. So we have around 3 or 4 levels left to go. Tomorrow, it's the final day of this 2K 2 million guaranteed. We will be here to bring you coverage right through to crowning a champion. Day off the following day, and then on the 11th, we're going to pick up our coverage of the MPP 2025 main event, and that is a 5K buy-in, $5 million guaranteed, as we see Basil Musa reach for chips here, second pair. Unfortunately for him, Biz has him pipped with the ace-3 in the big. Check calls.
275 into 660, around 40%.
6 of spades on the turn. Biz checks it over. Musa now with the decision, 1.5 pots back.
It just seems like a clear check here. Just going to start folding out the 7x, only really getting continues.
Oh, it's a really bad card for Basil. Now Biz, there are a bunch of misdraws out there. Brick diamonds, queen jack, queen 10s of the world, jack 10s.
That's the important thing here for Biz. Always ask yourself on value bet end, do we have enough bluffs here as well? And we have plenty from the big blind, missed diamonds, the missed Broadway draws, as Andrew noted.
Yeah, this is a really, really bad river for Basil. Just feels close to impossible to fold, and he concurs, flicks in that orange 500k chip. Nice pickup for Biz. Up to 4 million. Basil Musa now on the short stack. 1.3 behind. 120k big blind. Nice spell for Biz. Saw him execute the river all-in bluff. Pick up a couple of hands afterwards. Nice value bet there. Gets paid. Again. Wow. This time, she's not folding jacks and flops top set. Generalov, all of a sudden, dead to a queen. 3.6 million in the middle. Zenescu quickly becoming one of the stories of this tournament. 9 on the turn. No good for Generalov. One last chance to find a lady on the river. Can't do it. 10 of diamonds. Completes the full house for Zenescu. Not that she needed it.
What a 20 minutes or so for
wow.
Zenescu. A lady from Romania, Carmen Zenescu, just shy of $200,000 in live earnings. Her best score coming in Romania at a Unibet event. about 7 years ago, where she finished third for 44,170 euros, and does seem to play most of her poker where she resides. Lots of Romanian flags on the database, but can see she does take a trip here to Merit from time to time.
Well, she's got the chip lead now at the Onyx table, 6.3 million, loads of short stacks in there. Smith, Sebastian, and Sharapov, Heredi, and Gunez, all working with less than 16 blinds. And imagine there's going to be fireworks. Over to DTD Live we go. Halabi finds the number one. Pocket aces, and Nicotina, dicey waters. Pretty rare, Jay, that you have 4% equity pre-flop.
Difficult to have worse. Just hope she doesn't catch a piece here.
Oh, middle pair on the Jack-7 deuce with 10 big blinds behind. Trouble for Nicotina. Halabi, pocket aces with the ace of diamonds. Loving life. Not quite chunky, it looks like.
Difficult here for Nicotina once we catch this middle pair. Only got 10 big blinds in our stack here. Wouldn't fault her for running it. Maybe there's some nuance when we have like 7-8, 7-9, we run it. Maybe when we have like an ace in our hand and block in some of this ace high stuff that we're already in front of.
Okay.
Maybe one that does check call. Got to continue.
Well,
she had to look like she was about to fold there.
This would be a magnificent find. Yeah, so hard. Just deciding. I'm going to commit myself.
I cannot fault her for this jam here, and she's going to see she is in rough shape against A7.
Okay, they have got it in. Halabi, just like that, in great shape to scoop a pot of 3.1 million. Can Nicotina find a miracle? Needs one of the remaining sevens. Her race is run. 10 of hearts on the turn. No good. One last chance. Can't find it. 6 of hearts on the river. GG's. Good run from the Russian. Did all she could, excuse me, to hang on in there. Out in 83rd place for $5,500. Good run, Jay. Last 5% of the field or so just ran into the bladed aces.
Yeah, it's just one of those. Have to defend our hand, facing 2 BBs, and then once we catch middle pair, nut kicker off of that stack depth, difficult not to check jam it against a range that is going to contain a lot of ace high, king high stuff that we are in front of. We make our way back over to Luxon. Ace 7 suited against the ace 8 here. Ace 8 of Katakin opening from the hijack. Sidorkovsky. He's 7 of diamonds here off of 25 big blinds. Looks like he's got some ideas about a 3-bet bluff. Don't mind this take. We are going to knock out some stuff that dominates us. Some ace 9, some ace 8, even ace 10, not really loving life. Hijack versus small.
Yeah, this is pretty nice. Note the sizing, 6.5 blinds. Doesn't need to go huge here. Only 20 bigs behind. Most of our real value. He's going to size down. Katikin with one of those really nasty ones. Ace 8 offsuit. Even if you suspect, Jay, larceny.
Last 5 seconds.
Can't do anything because Katikin.
Yeah, this is really well played from Sidorkovsky.
Always nice when you get these combos when 3-betting that we do knock out, like the couple of pips high up. Just getting these hands that dominate us to head into the mark and the pot comes our way.
Very well played.
Just jumping back in the YouTube streets, Joey Nutt says perfect value sizing from Biz. I'm now a Biz fan. William asks, where's Espen? Haven't seen Espen in a while. He was.
We think he's still in. He's been short forever. Uh-oh, Smith has been coolered. cutoff versus big blind. Pretty grim. Tens into kings.
And it's the man again, almost his nemesis. Kadartsev thinks, I've finally got him. It's got to be this time that I send him home and pack him.
4 million chips in the middle. Kadartsev looking to get rid of the nuisance that is Mark Smith. Meant with all the compliments in the world, he's putting people in some really awkward spots throughout this broadcast. He's in trouble. Needs a 10. Some kind of diamond flush. The immediate escape routes here. Big old cooler, this one though. Cutoff versus big.
Yeah, this is just standard as anything. At 16 effective, always going to get in these two hands.
Oh my goodness. Jack 10-8 on the flop. And Mark Smith somehow takes the lead 91% of the time. He's up to 4 million. 6 of clubs on the turn, Jay. Kadartsev can't believe it. And we can see he has one out. King of spades, the only way out of this jam. And he can't do it. It's the ace of hearts. And Mark Smith, he lives.
And Kadartsev sitting there thinking, what have I got to do to bust this guy?
Wow.
He's just staying alive in every all-in, whether it be in the form of a scoop or the form of a chop. But Mark Smith going nowhere, guys. Entertainment value at its finest. I'm glad he's surviving. I think Dems will be glad he's surviving for next session as well with the entertainment factor of Mark.
Do you want to head down and tell Kadartsev that you're thrilled that Mark Smith is still in the mix? Deary me.
It's great for the neutral.
It is. Just in time for Mark. Finds that 10 in the window.
How much you think?
Yes.
How much you
Because
He's going to be trouble. To 4 million.
When I grab it, possible also, but
That takes it well. As Kadartsev, sometimes you just have that player at a table that seems a nuisance, whether they're running you over or whether they're just getting lucky against you. Always seem to have one, and today Mark Smith, definitely Kadartsev's nemesis.
We can breathe for a moment, Jay. Feels like it's been relentless pace.
Yeah, thick and fast across the 3 tables, Onyx, Luxon, and the GTD Live, the main stage here at Onyx, where the carnage has been ensuing the last sort of 20 minutes. Seems Zanescu with a huge spin up. Mark should have been out the door 3 times now, but once again finds a way to survive.
Yeah, lots of narratives here on the main. We're loving it. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood calling the action. As we approach our next break, still a little while to go before that happens. As always, guys, if you are enjoying, please do like and subscribe on whatever channel you're watching us on. It helps us to continue to bring you as much of this content as we can. I'm obviously biased, but look at that stage setup, Jay. World-class stuff from our guys behind the scenes. Back on Smith. 8-5 off in the hijack. It's out of the way. Round 2, Sebastian finds a premium holding. Ace-King on the button. Working with 15.5 bigs to start this one.
probably this one.
Should just be an open here from Sebastian, like one that wants to induce. Don't want to open shove this for 15. We want our opponents to reshove worse ace-X, reshove worse king-X. Let's just go for the open here. And here we go. And this is the reason we don't go with jam. Kadartsev here with a potential candidate that may elect to attack here, facing the button open specifically. Wouldn't fault him for taking this one.
Yeah, it isn't tournament poker a volatile beast. Just a few moments ago, he was about to have 7 million. He is going to 3-bet non-all-in. 5 bigs. Some potential route now, having not jammed. when he faces the hammer, which is about to come down from Sebastian.
Yeah, not run the best today, Kadartsev, but seems to play well. And
I really like this.
Yeah, very clued up. Like this
Yeah.
sizing is like top notch here.
Lots of people just rifle this in and hope for the best.
Also a great example for Sebastian's open, why it's going to be a much better open rather than an open send. We're just going to pick up this extra 5 BBs that we wouldn't have got with an open jam. And now Kadartsev just going to have to relinquish.
Yeah, what a tilting few minutes for Kadartsev when he really has done nothing wrong. I'm sure though, experienced campaigner, gather his thoughts, still has 2.2 million, still right in the hunt. Sometimes they just don't make it easy for you, Jay. Do you know? That's when like motivational speakers and all that, life coach malarkey, it's a lot sweeter when you've earned it. I tell them to grow up and be on my way.
I agree with you, to be fair.
Right then, Luxon table. First look for me this series at Gabdulin. He plays all of the merit events.
Yeah, and,
very seasoned campaigner. He's coming for the non-all-in here. I like this.
If memory serves me correct, this is the man that folded ace-king off of like 2 bigs last year at the final. Was a really weird ICM spot.
That rings a bell.
Yeah, if memory serves correct, I'm pretty sure it was Gabdulin last year. Had a deep run in this one when Boris Kulev eventually took the title in the main event, but had a sick spot with ace-king at the FT. But back to this hand, king-queen suited for Menhart here in the small. And against Gabdulin's stack depth here, happy to get this one in. And speaking of Espen, here he is in the big blind, 8-6 off.
Sometimes you just get dealt out, but we saw him even shallower than this yesterday. Potentially we're on a pay jump here, I think. Only reason I can imagine that Espen's taking a few moments before folding this 8-6. It's got to be. Out of the way. Unfortunate here for Gabdulin. Seems like a very reasonable one to try and sneak through.
Database was here in the main event last year when Damir Gabdulin finished 7th for 125,000. It wasn't actually Boris Kulev who won that one. Boris Kulev won the 2K, not the main event. It was Azamat Lamkov that eventually took home the £1 million last year in the main event. Sorry, $1 million.
I'm fairly sure that Boris won the recent 1 million up top event here also.
Oh, really?
Yeah, where it's like first gets $1 million and second gets 200K.
I remember the payout structure.
I'm pretty sure. Now then, let's get back to the action. Look at this. Troublesome waters. Although having said that, Zinescu, she's improved to an open-ender here to go with her top pair. Sharapov won't like this card, Jay. 5 of hearts on the turn. Having that mediocre top pair, does only have 1.5 million back. He's going to pot control this one. Oh, 9 of spades on the river. Wow, she's bet huge. Okay, 700K. It's not that huge, sorry, excuse me, 70%. I'd misread the board. Sorry, the pot size on river. Yeah, and nothing to do for Sharapov, but flicking a call. Unfortunate for Zinescu here. She is pipped by the case 9.
Yeah, although we have trips, don't think we get any raising versus B70 against the big blind, just with straights and flushes in there that are still ahead of us.
Does make all the sense in the world. So a hit to the stack of Zinescu. She's still healthy though with 5.1 mil.
Good evening to Richie Bernard, tuning in from the DTE Player YouTube channel. Evening, gents, working 3 times as hard. I'm enjoying it, Richie. I think it's nice to not have that 30 seconds to fill when the dealer's riffling the deck and Being able to jump between our three featured tables, I'm loving it in here.
So he says nervous for the game tonight. Is he a Spurs man? Or
Yeah,
he's a Spurs man.
he's a Spurs man.
Oh, you know I'm going to rub it into you something chronic if you dust it off. Right, all in and a call. Mahiri, 75k left only. Has ace-king in the small blind and somehow doesn't have the best hand. Where is the justice? Alabi with the queens. We have the classic flip for a very small pot. Mahiri looking to stay alive.
I have to take back from this.
Here we go then. Alabi looking to knock out another player. So far, so good for the pocket queens. Jack 6-7, 2 hearts. Mahiri needs help, needs it fast. One more chance to remain alive in this Luxon Pay Grand Final. Needs an ace or a king. Can't do it. 8 of spades completes the run out, taps the table. Good game, sir.
It doesn't seem fair to have that smaller stack and somehow be flipping against queens blind on blind, but good run nonetheless from Mahiri. $6,300 he will be taking home.
Sorry. Don't go, please.
A good run for him. Alabi just casually going about his business. Saw him dispense of Nicotina with the aces. Now does the same. Knocks off another with the queens.
Made that nice ace-queen suited fold as well.
He did. Just shows you got to be patient. I believe he only had 7 bigs or so at that time. He's on the move. Little look at the payouts for you guys. First place going to take home $375,000. Casual $250,000 for second. All the way down to 9th place, $37,500. The minimum payout for all who make that final table. We'll be taking you through that tomorrow. Myself, Jay, and James, all the way to crowning a champ. Back to the Luxon we go then. Hijack versus Cutoff. Single raise pot. A Stratov is going to c-bet here, Jay. Does have an overcard, does have a draw to the wheel.
Yeah, once again, maybe should be checking at a decent frequency here, Astratov. I spoke about this spot yesterday. Anyone that was tuned in, like the cutoff versus button, the hijack versus cutoff, we actually do a fair amount of check-in. Get a lot of boards which are actually pure check as well, which just means we check our entire range, but maybe feels that the ace-5 suited too good not to bet with the wheel draw here, but going to get some bad news when heart continues.
I wondered if you consider raise here. They are getting pretty shallow. I wouldn't hate it, honestly. Some potential to raise and knock out some equity. And we have a pretty decent top pair facing a man with 15 or 16 back. Wouldn't hate it. That's just call. 7 of hearts on the turn. A Stratov now with the decision point.
Yeah, so is he going to think about tripling this one off once again? Need to think about what men hearts rages once he calls our flop bet. Potentially going to have some 9x pocket pairs. Could be in there. Club draws.
There's going to be a bunch of the sort of Queen Jack suited of this world, you know, the Queen Jack of spades. Hands like this, Jay, right? That call a quarter pot on the flop. They're not really going to go anywhere, so we can get some of these hands out of there. Decision now for men hearts.
First 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty clear continue. It's just whether we want to continue in the form of a jam or call. Our opponent obviously repping the overpairs here, but from hijack can have a lot of opens. Any suited A's, suited Kings, stuff like Queen Jack off going to be in there as well. Like if they're just overdoing it here with stuff like King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack with a bare club in hand. Pretty standard continue.
Yeah, maybe deciding whether to ask for the rest and just shut out any of those potential semi-bluffs that have equity, but does go with just call once more.
Yeah, that's the only decision point really, whether we always have to continue, just whether to play for all of it or not.
Well, that's about as good as it gets. If there were any concerns on the turn, they've been eradicated on the 9 of hearts river. And a Stratov now Can we beat some hands, Jay? Just like beat all of the non-ace high clubs?
Yeah, just like the Jack 10 of clubs, the Queen 10 of clubs, stuff with 2 overs and a club draw
5 seconds.
that we are in front of as Astratov. The thing is, maybe like all the ace 10 suited, ace jack of clubs, this stuff on a free bet, get it in versus our stack size pre, which is kind of interesting.
And like the nut flush draws of Menhart might be compelled just to run it on the flop.
Yeah, could see it as well. So maybe, what are we trying to get rid of here as Astratov? What's going to fold to our all in? Obviously a 9's never folding now.
Yeah, this one feels dicey to me. Maybe trying to fold out pocket 8s or something like that. That didn't 3-bet call. Does find a nice check. Can maybe beat some hands. Menhart now, his opponent with 2/3 pots. Any universe where we don't ask for all of it, Mr. Harwood?
Well, once Astratov checks, he's just going to have to give up maybe some overpairs. I don't think overpairs fold versus any size. So
Right.
I guess we're just all in, Andrew. Like, it's just bluffs that have given up that aren't calling any size, or he's potentially got an overpair worried about a 9. So I can't see a world in which we don't ask for all of it when we've got, what, like 60% back.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Well, here comes the artillery.
6 bet.
Looks like 1.4-ish to me. Now, Stratov with the decision. Can we hero this off? As natural ones we beat, Jay, the ones we already spoke about. 10 high, jack high, queen high, king high clubs. Not much else.
So
5-6 suited somehow that was in there that seems unlikely from cutoff.
yeah, it's one that should fold.
That's about it
5,
though,
6
right?
suited.
There's not much else.
Like all the other wheel draws, just fold in turn, ace 3 suited. If that's ever in there, the 5 does play, but can't see a world in which this heroes is Astratov and does choose to fold.
Yeah. Nice hand from the German. He's up over 4 million now. Tick ever closer to the business end of this tournament. 76 remaining then. Basically 5% of the field.
25 levels played today.
Well, off to the Onyx, all in and the call. Sharapov versus Heredi. I feel like Sharapov's been drinking that cup of tea for about 4 hours. Anyway, King, King 3, no good so far for the ace queen of clubs of Sharapov. 7's holding for Heredi. Still holding now. Could get there the dirty way. And 8 now also good for Sharapov. 8s, aces and queens. Try and knock off Heredi. Can't find it. 4 of clubs completes the run out. Full double up for Heredi. Up to 3.4 million. Unfortunate one for Sharapov.
No?
He's short now. So come on then, Jay. Spurs.
Oh, please don't.
What you got for me?
Well, I'm hoping we just qualify. We got a 2-goal advantage. It would be very Spursy for us not to qualify from here.
4-2 to Bodo and then get a man sent off.
I don't even want to think about it. I will be watching some of the game, hopefully, but it's Spurs at the end of the day. But I feel like we'll turn Man U over. I'm more worried about this second leg in the semi than the final, to be honest. This feels like the final for me, to be honest, because that Man U team are diabolical. You think Spurs are bad?
Unfortunately, Jay's microphone is no longer operational here in the booth.
Jumping over to DTD Live as we see Biz with the Queen Jack suited opens to 250 from +1.
By the way, mark my words, Harry Maguire scissor kick in the final. Mark the calendar. Right, here we go. Well, big old pot about to get underway. Excuse me, what's going on here? Boskov, he wanted to push them all forward. Well, we have a raise and all in from Kirichenko. Cold call from Boskov, 5.7 million chip flip. Kirichenko delighted to see the ace king. Once Boskov calls off behind, a massive flip here at DTD Live. Tournament defining possibilities for both. Here we go. 5-5 deuce. 2 clubs, 1 heart. Good flop for Kirichenko. Boskov, 2 overs and backdoor capabilities. Looking for an ace or a king for immediate help. Cannot find it. Through to the queen of spades. One more chance at it. 6 outs one time. No. Joy. 6 of spades on the river. Just like that, Kirichenko up to 5.7 million, and he is a very dangerous player, Jay.
Yeah, what a spot that for Kirichenko, though. When you see the snap 4-bet, someone trying to snap 4-bet, send and not even think about it, you're just praying to see ace-king, because most of the time there we're dead to 2 outs. But first had the first sweat to fade the overpair, which he did. It was ace-king, and then the second sweat to win the flip.
Yeah.
And becomes a chip leader at
Also
the table.
worthy of note, Basil Musa was short and it's back to 4.4. Go on, sir. Back to the Onyx we go. Smith's in there from under the gun versus Heredi and Zenescu. And here she comes. Looks like this is check through to the turn, Jay.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
So, gun open, 2 calls.
Yeah, okay. For some reason, I thought it said Heredi had bet. Excuse me. Seems a curious one, Jay, though, right? To check back flop and now start bluffing. Do you know, like, are we repping a slow-played queen here, right? Like, are all of our ATEX
well
checking back flop and now, right? Because she's kind of repping one of these holdings, right? Maybe a pocket 9s, something like that.
I feel
that would
like
make some sense.
Potentially missed a spot on the river there once we bet turn on that queen, when now the 8x gets counterfeited and there's a boat on board and the small blind's just always going to start leading queen x, I feel. So maybe there's like some 2x pot stuff going on where it's difficult for our opponent to ever have 9s through jacks, ever to have a queen.
Makes some sense. Ines could be happy to chop that one up. Her head above the parapet with the 6-high bluff. Gets half of the money back. Now then, Gabdulin, sub 10 blinds under the gun. Ace jack of spades. They're going in. And runs right into it versus +1. Sidolkovsky, 3.6 million for him, Jay. 30 bigs.
Yeah, awkward one for Sidolkovsky, whether to just play flat or whether to ISO. I guess it's never going to be a bad thing to ISO for 30 when we're as high up as jacks. But never fold in this spot. It's just which option to take, whether to ISO, still the whole table behind, or potentially flat. And he's going to go for the flat here. And Astrotov with the ace-queen suited.
He's out of there.
9 big blinds.
I don't think this is too close. Oh, all right, I'm wrong.
There we go. Sorry, 11 big blinds, just shy of. Was looking at the 1.185.
It seems thin to me. Like +1, just calling 10 bigs out of the 30. I'm kind of terrified that we're just up against some big daddy hands. Like, I'm trying to think bottom of range for +1 to call, like pocket 9s, 8s.
Yeah, I feel like 8's probably calls.
Might
just
get
sub
in.
10, 9 big blind jam. I feel like 8 is going to be okay. And now Zhang's got 9s, but we got to let it go after this action. Done, +1, +2. Like, if I'm sat here with 10s, I'm going to be hating life.
Oh. Okay, there's a few time banks there. In a rubber band. Been deposited. Yeah, I mean, even in the dream world where it's ace, king, ace, queen, right?
Yeah, but you got to think about Astrotov once it goes gun, open, shove, +1 call, and then Astrotov wants to overcall, well, shove for his extra big blind. Like, he's not doing that with pocket 8s, he's not doing it with 7s. Best case scenario, we flip, but likely to be drawing to 2 outs against at least one of these players.
Penny for the thoughts of Gabdulin. He knows he's in bad shape here. He does have live spades, about the best thing going for his hand. Sidokovsky just making sure here. You know, you don't want to make a mistake here, Jay, right? And your opponent has 5 million or whatever.
Sneaky 500k chips or something sneaking behind the stack. So always fine to just get a count to clarify.
All right, then. Three-way all in. Gabdulin versus Sidokovsky versus Astratov. Sidokovsky, pretty good shape here to knock off two opponents. Needs to fade aces and queens with the immediate outs. 4.1 million in the middle. So far, so good. King 8 deuce, rainbow, 1 spade. And wow, jack on the turn. Almost seals it. There is a 10 possibility for a Stratov. Doesn't materialize. 3 of spades, river, GG's.
Sit open,
So
table
losing
3.
2 there, Gabdulin and Astratov. Astratov will get the higher place finish as he did have Gabdulin covered slightly. Both players will take home $6,300. As we head towards the next break, I will be stepping out of the booth and Demps will be jumping in.
I'm sure he'll be regaling me with stories of what he had at the buffet.
He said he was making a trip to the tea room, actually. He said he was going to spend a few hours.
A man of culture.
Yeah. A couple of nice hot beverages and some pastries for the man.
Classic James Dempsey. Right, back to the Onyx. Gunez, who we saw get very unlucky earlier, he's at risk. Gets it in good though. Ace-6 versus 10-4-0.
Do we need to call this one for 5?
Seems pretty thin to me. Sebastian deciding I'm going to run it. It's still live. 10s and 6s will get the job done. Gunez trying to cling on. Cling on he does. Queen of diamonds on the river.
I feel like just north of 5, we still need some folds. It's not like an any 2 call like it is like a 3 big blind shove. I feel like we still need to fold that like bottom 15%.
Sure.
From the big blind. Chips valuable, especially at this stage. Approaching, well, actually there now, last 5% of the field. So everyone on their feet from this table at the Onyx, but we are going to spin over, I believe, for one more hand at Luxon. No, we are not.
No, we're not. All right, then. So we'll take you through the chip counts. Onyx table. As we conclude that frame, Carmen Zenescu, she's been one of the stories of the hour. 43 bigs, good for a shade over 5 million. And well, one of the other big stories, Mark Smith, somehow still around 3.8 million. It's like a cat with 9 lives. They just can't get rid of him. He's going to be dangerous. Kadartsev has been super unlucky. Could have had 8 million chips as it stands. Still has 2.2 to work with. Gunez and Sharapov on the short stacks. Over to the DTD live table. Kirichenko, who we saw win that big flip with 8s versus Ace-King a moment ago. 5.7 million for him. Musa, healthy, 4.4 mil. Going down the counts, a bunch of medium stacks. Biz has played very well. Still in the mixer with 3.7. Leonid Bozkov with 650k. He's got a lot of work to do to stay alive as we move forward. And concluding the lineup of tables, we've got the Luxon table, Sidokovsky. We've liked the cut of his jib, taking some light 3-bet spots. He's up to 6.3 million. Menhart, the German, he was down to 7 blinds, found survival with 8-9 of spades, and it's been upward trajectory since then. So guys, please don't go too far. We're going to have a 25-minute break. Then myself and James Dempsey will continue to cover the action. See you soon.
5 seconds. One flop. One all. Hundred. 100.
Something every month. So they have like a weekend every month. So, but yeah, let's see.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, what am I gonna do now if, because I'm playing till, I'm in London till Cyprus finish.
Right.
Like first, like early June, 2nd of June.
Yep.
And then if my apartment in Dubai is not ready to move into yet, I need to do something silly.
Yeah, well, Malaga is, I think it was 16 to 22, but
Of June.
June, yeah. But Namur is earlier. I think it's 27th to the 9th or something.
Well done.
Yeah. I've never been though, but they say that one is the best one. Like that series in Belgium is like, if you ever go to Namur, like that's the only one to go for. But yeah, I'm not going to that one.
Yeah.
There's something in Slovakia as well, the WPT. But again, it's kind of small. They have like a 1K. But if you're homeless, I mean.
True.
At the end of June, I'm thinking,
Might as well go play something while I'm still homeless, I guess.
Right there. What now? Okay. 25. Next 20 seconds. I don't need your second card. I do just one.
Always sweating.
GG. Good work. What do you mean always? Last time you didn't even... How did he know?
Never easy. Queen on the turn. Your spots.
had the best hand, and I hadn't played much PLO, so for me to catch it, it was like one of those weird runouts where I don't remember exactly what happened, but even the dealer didn't see it, you know.
Right.
Someone caught it. So.
I had it in a 1K in Talon once, where I thought I busted, and then I went to re-enter, and then the lady at the cashier was like, "You can't re-enter it, you're already in it." And then I went back, and I'm like, "Oh, I still have chips."
After this? That's it, or?
I have no idea. It doesn't finish in the money, does it?
No. Probably not. Unless you just savage everyone. Just keep hitting people. Yeah. Sending people down to the...
Yeah. But I'm never lucky like that.
Table, right? I mean, they can't leave us on the teacher for all day, for fuck's sake. Plays a lot slower, right? On the teacher compared to the other table. Yeah. We're off? We on or off? On? Okay, yeah, we're on. 5, 6, 7, 760. $810 000.
All right, Andrew, I suppose we've got to talk. We can't just bump along to this. It is the Mediterranean Poker Party. It is Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 2. And the tunes are just getting me in the mood, you know? I'm feeling it. This is how things look on our 3 features. And why don't you take it away? You were on here watching the action go down the last few levels.
Go on then, I will do. On the Luxon table, now that's a new name who we haven't seen yet, so he must have just arrived. Juan Corral, 9.8 million demps, good for 66 bigs. We did see Sidolkovsky. He's got some moves, got some 3-bet folds, playing very well. Menhart also, he was down short, but he's played really solid, strong.
I see our boy Espin in there with his...
Yeah, 4 bigs. It's kind of similar to where he was last night. He needs a spin and needs it fast. Over to GTD Live we go. Martinez Witkowska. We haven't seen them either, so that's another table change. 7.1 million, good for 48 bigs. Kirichenko, who we know well from the Merit stops. He just doubled up in a huge 8s versus Ace-King confrontation.
And 2 of those I'm more than familiar with, having done Merit streams, of course. Basil Musa in third there. And then Musta Biz in 5th. Nice to see him putting together a run.
Absolutely. And then concluding with the Onyx table, we have Carmen Zinescu with the chip lead at this table. She's become one of the stories, Demps, of this main feature table. Got it in with 4s against kings and ace queen. It was a bit of a cooler. It was button. She reshoved small, hit a 4. Then Mark Smith, who has just been the enigma of enigmas, forced her to fold jacks in a spot where he called 4, got it in with ace jack, should be folding. She would have been in a 9 million chip flip against ace king, and he somehow chopped with said ace king when it ISO'd, but he has been ballist and doubled with 10s versus kings, hit a 10, so he's still in there.
Well, before I went on my break, it was Mark and Carmen, the ones who kind of doing all the driving of the action on this table, the most likely to step out in any spot. Didn't really need, it wasn't like it was theory based that would just suddenly be like, I kind of like the situation, this hand, where it is, I think I'm going to go for it.
Smith's just going absolutely ham, like just can have any 2 at any time and just blast off. We saw him actually 3-bet king deuce off and treble it off on a queen high board against king queen, but the river came an ace. And he just rifled it in with king deuce. It was a 2-spade flop, I believe. River came the ace of spades, and he got king queen to fold. So he is chaotic.
Love to see it.
Yeah, first look here at the Onyx then. Sharapov, all in, 9 blinds, ace 9, easy. Next hand.
We still haven't fixed the hydraulics on his chair then?
He's been drinking the same cup of tea, by the way, for about 3 hours. Like
really?
Yeah.
Are you sure there hasn't been a refill?
He's like a Bond villain just sitting there, you know, sipping away at it and surveying the rest of the table.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, I've been expecting you.
All right, then. Over here at the Luxon. Corralling with Queen 4-0 from the big, and Stilkowski in the small with his King 8. So no elevation pre-flop.
Yeah, one of these.
Yeah, the kind of fiddly, ultimately are so important because you get in these pots a lot, but you know, not usually the most exciting encounters. But these are where the differences are made in tournaments.
Yeah, always really tricky. Corral had the option to maybe activate flop. You know, whenever you have a hand that really is worth nothing at all, you can go ahead and stab. Queen high, bad kicker, maybe has just enough showdown. So he did decide to check. Through to the 6 on the turn. Now with the decision having faced 2 checks, Zidokovsky often going to have a slightly pipped here, I would say, with some king high, ace high type holdings. So he is now going to go ahead and bet. It goes with half pot. We'll see what happens. I don't expect Zidokovsky to ever fold here. Does have that gut shot to go along with the king high, which can be good. And Corral kind of, you can probably expect him to bet flop with most of his 7x, right? So he's sort of repping a trappy type 10 or maybe a 6 for half pot. I'm a little surprised to see him fold, actually. Or was, I think it was full pot.
I think it was 450, yeah.
Right. I take it all back. That's going to put King 8 in a much dicier situation to continue.
Now, those of you just joining us, stay with us through that break, wondering what it is you're watching is, of course, the Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 2. And I see a few questions over on our GGPoker YouTube channel chats, mainly around what we are playing for. Well, let me tell you, this is a biggie. 2K buy-in, first prize, 375K. Second place, picking up a cool $250,000. Effectively the top 5 getting 6 figures, 5th just below that number, but some serious wonga on the line here. Of course, tournament going to finish tomorrow, Pick, as you well know. We're playing down as far as we can tonight.
Yeah, and it's another tournament that smashed the guarantees. We see Kirichenko get out of the way from the big here with King 7. Like it, he's aware that this hand can have some pretty bad reverse implied if he continues pre. As it stands, Musa with the open, Ricken peeling cutoff with ace-jack of clubs and comes out best on the ace-king 5 board, Demps.
Yeah, the sort of, follow me, hang on a second.
So action on Musa, and we're under the gun, is kind of our board in theory. You're never loving this, James, but it can never be a mistake to start with a bet here. You know, with the pocket 8s, it's sort of kind of one of these spots where we could fold out like 9s and 10s here, which has something going for it. Potential to put some pressure on like a king jack of spades or something like this down the streets. It's not fun.
Yeah, we always see this, don't we? The under the gun open, it just gets to continue a lot. But yeah, this particular hand class one that does like if you ever want to check, this might be it. But the 8 of hearts gives him a chance to potentially go barreling off.
A small raise.
As
That's very interesting.
Click raise from Rimkin.
Yeah, I don't like this in terms of a lot of the time here, you're sort of inflating the pot, and often Basil can have, you know, he has all the scary stuff, right? The ace kings, the ace queens of the world. Ace 5 suited was 2 pair, which could be one of the lighter EP raises, and you kind of just fold out worse most of the time and can paint yourself into a corner if you face more aggression. I'm not sure about that one. Does get the job done.
Right here at Luxon, Zhang looking down at 8-9 of diamonds off 10 blinds or thereabouts. He's going to try and sneak one through here with a hand that does okay when it gets peeled by the big blind, right? We don't mind taking flops, but you're pulling faces because
I don't like the open. I just think it's one of these hands that just whenever you face aggression or anything, there's nothing you can do. I'd rather just have a blocker of some kind. You know, it's hardly the worst raise in the world, just one of these. And I suppose what you were saying, if it does come to the big blind and they defend, we can cover some boards that ordinarily we may not when we start with sort of 11 bigs. Loving this, by the way, from Corral. I think this is very shrewd. He's just peeling with aces. This is really nice find.
Yeah, recognizing that there are going to be some raids folds of Zhang. If she's got real hands, it's very easy to stack those posts anyway with 900k in there and her holding, what, 1.5 times pot as we head to an ace 8-6 board. And one that you'd imagine usually favors the open. But let's see if you can find any kind of caution here against that small blind peel. I mean,
sure.
She shouldn't be up against too much ace-X, should she, having opened off this stack size?
She shouldn't, but then again, you're also thinking to yourself, is my opponent now going to peel Jack 10 suited when I'm opening off 10 blinds and I look either bladed, you know, I can have a really, really strong range, or, you know, like a King Jack offsuit would be a raise fold here, right? So some of these sort of speculative Broadway type peels, which I think that's mostly what he's going to have if he doesn't have a trap like this. And she's really in dicey shape now. I can't fault her for just trying to take it down. Wow.
Here we go. Here we go. Well, she got called on the flop. I mean, may feel like she was going to follow through on a lot of turns anyway, but this one, it's kind of one of those awkward spots though, because she doesn't make a lot better fold, does she? But
that's exactly
has so much equity. Oh,
wow, he's going to lead. This is such an interesting
hand.
Oh,
he's gone filthy. One blind.
I really like this. Just I like how he's playing.
Just recognizing she's going to check back a lot, I guess.
Yeah, he just like locks down the top of this board, and she is going to check back a lot and get to realize.
Is this hand specific because he's got the 2 aces? If he's like super strong, say set of 8s, then he'd probably still check because she just has a lot of ace-X still that wants to bet.
Sure.
As it is, she gets the call, just one blind. And if he knew what she had, the bet would not be 150k. I can promise you that. As we head to the river. And Jack on the end will give Corral the check mark with 1 million chips in there. Sorry, 1 million chips behind and 1.6 million in there. I guess there's not much reason to do much other than jam this one. Or
these are kind of fascinating though, because it sort of comes down to what we're targeting. Like, does she min raise, for example, 6s, 8s, 10s? She might jam all of these. So it starts to become. Yeah, I love it. I feel like she might turn some stuff into a bluff now. You know, like a King 10 or something like this. Is really a fascinating line that he has landed on here. And like, he probably thinks she always jams her own value anyway, right? If she does have a set or something like that, she'll jam.
Yeah.
If she has a 10 Jack suited that didn't jam pre in that river 2 pair, it's going to jam.
We're not worried about how to get value from the strong parts of the range at this point. Yeah, but they will bet. So it's basically just recognizing that she's very unlikely to have 1 pair aces.
He looks so weak here, by the way. This is like really quite incredibly played. I'm a big fan. You know, you can get her to bluff some. The thing that's intriguing is that when she has 11, I don't know if she raises like a King 7 of diamonds, for example, but maybe she does, right? If she's opening 8-9 suited, you do let her bluff something like that, like a Queen 10, but doesn't just take it showdown, and she's going to be shocked to see top set. But, you know, things could have been a lot worse, because if he checks turn, she has the decision, do I take a free card, which maybe she could. She thinks she's being trapped. Fascinating hand.
Yeah, and I think she will be, it's one of those, she's sort of relieved, but also a little bit upset, which is how much equity she had to run down that top set of aces.
He wasn't folding on any river. Fun hand, and I like that from him, though. he's going to be one to watch, I think, because most people maybe just look to 3-bet, get it in, and he found a spicy line.
Godatsiev here in the hijack, 3-bet jamming over the Sebastian Open for, what, around 12 blinds.
Yeah, Sebastian just with one of his raise fold candidates. I mean, they are kind of MP. You could talk yourself into gambling here, but in general, the plan was to raise and fold to a jam or fold to a 3-bet, I would imagine.
Yeah, for effectively the same stack.
Yeah, it's one of these, it's like kind of annoying that if we were in the hijack ourselves or in the cutoff, we probably just open jam for 12. And, you know, you get to realize your equity across 5 cards. But I do think I like the min raise. And yeah, there's not much to be done. Kadartsev, Demps, when you were away, got into the several wars with Mark Smith, who has been our absolute star of the show, and should have busted him twice. Had ace king v ace jack and kings versus tens, and Smith got a chop on the first one and he got 2-outered on the second. So it's one of those where he's sitting there thinking I should have 9-10
Yeah,
and it's really quite frustrating.
And I mean, Jay's obviously been here since the start of the day till I've just tied back in, but he would have told you the same story when you came in, that these two have been battling. So a real big dynamic on this table. What I couldn't believe is I've come back to this table and there are so many of the characters still sitting at the table. Like no one's busted, despite the fact this table was playing sheer lunacy. I mean, a couple of bust outs, but for the most part, the table is intact. As Sharapov's turn with the boots from under the jump. How's he going to play this? Go for like a little mini raise. It looks like it is.
Nothing else to be done. We were talking about this quite a bit in the previous frame that, you know, in modern poker, this doesn't need to be so strong, right? Whereas like 10 years ago, this was always aces or kings.
Right. If you were playing a hand 10 years ago on the gun with this stack, it was all in or fold.
Just always had it, right?
And so when you min raised, it was like, yeah, come on, mate.
We've got it. Whereas nowadays, people are going to find, you know, king jack off here and stuff like this. And there is king jack off.
Guna's very short himself.
Can't put it in though.
Very hard, isn't it? Up against that under the gun open.
He's another one who got super unlucky. He had the kings against Zeneska's 4s and the big blind overcall all in with ace queen. Both himself and Radskardsev could have both had chunks and now very short. And here he is. He can't do it again, surely. Never say never. Pretty easy defend, even though you're not loving it against the shallow open.
You love it now as it comes 7-6-3 to spades. Just the old top pair and gut shot straight flush. We see here a 58 to 42% equity favorite up against the boots. And I wonder, does he ever do anything? But yeah, he just goes for the check jam. I think he's just, let's run it. I wondered if he thought the hand was too strong even though it's just a measly pair of 7s at the moment. But we are going to see turn and river with 3.6 million chips on the line. Sharapov, the one at risk. Can Smith win another all-in?
Yeah, I mean, Sharapov just getting basically up against the worst possible combo here that's not a flop straight.
Yeah, you're thinking I'm ahead of so much that check jams, but actually here, as we said, the equity dog as the 5 comes on the turn. Improves Smith, but doesn't end it just yet. 6-3, ace. Ways to get out of this one. Oof, proved to a boat. And looking for the flush, but that will do. 6.1 million chips in that stack now.
Very nice.
I say that 6.1. I'm like, that's a huge number. 6.1 million chips from where they at the start of the day. It's only 40 blinds now.
40 bigs, yeah.
And Dmitry Sharapov, a confirmation, 66 place, good for 7,300. I think that just comes back to what I was saying, that I left you guys, you've played 2 hours, and only I think two seats at this table have changed. So although there have been some battles, the chips have been passing around, and thus, as a collective, they have been shallowing out somewhat, as you see the lead there of Smith now on this table with those 40 blinds. Guna's the one propping up the table.
Yeah, the most fascinating thing with Smith is I wouldn't be shocked to see him have 20 million in the next half an hour, and I would not be shocked to see him out the door.
Yeah, both things certainly possible. Question is, will he be here tomorrow? for the final day of this Luxon Pay Grand Final. That is what we have in store for you. Not quite sure yet how many players we will have left when we reach that point. Of course, this structure is slightly different to the ones we've had thus far, where the levels do get deeper as we go on. We're now onto the sort of spot part of the tournament where the levels are 50 minutes long.
Oh, it's gone 30, 40, 50.
30 for the first
Okay.
10, 40 for the next 10, and then 50 from then on. I'm pretty sure we're now at that point. I'll just check that in a moment. But
4 ace, 800.
Yeah, we are going to play 25 levels. We got confirmation on that. So however many are left at the end of level 25, we're going to bag and tag them for
so there you go.
tomorrow.
You're bringing me some knowledge.
Wow, how just Espen has just been bled to death. Like, genuinely have not seen him have a playable hand for 2 hours. And that is the problem he finds himself in here. Now, these spots are always intriguing. With the raise in front and 3-bet, he might gamble. Yeah, I'm not shocked to see it. You know, for 3 effective, you can have that sort of potential dead money from the open raise. Might tip the balance in this type of spot. Unfortunately for him, he is dominated by the Queen 10 of Hearts. I can see just running this one for sure.
Well, he's got out of worse spots. There's more money on the line, no doubt. He don't win that tournament without getting pretty good at these situations. The old all-in. 7-7-6. 1 club out there for the champ.
Yeah, a couple of glimmers of hope with backdoors, but looking fairly bleak at the moment. He's going duck hunting.
What do you reckon the length of time is a main event champion has to go before they complain about not winning all-ins, do you think, or running bad in a tournament? Do you think there's a
24 hours.
I think it's an agreed upon number. GG's Espen.
Yeah, unlucky.
Absolutely loving seeing him here, by the way, at the MPP. We've been discussing it a little bit on stream about, you know, different types of main event winners and the way you go. I mean, I know where I would fit in. I'd still play poker a little bit, but I probably wouldn't grind that much. Whereas Espen is going the way of trying to create a legacy.
Yeah, he is.
Vault himself into the minds, and when we think of the best players in the world and the most consistent, and he's, you know, he won the main event for 10 million. Since then, he's cashed for $8 million.
It's pretty sick, isn't
I mean,
it, really?
he's nearly doubled up the earnings.
He's not exactly sat back on his haunches. That's absolutely right. Well, over to GTD Live we go. Intriguing spot. So we have an open from the cutoff. Small blind has jammed, and Bukowski has decided not to re-ISO this with 7s, which is a curious decision in my eyes. Don't like it.
Right.
Like,
We just
let's just put it in, and if Kirichenko wakes up, he wakes up. We only have what, 25 blinds back or so ourselves. I'm not a fan of this. I guess he thinks that there won't be betting into a dry side, but you do just allow Kirichenko to do something like this and flop bottom pair, gut shot to the wheel, overcard.
More importantly, just realized, of course, it's all the name and the action be completed here at Boschkov, but it's the Penguin. My man's back in the action. Saw him deep in the 1K Poker Oak event. Now here in the money. Just a few tables left. In the 2K Luxon payers. These two will continue to play out the pot here. Kirichenko, I guess, with some sort of decision here, right? I mean,
it's a really confusing spot for him, Demps, because he's thinking, what hands does the big blind cold call? Like a 5 big blind shove? And
right, it's good hands, isn't it? That's
it
the thing.
should be good hands, and the ones we beat are the kind of ace jack suiteds, king queen suiteds of the world. We don't really beat much else, and there are going to be some traps in there. I just think this is a strange decision from Bukowski not to ISO pre against like a really aggressive player in Kirichenko, right? It's not like he's nitty, and even when you call jam, you might get him to fold out.
Right, some better.
Like, yeah, like maybe eights might fold, but you're gonna fold out some like ace jack off,
right? The big
off
overs
and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just a bit of a strange one. So Kirichenko just gonna try and get to showdown.
Yeah,
it makes sense. I think like he just beats some of the decent hands that Bukowski has, and still has to beat Boskov, and neither of them are able to.
Kirichenko could be looking at this thinking, hey, like Boskov might have a big ace, Bukowski might have a hand like king queen suited, something that I can still win with this deuce, but I'm not really going to make much better folds. So
yeah,
Does check through, and Boshkov thrilled
Happy days.
to see the triple up there for the Penguin.
Did you watch the TV series The Penguin then?
I didn't.
Oh,
No.
elite.
Yeah?
Elite TV. Actually,
there
unbelievable.
it is.
Unbelievable how good it was.
What's the Penguin holding? Has it got some sort of
Baby penguin?
baby penguin in a pouch? I mean,
It's either that or it's holding a jelly baby.
oh, making me hungry. I've just had dinner. But I can also have a jelly baby.
But yeah, I don't know if you're into your TV, but you have to give it a go. Colin Farrell, Oscar-winning-esque, or Grammy-winning, or whatever they do for TV. Anyway, Boskov.
Grammy?
What, that's music, innit? That's music. What is it? Emmy?
Emmy, yeah.
Emmy. Whatever, you knew what I meant.
I did.
All right, Zainescu, who had...
I mean, maybe Colin Farrell could win a Grammy. I mean, he does sing, doesn't he?
Who? Does he?
Yeah.
When?
When? I mean, Tuesdays mostly.
Oh,
down
right,
the local.
you're
No, I
just
mean,
saying.
I think he is above.
Is he?
I'm pretty sure he was in a band or something. I might be misremembering this. Chat, come at me. Let me know
Yeah,
what I'm
come at
talking
us.
about.
Please do.
Find us some links. Actually, don't find us links. Don't post links in the chat. I don't think that's allowed.
No.
I mean, obviously, if you get banned, say that I told you to do it. But
So we got two of the kind of stars of the last frame here. Zainescu versus Smith. She's opening from +1. Smith making the call on the button with ace-7 of clubs. Pretty reasonable. Sort of 30 bigs deep to start this hand. Does come 10-6-5. Zainescu takes the lead here with middle pair. Starts with a check. Makes a lot of sense. You're against kind of a rocket man who put a lot of chips in. And
Ooh.
wow, flip-flops.
there's the problem.
Unfortunately, she checked when she had the best of it, and now she's betting when she has the worst of it. 300k quickly called by Smith, understandably so, having turned second pair nut kicker. Ace would be a disaster here for Zainescu. Mercifully here, the river is the 8 of spades. Probably just goes check, check. No real reason for Smith to turn his hand into a bluff. Does take it down, and he's up to 7 million.
So it turns out Colin Farrell
Oh,
was nearly in a boy band
how did you remember that?
and went
How could
off
you
on a little
possibly-
thought. Well, I'm using Google.
Okay. All right, okay.
His life took a different path, and
No, but I'm saying, how did you remember the singing thing?
I
is
just
what I'm saying. Just
I-
a little nugget in the back of your mind.
Yeah, I mean, you nudged me with the talking of the Grammy. But yeah, he auditioned to be in a boy band, didn't work out,
Okay.
hasn't ever recovered.
Well, Boskov, big trouble. Would imagine he open shoved here with the ace-8 off from cutoff.
Ah, but what's the Penguin going looking for? A snowman. It's apt.
Is it? Is it destiny? Is the question.
No, maybe not so apt after all.
Not looking good.
No, far better flops are out there. In before some sort of runner on a sweat. Go both ways on this one. Okay, here we go. King for the chop. 9 for a scoop. Everything else. We'll see the Penguin jettisoned from this event. And off he goes. GG's, top of the table around.
Yeah, good game, Boskov. Solid run, 63rd place for $8,500.
Yeah, just secured a ladder up. It was from 73 to 85 on that place. 63rd.
Well, he's got the consolation, of course, that the MPP main event is now underway. So he could jump in that first flight if he so chooses.
Look at you, you're just a slave driver, aren't you? Give him a break.
Whatever.
Let him go have dinner.
He can go and have dinner if he wants.
Okay.
I expect to see him in there.
Oh, he'll be in there.
All right, then. Isao, open jamming button with deuces. Makes sense. Don't have many open jams for 18. It almost always is this hand class, you know, if you're...
I know it's
it's a rejam. I apologize.
Jam, I believe, of a Menhart's
Yeah,
cut-off plate.
I apologize. I thought Menhart was in the big and was mulling this over.
It's tough with fast-paced pinging between tables.
It is tough.
Those of you watching perhaps today for the first time of this MPP 2025 festival, well, surely have already noticed by now we have 3 featured tables in play, and we do bounce between them at quite a lick. The idea is you never have to watch the dealer shuffle.
Yeah.
Ah, it looks like a call has been made with the ace-10 of clubs. The 2 are off to the races. Not the most traditional flips, ace-10 v deuces, but...
Yeah, this feels like the kind of bottom range for cutoff. You don't love it, but you're going to be up against all the pairs and some suited wheel aces that we beat.
Oh, and a 10-8-6 board. A couple of diamonds, but nothing else cooking for the Ducks. Only the deuce of clubs remains in the deck. And that is not it. Asau eliminated. Latest to leave us. He's out in 62nd, picking up $8,500.
Yeah, good game to Paul. I've actually really impressed myself and Jay. Some nice sizing choices found, some nice lines executed. Eventually, you know, you're going to have to win some flips. Don't mind that rejam if it's against an aggressive player in the cutoff. Just couldn't hold up versus the ace-10 suited of Manhart.
I just noticed in the background there the Tournament Clock 4 main event day 1A, and I see already like 160 players in the field.
It's going to be big.
This thing's brewing when you consider how many players who are going to play in that event are still in this, and then the ones who've already busted out today that might say, hey, you know what? Played a couple of days in this one. I'll come back tomorrow to start off on day 1B. So a bumper field expected there in the flagship event of the MPP as Smith looks down at a pretty juicy looking ace king of clubs here from +1.
Yeah, he's going to be such a threat if he actually starts getting real hands, because everyone at this table is aware. They've seen some of the showdowns, some of the chaos. I'm just saying, Escu, this is maybe a case in point, James, that it might just be down to the fact that it's Smith that's opened, that's got her in here with the king deuce.
Before I went on my break, I saw quite a lot of this, and Escu getting involved against Smith, and she's just flicked in the call. Don't be confused here. She is in there with the king deuce of hearts from the small blind. And, well, 8-4-3 flop. Yeah. She showed some real like moxie in taking some really peculiar lines. There were some leads and spots you wouldn't expect it. It's hard to see how she's going to win this one.
Yeah, one of the problems I think when you face Smith is, honestly, I just haven't seen him check.
Right.
So it's, unless you literally make a strong piece, you know, this is such a speculative hand class to get involved with. He's not exactly going to allow you, right, you know, free cards or opportunities to bluff, and we're pretty shallow. Maybe a bit of frustration creeping in. Her stack has been yo-yoing over the last few hours, and Smith is making a move. I mean, he should have been out a few times, and he's managed to fade that, and all of a sudden, very healthy. 8 million plus now. Back to Luxon we go. Under the gun open from Sidolkovsky, defended by Alexandrov. Through to the queen 9-5 board. Pretty nice texture for Sidolkovsky. You know, we're going to continue a bunch here anyway from under the gun, and we have a nice combo. Got shot to the nuts, and that key card, the 10 of clubs in hand. You'd imagine pretty easy check call, James, and see what happens on the turn.
Yeah, a lot of good cards for this 9-7 still available. 2 reasonably big stacks battling it out here so far. All pretty standard, and I wonder now, Pick, with that turn card, Sidolkovsky surely going to be a favorite to win this pot.
Yeah, it's just the kind of green light here to continue putting money in. You know, we block some of the strongest hands that Alexandrov can have in terms of the queen 10 and king queen. We have a load of ace-x ourselves. We have all the strong stuff, you know, sets of 9s, ace-9 suited, ace-queen, even the ace-jack, ace-10s that we're c-betting and bluffing on the flop. Ace-kings of this world, they've now turned top pair. So he's gone for a roundabout half pot. Don't mind it. I feel like this immediately puts a lot of pressure on hands like the 9 and the 5. I would have expected a bit bigger, but you know.
Just based on the fact that these guys are pretty deep, right, you want to
sure
perhaps put some more pressure, potentially big river bets. But there we go. Nicely done. Exactly, you say, just makes the 9 and the 5 so hard to continue with.
Just really, really difficult. You know, it's going to be the 5x of clubs and the 9x of spades, right, that have natural continues, but the rest of them are in a whole world of pain. Well done. He's been tidy. We saw him find, you know, the ace-7 suited small blind 3-bet bluffs off a 23 big blinds and stuff. He knows where he's at. One to watch.
Back over at DTD Live, Kirichenko and Rinkin in the mix. A 10-8 deuce board. The former flopping top 2 and hoping to elicit a bet with the check-in flow, but Rinkin with the check back, and now all of a sudden some danger emerging.
Yeah, this is going to be fun now. Very easy turn value for Kirichenko. I just like how he plays. Like, a big bet is definitely in order here, right? Lots of the hands that Imrican checks back either improve to decent equity on this turn or they've given up. Large size makes a lot of sense here with our true pair. Does brick out. There's a few options here. I think typically people just go for the river value. The problem with check is that the only hands that really are going to bluff in position is probably King Jack,
right,
maybe Ace Jack sometimes. So just going to go for max value here against something like a turned 9 that hasn't C-bet.
It looks like about 1.6 was the bet, I think, into this 1.9 million
Pretty
chip
nice.
pot. There you
Pretty
go.
Nice.
1.65 in fact, and Rick can, I mean, surely not much we can do with this.
Nah, I mean, you want your opponent to have the Jack X, right? So like the Jack 5 of diamonds, for example, that's taken off. Most natural bluffs are going to contain like the Queen and the Jack from Kirichenko. Seems like a pretty trivial fold. I can't imagine that we look this one up for full pot. He's just taking his time. Pretty reasonable hand by both. I like how Kirichenko handles himself. Always seems to kind of know where he is and pick some nice size-ins.
He looks the business as well, doesn't he, at the table? He
just looks chilled.
Chat GPT. Draw me a poker player. I think that's what comes out.
Draw me a reg.
Yeah, he's just black hoodie, black sunglasses, a little bit of beard action going, all very tidy, and then blasting away. As I just mentioned about 20 minutes ago, these are your payouts for the MPP Luxon Pay Grand Final. First place in this 2K buy-in, that's right, $2,000, could net you $375,000. Everyone who makes the final table will be guaranteed 10% of that, $37,500. I just like the fact that second is like a cool quarter of a mil. It just feels like a nice number to pick down. I'm not greedy. I don't need to win. I'll take second if anyone's throwing it about.
Why have they added the $500 on?
Well, that came out of your wages, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Zainescu, well, this is a bit cruel for her. She's been dealt ace-queen up against that hijack open. Kadartsev with the butchers.
Now, you know, let's not speak too soon because Kadartsev has run horrendously all in at showdown.
Well,
if there's any justice, he should win this one. But as we know, poker is...
There's no justice in poker.
A fickle beast, right? It's a fickle beast.
There is. Thank God there's no justice, or you and I would have been stacking shelves somewhere for the last decade or so, as it is.
That's the spirit, James.
Yeah, well, you know. 8-6-3. Surely he wins this one. I'm just trying to jinx. I'm sorry. I should do this.
He looks
all three aces are in the deck.
Chilled, all things considered.
They're all still in there.
Yeah, she has wriggled out of a few tight spots. Gonna need to find an ace on the river.
Still has 600k back though, of course, Zainescu. She could be left with 4 blinds if this goes the way that looks likely. And that is what's going to happen. Kadartsev. I think that's like the... There wasn't much emotion showing there, but there almost was. If that makes it, just looked quite like he's like, oh, finally. It just seemed to me that there was like a okay, here we go. Now I can get something going.
Yeah, for a man of few emotional outbursts and mannerisms, that was a little inward.
It was enough. It was small, but it was meaningful.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, may it be that... Couldn't see if she was being pushed any chips back, but we'll come back to that in a minute. Sorokovsky, he's got a flush draw on this 7-6-5 board up against Corral's under the gun, and somehow he has found himself a top pair. Picks in here, tapping the table, I think recognizing that 5-6-7 tends to be the big, not really likely to be under the gun.
I like Jack here. I just really like how he's handled himself immediately from the sort of hands we've seen. Very typical now that Sorokovsky will just lead with a small bet. We can have lots of value bets. You know, we don't have to have an 8, right? We can have any 9, any 7 or whatever. There's lots of hands that can benefit from just putting a small amount of chips in this pot, which I'd expect him to do. He's going a little bigger than that. He's going on the chunkier side. So deciding to start to polarize himself already a little. It's okay. It's only 450. Okay.
3 blinds. I mean, yeah, not huge, but given the texture of this board and the range we're up against, it's quite a sizable bet. I'm with you on this one. A little surprised.
It's like half pot-ish, right?
Yeah,
so
more than half pot.
And Corral, you know, this is the one, right, where it's very unappetizing, but we have to call one. We have the very disguised kind of top pair.
Right.
We know the big blind is going to come out firing here with lots of different hands.
We check back the flop, knowing that the big blind's going to fire a huge part of their range, and we're trying to list that bet. Then we get kind of an ugly card, and they bet a much bigger size than we're expecting. Suddenly, the trap doesn't feel quite so smart.
Sure, it's just the old pot control and decide what's going on. One thing that's nice when Sorokovsky sizes up is that kind of you start to eliminate like the 6x and the 5x and the kind of weak 7x from the range. I don't think people put that much in, so he's starting to lean into saying he has a 9 or an 8. And this is a great result for Corral.
Yeah, so
I think we just knuckle. Like, there's not much to seek value from here.
Sorokovsky is surrendering this one with those overs and a flush draw.
Yeah, shake of the head. It's why I kind of like a smaller size from Sorokovsky. Then Corral, in theory, could continue a little wider, even though most of the time a tiny bet will just get rid of all the king, queen, ace, king and stuff anyway on turn. But we might have a little bit of room to then, you know, go for a little river block, keep value type size if we think we can fold an ace 10 out, for example, right, that turned a gut shot.
Well, Corral keeps on climbing here.
I like how he's playing.
There's nearly a third of the chips in play on that table. 60 players remain in this Luxon Playground final. And an ace-10, 8-board, couple of clubs. There's interest around the table here. Kirichenko going to jettison those 2 6s. But Musa, pair, and Vikauska can't shut the Broadway. King of clubs working in his favor.
Yeah, probably going to depend on size in here in terms of if Basil can continue. I like C-bet here. King of clubs in hand, you know, blocking some of the best hands. Although Kirichenko is just never going to have sort of ace, king, ace, queen here anyway from the small. Yeah, I'm not shocked to just see Basil get out of the way. It just starts to get really tricky. We only have 4.2 million. The guy is C-betting 3 ways. Awkward to continue. Even versus 350. Nice pickup.
Getting right down to the business end of this tournament with just under 60 players remaining. Things are getting serious for those who are still in. And there we go, Zenescu was still in with 4 blinds. She says, let's run this with Queen 9. And this is just cool. This is like the kick in the teeth to finish you off. It's like you jam and you just get up against the worst possible combination.
It is. And don't mind this from Heredi. He's going for the, you know, okay, I can have some hands that fold to action behind. And he's got Smith behind. He's a bit of a loose cannon, as we know. So it does allow the possibility for someone behind to shove it in with something substandard. As it stands, Ionescu, 10% equity only. Horrible hand to see.
Yeah, it's just straight up cruel.
Yeah.
To be in this bad a shape with that hand for so few chips. And up she gets on her feet once more.
She has entertained us throughout. Gonna need something somewhat miraculous to wriggle out of this one.
Seeing some love in the chat for Zenescu. 8-3 deuce, no love from the flop. Jack 10.
Yeah, only way out of this one, you would think. Or running 9s. It's looking bleak. Give her a sweat. Give her a sweat.
Not to beat. That is the end of her run. 57th place finisher. Gonna take home $8,500, and we're very close to a significant pay jump. I say significant, not because of the amount the jump will be, but because we're about to get into the 5-figure club, which is always a nice little benchmark. So
nice.
Carmen out in 57th. The top 55 get 10K, so we're on that $1,500 direct jump as we go into the next hand.
Yeah, GG's to Carmen. A valiant effort.
Yeah, I have to say I was sad because before coming back in, I was sat in the buffet, who was on a table a couple of tables down, but Carmen, so I kind of knew things clearly hadn't gone too well.
Well, thanks for not spoiling it,
Yeah,
James. That's nice.
I was kind of hoping maybe she's on a break and she just run upstairs for a bit of grub, but
right.
It's impossible. No, on a permanent dinner break.
So over to DTD Live we go. Blind on blind confrontation. I'm Ricken content to start seeking value right away with top pair, understandably so. Witkowska though, certainly going nowhere. That open-ended straight draw. You know, we can just have the best hand occasionally here if people are getting way too out of line with stabs, or we can just turn it straight.
Yeah, it's the better way of doing it.
And these spots always somewhat problematic, so I'm Ricken with the decision. Do we want to just continue to bet? I mean, there is still stuff to get value from, right? Because it's a limp pot. Big Blind's going to have all the Queen and Jack X with the dusty side cards. And he's just deciding, I can kind of define my opponent's range a little better. I don't mind it. I think I would check and flow because I don't think that people turn like Jack 3 into a bluff often enough here, if you get me.
Right.
So I don't mind just check and turn and sort of evaluating. We can get a bit of a read on our opponent with the size they use and stuff. Now when we get called, this starts to get real murky now. But he has gone for a half pot and quickly called, of course, Witkowska with the second nuts through to the 9 of hearts. Now I'm Ricken, what do we want to do?
Where's he going?
I don't know about, I don't like another bet here.
He's just getting greedy.
I mean, you're almost bluffing at this
well,
point.
that's what I'm saying. How many chips has he pulled out here?
I have no idea what this is. I think this is like far too wide for a value bet. And there's no need to bluff in this instance. That's a strange decision for me.
And it was a decision that was arrived upon rather speedily.
I don't really, yeah. Unless he has Witkowska down as a, you know, majorly overstationing him in this spot. With,
well, I mean, I'm torn between. Is he thinking that, or is he trying to make him fold the chop?
I don't think so.
It's kind of an awkward spot
in a limp pot where our opponent has all the 10x and just that's a curious river bet for me. Not sure. Well, man of the moment, Mr. Smith, already with a pretty wide open of his own from +1, 6-7 of diamonds. And like Smith is just in there swinging. Ace-9 off from the cutoff, makes the call. Don't try this at home.
I think at this point he's Agent Smith.
Agent Smith, brilliant. We were talking about the Matrix the other night, weren't we?
We were. Yeah. Whatever you
Mr. Anderson.
are fearing, he's just morphing into. Whatever you don't want him to have, that's what he has.
Okay.
He's there, just when you're not expecting it. You think you kill him off and he pops up over here. Mr. Anderson. Jack 7-6, couple of clubs.
Wow, what a flop for already.
Bottom 2 up against second pair, and Agent Smith with
This
the
is
ace of
nice.
clubs. He could potentially do something. But
really nice, by the way, from Heredia to check here. Like, I think we should check very often anyway. Smith can start stabbing, put money in the pot. You also have the big blind in there, so it could go bet call or bet raise. Now going to do the betting himself. Oh, did the big blind not complete? Okay, that's going to change things. So he's going large on the turn. 3/4 pots. I thought the big blind was in there with 9-7 off, but apparently not. Smith's showing some nice restraint here. It's out of the way. Always a little annoying when you open
Yeah.
from +1 with a real marginal one and smash the board and get no money.
Smith evades.
Yeah.
Age.
Pretty reasonable hand to start bluffing, by the way, on the flop. I would have if I was in there with that hand. Backdoor straight and flush draws. Round to corral.
The big stack over here on the Luxon tables. Mine's a suited king on the button. More than enough to activate from that seat.
Yeah, trivial spot to flick in some chips. Nur Muhammadov has the ace-4 off, demps, 12 bigs. These are the ones that in theory land we're all in. Let's see if he agrees.
They often find their way there, don't they?
I think this is mandatory against a guy with 12 million on the button.
Right.
Let's just put it in. There's, you know, what, 600k in the middle that we can just pick up here, more than. Oh, the blinds have gone up also, 100, 200, is that correct? I think so.
75, 150 was showing on the screen.
Okay, so
but you,
corral is sized up.
and maybe for that reason, just because Nurmagomedov is one of those shorter stacks, you want to dissuade him from peeling because of those kind of the risk premium being so low for shallow stack.
Yeah, nice adjustment actually, and very nice all in from Nurmagomedov. It's getting harder, right, to win at poker because people just find these now, almost every time, right? Like most of the stronger players, they just, okay, ace-4 off. It's not appetizing, but I'm against the button.
Right.
I'm against the big stack. I'm all in. You used to, you know, they used to just call James, and then you know, and you're in position and you just win when an ace doesn't come.
Yeah.
Game's changed.
It really has.
Well played by both, though, I think. Down to 54. Back over to the Onyx we go, and back on Mr. Mark Smith. 7 million in chips. King and a 7. Same suit from +1, and he comes to 300k to go. These two have gone to war. This is definitely what he does to you, Smith, though.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure that Kadartsev would never play this hand, and I don't expect him to play this one, but he's definitely thinking he wants to play pots with Smith. He's looking for any excuse to get in there. Should fold round to Heredi in the big. He has very playable Queen 7 of diamonds, unfortunately for him, dominated by Smith's open.
Jack 10-6. Agent Smith. Still with the best hand.
Yeah, pretty typical to just start with a stab here. Don't mind this half pot. Just start to leverage. Put a 6 in a bad spot right off the bat. And fold out some ace-x with no connectivity. Nicely done. It's interesting because he's done some really kind of some shrewd stuff, and then out of nowhere there's the potential to just bomb it off.
It's always there. You could never be safe. Zhang. 2 4s. They found their way into the middle of this shallow stack, and well, she's getting a spin from an under. That's
loving life, yeah.
You can't ask for much more than that when you're all in with 2 4s here from +1, and Jack 7-8 board continues to cooperate with those sailboats. Frankowski. Desperate for an ace. Not even the board pair, you know, the sort of backdoor counterfeit. You're always hoping for it.
You are. Great
It
result.
always feels dirty when you get beaten by it, but it feels so good when you do it to
When
someone.
you do it to someone.
Yeah,
You just love to inflict pain.
I do. I'm not going to lie. Well, a double up, but far from out of the woods here.
Yeah. First step completed. A few of the bigger stacks that I've seen over at the Luxon table. 3 stacks above 7 million. Well then, Kirichenko. Is he jammed? Or is it 3-bet non-all-in? Looks like non-all-in. Okay, just called. Okay.
Okay.
Don't mind this either for what it's worth. You're keeping lots of stuff you crush.
Right, and kind of a spot where if we do 3-bet ace queen against cutoff, we kind of have to go with
we
it, I
have to
guess.
go with
And
it
then
if
it's
we
like,
jam.
do I want to be doing that this stage of the tournament?
Sure.
I feel like maybe I've got more edge elsewhere.
Yeah, it's very reasonable. Pretty mandatory check call. Don't think we'll turn this one into a bluff. I'm not going anywhere yet. Ace of hearts beneficial also. For Kirichenko. There's some fun turns here. It's not really one of them. 7 of spades. We did see Umrican with that curious treble barrel blind on blind. Strikes me as someone who has potential to rocket it off. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not shocked to see it.
No. Especially perhaps maybe with that 10 of hearts, right? It's kind of like lots of hands he could potentially represent on the end here. Should he need to?
Yeah, we can put, you know, the one pair hands that don't have a straight draw in a bad spot. You know, something like a queen 8 now, for example. Kirichenko's kind of hating life. He does have the kind of one of the hands, excuse me, that probably just gets out of the way to this. You said it yourself, he thinks he's got edge elsewhere, and, you know, we could, of course, have the best hand against some of the 9-10, Jack-10, Queen Jacks of the world, and Ace-10, like Umrican has, but nice turn barrel. Well done.
Good pickup. And this is obviously one of the downsides of just having flat that ace queen pre is that we end up losing the pot. But again, throwing back to, look, we're in a huge equity situation here. 53 left. There are some players in the field that he's going to have big edge against, and just maybe I'll just wait to play against those a little more favorable situations. Over on Luxon, this is a favorable situation for Sidlakowski. That ace-jack pairing nicely on the ace-8 deuce rainbow. And up against the hand that probably just small bet can't go anywhere yet.
It's really not a lot of fun. I've been saying I'm impressed with Sidlakowski. Just the sizings are just on point, like 20% here, perfect.
Yeah, just one blind.
We might have just enough to continue. You know, in theory world, we're definitely supposed to call, but it is versus +2 demps, whereas, you know, against button, for example, right, we'd always call. Or like cut off, but it's not a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm not shocked to see him release.
Okay.
I think if we have like King Jack of diamonds, for example, right, that always continues, but not having any backdoor flush draw to go with. Backdoor straight draw just gets out of the way.
Nice evasion. Sometimes
you're just against a guy as well who you know will find the kind of bluffy barrel offs, right? It makes it less enticing, shall we say, to continue with King High.
Sebastian very short now. +1 King 10 of diamonds. Can't imagine he's going to look to do anything but put all those chips into the pot with 53 players remaining. Pay jump has, of course, been secured. Everyone now guaranteed 10,000.
This is a really awkward spot.
He doesn't seem to get easy ones, does he?
Nah, like, this is the one, you know, on the button, sure, we're in. Really does come down to you have the full table behind you. How do we perceive Sebastian? For chips, we can certainly call. I wouldn't be shocked to see fold here. I actually quite like it. I think that when you call and someone behind puts it in, it's a bit of a disaster. And right, okay, we're ahead of some of the hands, but we still do just have King High, right? If the guy has a reasonable jam range, he's still going to have a lot of pairs, a lot of the ace highs.
Snap from the agent in the big blind, ace 10 of spades.
Plus, you've got Agent Smith in the big, right?
and he's always got the hand you don't want him to have. Dominating the King 10 of diamonds.
He does.
And Sebastian evade this. Diamond in the window, a king behind, and another diamond. Well, can't say any better than the agent.
Yeah. Smith taking it in good spirits so far.
just the ace of hearts or ace of clubs now. Put the queens up on the board, put the eights out for a chop. Sebastian's all smiles for now. He won't be if this comes off.
Beautiful hand.
Bruce to the flush. A double up. He'll stick around on this Onyx main feature table for a little while longer. Dreams of loftier payouts.
Happy days. The woolly mammoth yet to be extinct.
Nice.
I think that was a woolly mammoth.
Yeah, it's mammoth, isn't it? It's the... I mean, you're not a mountain, man. This is a mountain brand. I don't expect you to know.
This, you just know the apparel. We've discussed this before.
No,
I'm not cool enough to know what that is, mate.
I know mountain wear. I'm just firing up the logo for you here. You see, this is the brand.
Is this like you when you buy overly expensive ski wear?
I don't. I'm one of those. I don't spend a lot of money on clothes, like just general clothes.
Right.
But I'm a spewer when it comes to like quote unquote equipment, so like ski clothes or
gear.
golf and stuff like that. I'll dabble there a little bit more, but the rest of the time you'll find me in H&M, my friend. Don't
you
worry
have to
about
enjoy
that.
your life, Demps.
I'm not spewing it off. Here we are then, Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 2. That is the room we are in. You can see the 3 feature tables set up there. Blue table, GTD green. It's our Luxon Pay, and then of course the main stage is where the Onyx table resides. A little quieter in the room right now. There's the main event going off, as well as our tournament, which is getting thinner and thinner in terms of entries left. We are going to play, I believe, 3 more levels. We're just about to start a new level, pardon me, level 23. So the blinds will be going up just as you started to get comfortable, perhaps on one of those shallower stacks. Grim Reaper keeps on chasing.
Yeah, there's lots of work to do in this one to stay afloat. But it is 50 minutes now, right? So we've confirmed that. So a little bit more breathing room for people as we go back to Lux and Demps and 3 pretty hands.
Yeah, Alexandrov with the cold 4-bet opportunity, which is probably when this hand thrives at its most, right? The cold 4-bet with Ace-King is like, that's its best use.
This is a pretty, it is indeed, this is a pretty grim spot now for Katikin. I mean, we started this hand with 19 bigs, cut off versus hijack. I would have just jammed this hand myself. Like, particularly ace queen off, I think it just plays pretty well. You're not really inducing versus hijack, right? Like, you don't mind them folding pocket 7s when we shove, for example. And now all of a sudden, we've put 1.2 of our 3.8 in and get the horrible news when someone cold jams behind. I mean, this is bleak now. It feels like we need to fold our hand. Like, Alexandrov should jam 10s and jacks, which we do okay against. But other than that, we are going to see that we're pipped or crushed, which is very often the case. One of the rare occasions where I would countenance to just 3-bet rip it in ourselves for 20 blinds. It's ugly. It's one of these where Alexandrov just has he just has no bluffs. Like, he's just never going to bluff here when we've put 1.2 million in of our 3.8.
In before the ace-5 suited, you know.
I just don't think in this spot that it'll do it. You know, the hijack was still in the pot also. This is a great getaway. I would have been out of the tournament or rooting for a queen. I think I'd have 3-bet shoved that one myself.
Protection does then survive with 2.6 million. Yeah. Only going to be 13 blinds, but far better than having put it in there and been chasing 3 outs. Over at the Onyx, Sebastian with his newfound wealth looks down at King Queen in the big against George's open, and put chips in there.
Yeah, Sebastian, I think he's posting his big blind.
Oh, I think it was a time bank chip.
Okay.
Maybe a time chip.
Okay.
51 remain. Still a few spots on the next page jump. That comes at 47. Although maybe our graphic could be a couple of bust outs behind, so maybe that's why he wants to use up a little bit more time.
Yeah, I think Sebastian just deciding whether to shove here or just defend. You could go either way with this one. Decides just to run it.
Right, it feels almost like the hand's so strong. We almost don't want to jam, but at the same time, playability out of position.
There's so much to be said for just picking up the 700k
Right.
here off this shallow stack. Like when we do defend and it comes 6, 7, 8 and we check fold, it's a bit brutal. I don't mind this.
And they go. They come back with friends.
Yeah, happy days. If he ladders up, you can buy another ski jumper or whatever it is.
Well, that's what we call a t-shirt in the apparel game, my friend.
Oh.
Nice gear.
Back to GTD Live. Open from Umrican. Peel in the small from Witkowska. Threes are still best. We've seen these two going to war a little bit. 10, 9, 5, 7. Not thrilling here. Pocket threes.
7 check.
Makes sense just to try to show this down. I mean, there's not much for Umrican to do. It's kind of one of these. I can't imagine we check back flop and start bluffing this turn. I think we just both trying to hunt showdown. Not anymore.
Hello. Hello. That's the unlikely card. 3. Thank you very much. I'll have a set. This one.
Yeah, it's really interesting in that, you know, we're trying to think what can we get paid by here. Like when Umrican checks back flop and turn, you can eliminate most of the really strong hands from his range.
So is this a case for a small bet then?
I think so. Trying to target like pocket sixes or something like this. Like
he's actually picked up 800k.
Yeah, I think this is a bit big when you consider the overall action. That we're trying to get called by ace-7, something like 7-8 suited that took a free card, turned a pair, and is now happy to check it down.
That's like the nut hand you can really have, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just, it doesn't really have a 9 or a 10 off the checking twice.
No,
doesn't
not
have
often.
those over pairs or anything like that.
That's right. Yeah, one of those that when it's very easy to river a set and just go, all right, big bet. But when you actually think about the overall range of Umrican here, I can get behind like some kind of block, and you might induce. You know, if he has like an ace of spades 4 that's given up on this hand, and all of a sudden you block, he might blast it in there for you.
Over Onyx. Again on the cutoff. Playing around 25 blinds. A little bit less than that.
Yeah, quite intriguing that he's gone for the old 2.5x or a bit less. If you're balanced with this, it's fine, but like quite often it can be what it looks like, that you're just trying to sort of generate more fold equity.
Trying to eyeball the stack in the big blind. It does look pretty short, so it may be a factor of that. Just trying to dissuade.
Loving that if it is
getting some of those garbage hands to fold, which of course we want them to do.
Yeah.
When they're getting great direct odds to a min race.
Really love this from Kadartsev. He plays really good. And yeah, that was a really nice adjustment versus Gunez. I like this from Savkin. And Kadartsev just pouncing on it and has a nice candidate to 3-bet jam. Well played, both of the gentlemen.
Yep. Nicely done. Exactly that. Gets a better dominating hand to fold. Oh, showed the 9.
Okay. That's one of those.
Savkin's like, you're right, mate.
You
had
just
9s.
don't care, do you? I mean, you just don't really care anyway, do you? You had King Jack off.
Ace high.
Yeah, lucky.
Yeah.
Always something I appreciate though when, you know, Savkin there has recognized the big blind has 8 bigs. I'm gonna make it the sizing where I commit myself against them and make it hard for him to defend.
1 all in.
Musa hating life here. I can assure you of that. I think this is the most underbluffed spot in all of Hold'em. Like it really might be. The big blind reshove versus sort of 16 bigs open from gun.
Yeah, it just feels good, doesn't it? You pop up this ace-10 of clubs. It folds around everywhere you want to. You want the big blind to now peel and play a nice little pot, and then somehow that opportunity is taken away from you so cruelly.
Like the big blind's definitely supposed to 3-bet jam some like King 10 suiteds and stuff like this occasionally at some frequency, but you just invariably tend to see it be very heavily weighted to the ace, king, ace, queens of this world. I don't think Basil will call this off. He's very seasoned veteran of this room, as you know. I'd be very surprised to see a call here. Having said that, it is Kirichenko, who is going to be one of the most capable players in the room, right, of finding a light jam. I think that's fair to say.
Moves are going deep into the tank.
Are we on a pay jump here, Dempson? Is he potentially going to call us off when he's burning through 3-4 time banks? It might be.
Yeah, I mean, the pay jump comes at 47, so yes,
Okay.
effectively we are. I mean, but I think this is more genuine tank, and
Okay.
then I don't think he's decided he's calling.
Yeah. I mean, we're wasting time though. He's not going to call this one. I'd have been shocked. Nicely done. Kirichenko back to 6 million or so.
We will see later.
You'll see it on TV, buddy.
No show from Kirichenko. Right back out to here at Onyx and Savkin. This time opening up with Ace King. Kondratsev in again, but this time just in the form of a flat. But we're getting into the weeds of this a little bit, playing 20 effective. Does say he wants to play a flop. And will, thankfully from his point of view, get the players out behind. So
yeah, this might actually be the first sort of decision I've seen him make that I don't really agree with. I think from the button, you maybe get to peel this. Even then, with 50 left, right, I would prefer to just see fold.
yeah, well, let's see how he goes on this board as Savkin finds one that delivers top two and, of course, delivers his range. A huge reason to bet, having opened from +2 and 500k bet. Kondratsev at least doesn't throw good off the bat.
One of those, we have so much hand, but we are supposed to see bet, right? So it's one of those that's trying to articulate my thoughts.
I think maybe Ace King, Ace of Spades particularly, maybe that's the one we want to check.
I would check here. Just normally use the old heuristic of like the closer people are to you at the table when they call a raise, you check more often. Like the further, like when you're under the gun and the button calls, you get to see bet loads. Like it is a very common heuristic.
I like that way of coming around to the thinking
of it.
It's
one of the simplest ways to think about what you do post. Like when you open cutoff and the dealer calls, you check so many flops. Like it's insane when you go into the theory land. You're checking heaps and heaps because we've got a really wide range on the cutoff if we're just opening a single raise pot. You know, like the Queen 5 suited and that of the world. So when it does come Ace 8-7, the button covers it like arguably better than us when they peel all the suited Ace-X and all that malarkey.
Yeah, that's quite a simplistic way of putting it.
It's one of the best ways. Is
the
that
further away they are, the more often we bet. The
more
closer
often
they
you
are,
bet.
the more we check.
Honestly,
I
it's one of the simplest ways to conceptualize how to improve in these spots.
I was today years old.
There we go.
Only been playing this game for.
I've brought something of merit.
Years.
I've brought something of merit to merit. There we go.
When did I start? 23 years, I think. Christ. A lifetime wasted.
No. A lifetime well spent, James. Right
Agent Smith activates Queen 10 of clubs under the gun. Mr. Anderson.
You know, I saw a brilliant post on social media about someone talking about the Matrix, and it was like a joke about a guy made about his partner or something, and they watched the Matrix series for like years on end, and she thought that his name was Neil and not Neo.
Stop it. Stop it.
My name is Neil.
Oh, goodness. Ace King of Diamonds.
That's a lovely hand to find.
We're going to have to come back to that in a minute because I can't get my head around this. But
this is grim for Smith, by the way. I'm going to have to flick this in.
Yeah, for just, 8 blinds. Put 2 in already.
Yeah, it's so grim. But
1.2 to win 2.5. When we have so much back as well, we're still left with 30 bigs.
Oh, excuse me. I said grim because I thought he had King, Queen of clubs and he's dominated a lot, but he's very live. Less grim now. I'd be surprised if he laid this one down. Another one though that you just don't love, and
Yeah,
you're
his
you're just hoping for the pocket eights or the ace king.
face saying just that. I'm enjoying this moment.
Yeah,
Does make the agonizing call, and he'd be happy to see the hand he's up against. Obviously not being dominated. Drawing live. He's living at every moment, this isn't it?
He is
enjoying
indeed.
it. As you should.
I just feel like he's going to win this pot. The way it's been going to get to 10 mil.
Well, each flopping a pair. Smith will take a chop. How gracious. I think Gunez is willing to take the risk. 8.6 million chip pot. Inside the final 50. Well, the 9 puts a jack on the board as an out. Stressful, but 81%. Doesn't get much better than this. Oh, there it is on the end.
Just felt it.
Smith drills the gut shot draw. Gunez, GG. Out in 48th place for 10,000. Notably, the last person to receive that payout. We are now into the $12,000 payouts. And wow, that was cruel.
Yeah, unlucky for Caner. He got really unlucky earlier in a big old pot. Kings V4s and Ace Queen never really recovered, was short thereafter. And yeah, Agent Smith, as you have coined him, 9.6 million. Chunky, chunky.
Coming back to what you're saying, you know, there's always those little things that you've heard of for years, and you've always thought it's something, and suddenly you find out like decades later that actually it's not that word. It's a mispronunciation or something. So you hear that this person thought it was Neil, not Neo. But there's I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there's been so many of those in my life. I'm like, oh,
it's normally
that's what
song
everyone's
lyrics.
saying.
It's normally song lyrics
Right.
for me.
That's a classic
like
one.
20 years later, you're like, oh, it's not. What's the one? It's the Peter Kay thing. You've got me begging you for mercy. And you thought it was birdseed. Got me begging you for birdseed.
Why would you be begging someone for birdseed?
I don't know.
But yes, songs is a classic example of it. Birdseed.
Birdseed, birdseed.
I'm never going to be able to hear the song the same way again. Zhang, she has gone with this one. 2 8s from under the gun. Menhart putting up the fight from the cutoff. Couldn't get her to relinquish this hand.
Yeah, interesting that Min-Ray's called off here.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly a candidate to open shove. I doubt he folds anyway, but there's a chance of it.
Yeah.
Off we go.
Well, you know the lucky number in China is 8. Queen 5. They're still best. But the equity barely shifting. Ooh, there it is. Jack on the turn. Neither player reacting to it. Fully game faced on, but the 6 of spades will seal her fate.
GG's Zhang. Played very solid. Really didn't see many mistakes from her whatsoever.
Nope.
And as much as often the case in these things, damn, she just hung on in there, just couldn't win the flip.
In 45th. Just an idea, there's a few names that have fallen by the wayside in the last few minutes that we haven't mentioned, but Boris Shmuzbekius, who we saw itching, knocking around for a while, he was the first of the $12,000 payouts. Maz Bako, he's gone, we've seen a bit of him on the features. Arunas Sapativekius, he has gone to Mirjor Grulin. Lucas Pasma, Vadzim Godsdanka, just to name a few of the ones that were earlier characters on the stream. All busting out in the last sort of 10 or 15 places.
Yeah, just jumping into this hand at Onyx. These ones are always fun. So we've got Heredi opening cutoff. Savkin defends, and he's a very savvy character. Finds the donk lead on the 9-8-5. Certainly makes some sense, especially with this hand. Middle pair and a gut shot straight draw. Heredi deciding he can't go anywhere yet. We have an overcard. We have that gut shot to the straight ourselves. We can beat some flop semi-bluffs. And this is a real interesting one. Ace of Hearts turn. This is the one. in general, when the ace pings the turn, Savkin's supposed to check a lot. Let's see if he agrees. Yeah. Makes all the sense in the world. And Heredi, well, might be time to start bluffing, James. You know, we are in the cutoff, so we can kind of credibly rep, you know, the ace-8s of the world, the ace-5, all the ace-6, ace-7 suited, all of the nut flush draws, but some of them might look to send on flop, but you hear me. Ace-queen with the queen of diamonds, right? All this type of stuff. And it gets real dicey now. Very interesting. So 550 goes a third pot, which would leave 2/3 back. Wow, Savkin finds a check jam.
Nice.
What a brilliant recognition. Well played.
Gets his man to commit a few more chips before swiping.
This is really nice, by the way. Like, that 8 is somewhat significant. We do block some of those ace-8s that we were talking about a minute ago that will bet and snap us off. Nicely done. Also of note that in the cutoff's going to have all the sort of queen jack off, queen 10 off, 10 jack off that decide to start bluffing. We can get them out too. Nice hand.
Over at Luxon, Corral with a nice hand of his own. Ace queen. Biggest stack. And he seems to be picking up a lot of very playable hands. Just a nice thing to happen. Ooh.
Oh.
I've just jinxed him there. Gichin is lurking on the button
and once
with
again,
the aces for just 10 blinds. Is this, we trap here ever, or is it a bit too obvious?
I think I'd just put it in for 10. I feel like when you flat off 10, it starts getting a little obvious, and like people don't correctly find the, you know, we're probably supposed to flat some jack 10 suited and stuff like this. Yeah, I mean, nothing to be done. Corral, you just flick it in.
I think Corral calling his friends over. You see this? You see this? This is what they find for 10 blinds. And yeah, I guess just so many hands do flick it in, don't they, for the 10 blinds? But
sure.
He's calling in his friends. They need to root for the jack. Oh my word! But hang on, we're not done yet.
Oh, you see them.
Ace of clubs at work. A shake of the head.
Oh, it's grim.
No, that is puke. Wow, you get this far in this event. Just 44 players remain, and Mikhail finds aces. Sees the action from the man in front, and those are the ones that sting. Like I always say, if I get outdrawn when I bust a tournament, I never really mind that much. It's more when I like punt it off, as it were, or not even punt it off, but play a spot where I could go two ways, and even if I've gone the right way in theory, but it doesn't work out, I kind of feel a bit annoyed.
I get you.
Except when it's something like that, where I've got it in like so good.
Even worse is the fact that you found that beautiful kind of 3-bet fold with ace-queen.
Right.
And then ace-queen puts him to the sword. It's like, we are living in the Matrix, in the sim. We were just destined to lose to that hand.
Well, speaking of ace-queen, it's at play again here. But Kauska taking on Basil Musa. The latter in need of help. Well, there we go. Broadway. Thank you.
Wow. Basil.
Yeah, 4.8 million chip pot. This is not insignificant. 2 outs for the chop. Nope. Unlucky Bukowska. Basil with it. Now you can breathe. Now you can have some enjoyment.
Little raise of the eyebrows. That's a lot of fun to flop Broadway when you're on your way out the door. Yeah, I really felt from there actually with aces. You looked... You don't often see too much emotion, but look devastated. That was a painful one.
It's just what you want to see. You want to see an ace-x offsuit against you.
It's just a dream. Horrid one. Feel for him.
Yeah.
Oh, Basil, little smile. Back in the mix. Back to Luxon we go. Open from Alexandrov with the ace-4 off. Ace of hearts in hand. A little royal draw. These ones can get fun. Menhart defending with queen 10.
Yeah, Alexandrov with plenty of reasons to start blasting into this pot. That ace of hearts in hand.
Typically just start with a small bet here on the monotone. And then proceed. It's just a great card to have as we proceed down the streets. Menhart gonna call one. Can't imagine him doing anything else. Inherently uncomfortable spots, though, these ones.
5 seconds. 6-4.
Does check call. Jack of clubs turn.
Is this one of those spots that we ever see? What I'm thinking of?
The old lead. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah, or is it monotone something?
I think it's a little different on the monotones, and I think he will check. But yeah, you're absolutely right. When it is a different, you know, rainbow texture and the like, you'll see a lot of leading from the big. Although it's interesting because once we get round to cutoff, Alexandrov has more of like, you know, he's going to have all of the sort of Jack-7 suited and stuff like this, and they all will still continue right on the King Jack-10. So it's an intriguing one. Alexandrov is going to barrel. Hard to fault it, really. You still just put all of the 10x. What happened?
We lost some on the way. He sort of cut out a bet, and while sliding them in, a couple of chips said, "No, not me. I'm not going to war. Leave me back here."
Yeah, this is really intriguing. So what? He tried to bet 900, did he? And it only allows
tried to bet 850.
Okay,
so 725 is in play instead.
He's tried to bet half pot.
I just wonder from like a tail point of view, like they start slipping out. If you had the goods, would you go back and make sure they're going in? Is it when you're bluffing, you think, well, I've got a rebate here by accident, I can kind of pass it off? Huh?
I don't know. Maybe you've just already started the forward momentum, and it's too late to pull out.
I overread these things.
Yeah. Nice hand, Alexandrov, though.
Yeah. By the way, the stare he came out with when the turn fell down, looking at his opponent's side eye.
Yeah.
I mean, scary.
He's an intense character.
Novoselsky joining our Onyx table, and well, is it going to be short-lived? Jamming Jack-9 of clubs from the small, already with a suited king in the big, and a head scratch for sure.
Yeah, these spots are not fun. For Chippy V, we snap it off. You're right, for the sort of 9.5 blinds against someone with a reasonable, you know, understanding of small blind shove first in ranges. He is still going to run it. I can understand it. We're still, you know, there are 40 left, but you still got to take your spots where you're figured to have the best hand. Yeah, a little raise of the eyebrows from Novoselsky. He's in pretty good shape, though. Once you get called, don't mind seeing King 3.
Right.
Could be worse.
Yep, flipping. We'll take it. Club in the window. Another behind it. Already sees one spade for his holding. There's all sorts of drama that can take place down the streets here.
It's the 8 of spades, isn't it? There it is. Close enough.
6 of spades. Both players drawing to the flush. Already just happy with king high. Can he take that home? Yes, he can. Comes to a pair of 3s.
Super frustrating, these ones for Novoselsky. Flop. A ton of outs. Turn some more. Can't find it. GG, sir. Out in 41st. Good for $12,000. Unlucky, Alexander. And good luck in the main.
Yep, and with that, we're down to 5 tables of 8. 40 players remaining, which means we're on a $2,200 pay jump. They're starting to get big now.
They are
talking about a whole buy-in's worth.
Getting to the business end of things.
It's business.
It's business time on Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 2.
Oh yeah.
You know me, James.
We do love it. We need a new song. I think it's our go-to, really, isn't it? But yeah, 40 players remain here. Of the 1,452. That
3% left.
Okay, wow, 3%. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice.
Right, 400.
What's the average? 6 mil, something like that. A little bit above that.
That makes sense. Yeah, Sidokovsky has really impressed me. He sort of finds these bottom range opens like religiously, finds the 3-bet bluffs. I really haven't seen him make a mistake. So impressed with him. Not going to work though. Arguably a little wide, of course, but later stages of the tournament, I feel like you can get away with it a little more often. People tend to defend a bit tighter and the like. This is a very easy one for Nurmagomedov.
Yeah. Does
7 all in.
send the boys in. 2.3 million the total bet, and Sidolkowski asking for a count purely face saving, one imagines.
Yeah, it's just in case you've misread it, I guess, and there's like, and this is 6 bigs instead of 12.
Does happen.
Does happen. Yeah, just give it a little, I've got
What do I
King
call?
Jack.
Yeah. Can I call here with King 9 suited?
Yeah,
I
there
don't
we
know.
go.
Like so close.
Okay.
Okay.
Fold.
Fold. Nurmagomedov picks it up. Moves to fight another day.
Yeah, he's just kept himself afloat for a long time. He's going to need a bit more of a spin up than that, but up to 3 million. Corral out in front, table chip leader on the Luxon table, 12.9 mil. Kirichenko in there with 5.9. He's going to be a threat at any stage of the tournament. Back to Onyx we go. Savkin, another one who's kind of finding these bottom range opens, makes it 400k.
Yeah.
Not sure about this one from Kovrig. This is my first look at him. Don't like this personally with Queen 10.
I'd say Savkin's been very active this last orbit or so, obviously with some good hands in there as well. And yeah, Kovrig joining the table, flicking in the peel from the cutoff, finds top pair on this board. Looks like Georgia stuck around that 6-5 off in the big blind. I know it's kind of one of the ones that
just a very natural check, this one. Just check, and Kovrig, he has a potential check back, so I would like to see check here. It's one of these sort of top pair hand. I really like this. I think this is very shrewd.
Oh, and when you check back and you see the old black deuce, you're loving life, aren't you? That's the one you're after.
Like, there's a multitude of good things that can happen when you check. You know, when Savkin has King Jack here, for example, or the Ace Jack types, they start to think that they're the best hand. You can induce some bluffs or wider continues now from the big blind when you bet turn, because he is going to bet now. Like, I would be shocked if he double checked. Time to start putting money in the pot. You know, Savkin's either given up on this pot or has showdown, which can certainly call us when we bet. Yeah, this is nice. I'm not a big fan of the pre-flop peel, but
as played, we're happy.
He's playing it really nicely post, and Savkin's going to have an awkward decision now. So you have to start thinking, okay, what type of hands does Kovrig have that call pre, check back flop, and then start bluffing turn?
Wow.
And there aren't many. That's the thing. It's almost always like a jack, like an ace
Right.
jack type.
I was going to say the King Jack suited of the world.
People just don't really find, like, he's not just taking off here with ace 5 of spades now. It's just typically not something you see. Savkin really impressing me. We saw him check shove that 7-8 of clubs that not many people are going to find, and they're just, you know, insta folding the strongest bottom pair, right? It's, you know, impressive to just kind of know exactly where he's at versus his man.
Over at DTD Live, Burton stepping out here with the 3-bet from the big blind. And so often, I don't see players balance enough here. He's doing it with a suited combo.
Absolutely right. Yeah, you don't tend to see this too much. I'm with you.
Groovy does make the call.
So we're what, 35 bigs deep to start? Actually, really don't mind it from Burton. We've seen him demps on a big FT at Merit, by the way. I recognize him. I think he won.
Okay.
Go and have a look.
I'm going to have a look now, because...
So this is going to get fun. You do feel compelled here, of course, as the 3-better, to just continue putting money in, and we've got a very reasonable hand to do it with. But he's going for 30%. 1.1 million with the Jack High flush draw. Groofy now. First decision's a pretty easy one. You're not thrilled, but we're going to make the call in position. All of a sudden, though, the 6 million in here. Groofy with only 80% of that behind. Very nice.
How do you like that turn card?
One thing I will say is that this is a very difficult card to bluff. Lots of the hands that Groofy has that call the 3-bet are these kind of king, queen, king, jacks of the world. I'm not sure about this one. Like, I don't really know what we're trying to get to fold. You're essentially trying to get an ace to fold now. And you know, like a queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, I'm not a fan of this turn bet from Burton. Also, your man only has 5 million, and you're putting 2.3 in.
Right.
If he shoves now, you might even be arguably somehow priced in. This is ugly.
But does this hand?
I think
I
think it will shove. Because Burton's just not going to treble this. This is one of those type of spots. And you may just get looked up somehow by a flush draw kind of combo like this, or just an ace queen that thought, I don't know, or a misplayed sort of ace X.
Well, as
it's
it
a weird
is,
one.
He does let it go. And I was just checking, yeah, Burton, you're right, actually. MPP last year, he got second in the mystery bounty. And of course, you and I would have seen him on the final table of La Notte degli Assi during the Dolce Vita series. Yeah, last year. He got 8th in that one, so a couple of good cashes last time out. Actually, had a deep run in the warm-up part of the Carmen series here just about 7 or 8 weeks ago as well. So
nice.
300.
Always in the mix here in Cyprus.
Oh, look, it's Nemesis versus Nemesis. Here we go.
Okay.
These guys have been at each other's throat all evening long. 300k c-bet from Kadartsev. Smith with a mandatory continue. He's just trying to decide.
Oh, how about that? That's a continue for you. Coming out with the check raise.
I actually don't hate it.
And it's so funny because the rules say, you know, you don't really get to check raise these boards. The opener, it's their board. But when you're Agent Smith, the rules don't apply.
The rules don't apply. I think versus the hijack range, like it starts to get wide enough so that Kadartsev can dip into some hands that, you know, the suited King X and Queen X of the world that have whiffed. We can get them out. He won't fold to this check raise. He called, right? Yeah, okay. Like, definitely not folding the second nut 10.
The water is getting murky as Agent Smith finds the flush on the turn.
It feels like destiny at this point. This one saving grace for Kadartsev is that every natural draw just sails in.
How much?
Even the Jack-7, kind of 6-7 with a heart in them bluffs, they're in. Queen Jacks are all in. Flush draws are all in there. This is incredibly frustrating, but I do expect him to find the discipline. He's definitely had enough of Smith, I'll tell you that much, but what can you do? It's a truly atrocious turn card.
It feels like we defend that flop and then get this turn. It's like, what are we actually hoping he's up against? I mean, he can...
You can beat 7-8, basically.
Oh, he engineered the show.
Did. Yeah, you can beat like some Jack-8, Stemps, 7-8 that are barreling off. That's about it.
Thank you. Ozzy. Wait.
He's called Ozzy. I'm from Brixton, mate.
Love that. Look at that chipper off. Lost 30 hands. Went down, been up. Doesn't tell half the story as Corral. Well, the first time in a little while. Looks like he may be up against it as Kalin's got the boots. Of course, last time someone tried to take aces up against him, he found a way. This King 3-0, though, is he even worse shape until...
my goodness me.
Then, well, if we say Agent Smith is the one who can dodge bullets, it seems like Corral's the one who can do it in the poker.
This is bleak. I wonder if Callanan considers checking back, by the way, because this is a very viable one in my eyes. People just tend not to, though, and just bet one big.
These are diamonds.
Yeah.
The best kind of hand.
Although, having said that, right, we are in the cutoff. People over c-bet this board, and most of our bluffs are going to c-bet, right? Like, when we check back and call a turn lead, it gets hard to represent non-showdown. I mean, this is grim. I would expect Corral to just raise here. Like all of our semi-bluffs, and there aren't that many. The natural ones, of course, being the flush draws, and it's stuff like Queen Jack of clubs, Queen 10 of clubs that wrap around the king. Like, yeah, like if you're getting spicy, these are the ones that you start reaching into, and it's just so uncomfy. But we just call and make a decision later.
Yeah, seems like his fate is sealed on this one. You kind of, when we bet this...
I don't know if he's dead. I don't know.
When we bet this, we kind of want some sort of action like this from the chip leader.
Yeah.
You know, we'd rather they call, but we want them to get a little frisky with some spicy hands. So here we go.
Let's have a look.
2.3 million chips he has. Over pot behind. We'll certainly be facing another bet. And exactly what we were just saying, like the natural bluffs of some of those backdoor clubs and stuff, which are likely to follow up on this. So that may be the card that makes it nigh on impossible to get away from things.
Yeah, typically you just go for a small size here and you line up river. Like you can make this a 3-street hand comfortably as corral. You know, whenever your opponent has a pocket pair or anything, there's not that much to protect.
Look at this. Devilishly small bet.
I think people normally go a little bigger than this, so I'm slightly surprised. He hasn't really lined it up perfectly. Like when he calls now, there'll be 2.2 million behind into 2.9. Typically would have expected him to bet maybe 600k here and leave half pot.
Would that maybe lean Callan into thinking this is more bluff heavy?
He might think that Corral's trying to purchase a free river, like a diamond or a club, and then he might try it. But I still think he'll just call, but yeah.
Right, but it looks more bluffy, because exactly that.
You.
If you size slightly higher, it's so much easier to get max value with a king. And, well, the river comes out a club, completing that potential backdoor draw, which is relevant for all the reasons Picasso broke down on the flop.
Honestly think there's not 100% that Callan calls off here. Like when you start to think about it, if he does set him in, then the really only natural bluffs are the bricked diamond draws. We've got the ace of diamonds, which is not necessarily that relevant. But yeah, so let's see. Let's see. He's going to have time now to analyze where he's at. You know, on the turn might be what we were discussing, James. Like a deuce could potentially, if you somehow had like a queen deuce suited, that might bet 300k. Fold out floats.
Notice the first thing he did there before going into this tank was turn around, look how many players are left in the tournament.
Okay.
With 40 left, we're guaranteed 12,000. At 39, we're guaranteed 14,200. So we know if he is going to make this call, he's going to take his time, unless, of course, he sees the clock go down to 39 players. It may even be that he's already decided he's calling this and is just burning through the clock to get there. But like just something to watch for at home like that, just astuteness of recognizing that he's on that pay jump. I wonder if he does fold this. I mean, how bad a value bet does it become from Corral? But he's basically got the next best hand to fold.
Sure. One of these is just we just don't beat any value. Obviously, like all of the pocket pairs have reshoved on us pre at the stack depth. It's not like Corral can somehow just have pocket sevens here that didn't raise pre and just decides I'm just going to go for a really razor thin value or anything like this. We're just pure bluff catching. Honestly, I think he could fold. I could see it. That backdoor clubs arriving is very key.
That seems to me
it's a big
more,
tipping point.
It's more worrying than if the front door flush should come in my mind.
People tend to give up the brick diamonds that aren't the low ones also. Of course he can have some, right? 3-4 of diamonds, you know, 4-6 of diamonds, all these type of ones. I think he's gonna fold, James. I'm gonna put my neck on the line. He hates it. You can feel it. Oh, the drama.
2 more of those time bank chips left. Same direct pay jump. Can you find the fold? Corral giving away nothing. Staring straight ahead.
Oh.
30 seconds more of drama and tension.
Oh.
5 seconds.
And he finds the fold. He finds the fold. Callan, congratulations. Folding and leaving himself 2.2 million chips and a chance to spin that up and come back and do some damage in this tournament. Pick, you called it.
Well
You
done.
thought your man might pass the test, and that is world class there from him.
And like, it's such a great feeling that he is going to get the news, right? Obviously, it's televised. He's just walked off with his mate and said, "Oh my God, I've just folded aces. I might have been the worst fold of my life."
And how frustrated are you there to know that your opponent has these max time banks and made what must have been a heroic fold? Well, Corral at least comforted by the fact that he has the most chips on this table, the Luxon Pay table. We're going up to, what, 125, 250. So everything will shallow out a little bit. But his 14.4 million way ahead of the rest here. Look at that. Nikita Callan will be coming back sub 10 blinds. But better that than the alternative. Impressive stuff from him. And, of course, from Corral, the way he set up that frame, we're impressed. Same as like the likes of Solokovsky and Kirichenko. Over here on the GTD live table, all sorts going on, but it's Dmitry Kukartarev with 20 million in chips leading the way. Basil Musa in the mix here as well as Martinas Budkowska clicking away on this one. Remember, going up to 250k, big blind, so a big squeeze coming on those short stacks. Olivia Bukowski and Burton. And then, of course, over here on the Onyx table, where a majority of the drama has been taking place. Alexei Lusev leading the way, 9.7 million, but it is Agent Smith not too far behind with his 9.2 million. But perhaps the last few hands we've seen is Timothy Savkin impressing you at least, Pick, with some of the plays he's chosen.
Yeah, really impressive. We saw him snap folding, you know, when he knew he was behind. This 7-8 of clubs middle pair check raise bluff was a fabulous play. I'm impressed.
Well, it is break time. Pick's going to be stepping out. Jay's going to be back in. So, guys, please don't go too far. We'll be back in 25 minutes.
There will be different energy now after spamming that food in the break.
Easy chips.
Okej, nie rezygnujemy z tego flash
Count. 300. Guess I'm in okay shape at least.
Very good shape.
Oh, very nice.
That's was me flip. That's was me flip. Was flip. That was me was flip.
I'll take this one.
Yeah, then you go out. Okay.
Get back to it straight off. Unusual. Yeah, it's not over.
Maybe we got both.
Arrive at.
I'll get off.
Good call for you. Nice hand. Thank you.
Easy double. Easy double.
Count.
405.
All in.
Gotta move up to where the respective range is.
Add the same hand again. We're all just hanging around the ladies event. Hanging around.
Oh.
Fucking. Giving out free coaching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy game. Set up. Oh.
Three raise 55. Last 5 seconds. Four raise. 175. 5 plus. 7 plus. 8 plus. 1 plus. 2 plus. 3 calls. No. It's good. It's good now. Three checks. Four bet. 90. Three call. Three check. Last 10 seconds. 350, 360, 64. Last 10 seconds. 3 primer call. All in. 3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass. Showdown please. $6.45. 7 call showdown.
Hello?
it open, table 3.
And a very warm welcome back for the final time this evening to the stunning Merit Complex here in northern Cyprus, where it is the Luxon Pay Grand Final, Day 2. Myself, James Dempsey, and now alongside me, Jay Harwood, calling the action to work our way down. Just 5 tables left, Jay. Serious part of the tournament ahead.
Yeah, looking forward to it with you, Demps. Closing this session. Obviously missed the last frame with you and Picasso, but it seems like we've lost a fair amount of players. Just having a look at this first table. No real names I recognise from earlier.
Yeah, just Juan Corral really leading the way here. He did the dirty ace-queen off against aces. Wasn't the biggest pot in relation to his stack, but it was still, you know, a 5 million chip pot at this point. Just that little bit of luck can go a long way. Credit to the Callum there, who's still in at the bottom of the counts on that table. Folding the aces last hand before break correctly on the river. Over here at the GTD live table. Likes of Basil Musa still in the mix. A Merit Reg. Martina Sivakowska been pretty impressive thus far as well. And Kutarev, who has just joined the table, if I'm right in saying that. I think that's right. Apologies, Dimitri, if we did see a few hands of yours, but I don't recall that being the case. Mazen Halabi as well, still in there. We saw him deep in the 1K. Then, of course, over at the Onyx table, this is what we all want to see. Agent Smith sitting there second in chips with 9 million, a little bit behind that Alex Losif stack. And Timothy Savkin really impressing during that last frame. And Ruslan Kadavsev down at the bottom, but continuing to show the gumption, like playing very nicely through that last frame. I know Pick said that he was doing the same in your frame as well. So the class kind of just sticking out here as we resume action with just the 40 players remain, 5 tables away on a pay jump bubble. Here we go.
Was there more, as you call him, Agent Smith antics last frame, or was it? Did it calm down a little bit?
No, there was some silliness going on. All right, we're battling. So then, first hand of this penultimate level of the evening, and it falls upon Sebastian on the button. King 8.
Yeah, kind of a close one for Sebastian. Not going to do any jamming. Like King 9 off, maybe one that we attempt to steal. Former 2 bigs, but I feel like King 8 off at this stage is slightly too wide, and agree with the fold. And Kadartsev 10 deuce off here in the small, 11 bigs. Probably going to be a walk for the big blind.
It is exactly that. Kick things off for Gorek. Just joined the table not too long ago. Wouldn't have quite got up to speed, I imagine, with everything that's been going on over here. Certainly has been at the action table. Nice bit of dinner, Jay, on your break?
Yeah, went to the buffet. Lovely bit of food. Few desserts today. Couldn't help myself. Well, yeah, I had to go back for seconds, as it sometimes happens here at Merit. A nice couple of hours off. Got to watch first 15 of the football, and now just get to delve into this last hour and 40 minutes with yourself.
Favorite of the desserts? Or can you not choose a favorite? Is it like people say with their children?
It's difficult. They're all very good, so hard to pick. As we jump into this one, there's Vidkorska free bet sending the ace-8 suited from the small blind. Kalski just awaiting a ladder, I'm assuming.
Well, exactly that. As I mentioned just before we begun, everyone guaranteed 12,000. One elimination away from a pay jump up to 14,200. Hence the delay in getting that last chip in. Just could be worth an entire buy-in. I mean, it's noteworthy.
Ain't gonna like what he sees. 2 in between us, 30%. Should be slightly higher, these 2 hands. I'm guessing a jack or 9 in the muck.
Yeah, that's a really low percentage. I'm sure there must be a whole bunch of mucked cards that are supposed to help, and that's a pretty ugly looking flop against that hand, although of course switching out with the 8 and the 9. Just a jack or 8. Stay alive for Bukowski. And that is the end of his run. The last player. Oh, pardon me. Maybe just laddering. I just see the field size tick down to 39. Maybe because of this elimination. There you go. Confirmation. He is unfortunately the last one. They received $12,000. Now guaranteed 14,200. That's the moment where you're like, dealer says seat up to. Just like take your time. Just give it a few seconds before calling for the seat. Someone might bust at exactly the same time out there.
Always think of this with huge fields, like there's got to be some, like when it's like 700 people paid, like on the thing, there's definitely people getting higher places than there should be, and vice versa.
Yeah, for sure happens.
The logistics side of it must be so hard to police.
You see it at the World Series of Poker all the time. They're just like
450.
so overwhelmed with the number of bust outs here. They quite often have to pause the tournament just so they can catch up. And yeah, for sure there'll be some perhaps incorrect ladders in the mix in those situations. Not going to happen here, of course. Tight ship run by those at Merit, especially not with just 5 tables left as well. They'd be right on top of things. So we'll pick up the action here with Alexandrov from the cutoff. C-betting this ace-6 3-board, and Menhart way the best of it. Got his man drawing very thin.
Yeah, just want to check call here. No raising going on. Keep bluffs in of Alexandrov. Still got the stronger ace-X in his range as well.
Ooh, hello.
Interesting old turn. Ace of diamonds on the turn now. Trips and Menhart. Alexandrov does pick up this nut flush draw.
6 check.
Could potentially barrel to target a 6 or a 3. There's still going to be plenty of flushes in there from the big blinds. Does seem like a nice one to just realize here. Not dislodging an ace-X. Even a 6 might get sticky. Lots of flush combos.
1.2.
He is going to keep the pressure up. Getting 1.2 million. Music to the ears. Menhart.
Yeah, like, we got trip aces, but we're not loving this here because once we're faced with 1.2 million, like we expect sevens through kings to check. So a lot of the time here, we're going to be up against bluffs and better ace-x. So it's not the most appetizing spot for Menhart, but we have to continue in the form of call. And like cutoff, probably going to start opening stuff like 7-8 of diamonds as well. So it's not like it's against gun that's going to get stripped of a lot of flush combos.
7 on the end. Menhart's ace is still best. Easy to call flop. Easy to call turn, but the third barrel is the one that would really put him to the test. But you feel that he would surely still make the call. Let's see.
Still a really tough spot. We're met by bet here from Alexandrov. Obviously dependent on size. We have an easy call against small, but if he asks for the lot or a round pot size, it's just grim here with ace-9 of hearts.
Right, the bet on the turn, I guess, dislodges some of that 3x that would have hung around, some of the 6x. Obviously, if he had a 3 or a 6 with a diamond, imagine that would have called, but...
Yeah, from big though, like at this stage, not much like offsuit 3x, but not gonna go for it as Alexandrov here. I would have loved to seen it because I'm not sure what Menhart would have done against a big bet here on the river with the ace-9 of hearts, but we love to see the check back bet propelled above 11 milli.
Nicely done. Passed the test. Okay, here we go. Back at the Onyx, Agent Smith with the bullets once again. Not fair when he gets a hand.
I've loved watching him today. He's just been entertainment.
It just seems like he's having a great time at the table as well. It's refreshing to see.
He's just stole the show, honestly. It's been hand after hand with Smith involved, talking points galore. And this man, you didn't see it, but he must be sick of him. I think there was 3 opportunities when Kadartsev got it in against Smith in such good shape, and somehow Smith just found a way to wangle his way out of it.
I believe it was ace king base jack for a chop, and then kings v10s to eliminate him, right?
Yep.
Both times Smith finding a way out of it. Notice the play has definitely slowed up a little bit at the table. Understandable, given we are down to the last 5 tables. I don't mean that in terms of the action, but in the actual pace the players are going along at. Georgia is gonna call, take us to a flop with that 6 deuce up against aces and an ace out on board. Wonder if Smith ever finds a check back here. No, let's just go for the bet. Takes the pot without even a moment, a word. Hey guys, I had it.
Chip lead in this table. Nice spot to be in when you have everyone covered.
Yeah, into the 10 million realm.
Yeah, this one from Kirichenko is kind of loose at this particular stage of the tournament, like in general. Like from EP, these small pocket pairs just going to reduce drastically in value. Like a lot of people talk about ICM just the final tables, but it's always there. And obviously, the deeper you get in the tournament, the more extreme it gets, and then it calms down when we're like 4 or 5 handed. But better here for like Kirichenko to choose some stuff with removal, some ace-x and king-x. Nice little find from Corral here.
Yeah, taking that king baby upstairs, leveraging pressure on a 22 big blind stack. Nicely done. If we say nicely done,
5 seconds.
Kirichenko not quite have this one yet. Looks like he's going to think about this a little longer.
Yeah, it's just one that personally wouldn't have opened in the first place, but now we get here, surely.
I don't think we need elastic band around the one time bank card. I don't think it's going to split in 2.
Yeah, and like at this stack deck, we're probably just going to be playing 4-bet send or fold. And
oh wow, he's going for it!
My word,
he picked it apart. Well done, Kirichenko. And I guess an argument for opening the 2 6s is if we're going to go after the button because we think he's getting out of line.
What a find, to be fair to the lad.
He opened to 4. We're going old school.
That takes some heart, that jam. That takes some real heart. Kirichenko, fearless there with a 4-bet send and over to DTD Live.
Here we go. Now, the Oscar for Best Actor goes to... Is there a world? And he's clicked it.
Raise.
He has Musa with the 3-bet. Vitkowska with the click. This is great. I love these hands. We're just like they're both gonna look as weak as possible, as bluffy as possible. I really hope Musa just finds the call here or something and we get some nonsense hand down the streets. Come on, Basil. Find the call. He's 3-bet from the small. He does just move it in. And they're both going to be devastated to see the hand. Doesn't seem right. In before the 4 flush?
Not like this. Not with this percentage of the field left. Like, well, 3% of the field left. Not like this, please. No one likes to see this. $18 million chip pot. Far the largest we've seen thus far, but of course, almost always a split. There we are. And breathe. Every time I see this coup come up, it reminds me of the Conan Drinnan pot from the World Series of Poker. 1 drop, eons and eons ago. Yep.
The biggest equity spot of his life.
Yep.
Carry Katz just flushes him, and it's, you know, not that it should matter, but we all know Carry Katz perhaps not a man who needs the money. The young pro. It'd be nicer to go the other way.
Trinin's still doing all right for himself these days.
He is. He is.
Thank you.
Actually happened as well last month. 2 tables left in the main event in Ireland. Aces v Aces for a chunk, and the 4 flush found its way. Oh. Yeah, 2 tables left in a near 4,000 man field. It's not when you want to lose them ones.
No, that is some nasty stuff. You are joining us today, Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 2. That's what's on deck right now. Last couple of levels of play for you tonight. Then, of course, we come back tomorrow with, I guess, what, 3 or 4 tables left. And, of course, we play down to our champion. Someone will be walking away with $375,000 in this 2K buy-in event. That is insane. You don't really see numbers like that outside of Vegas unless you come to Merritt.
Get up in this one. Jack 8 suited for Heredia. As the opener and Smith just flattened the King 10 suited here on the button. Check, check on the flop. Now Heredia goes for some delay with his pair of 8s. 600 into 1.6 million, just shy of 40%, and should be the end of hand. But I like to use the word should when this man is involved in the pot. But Smith with the King 10, he can't even find the reason to continue that one. But going back to the numbers, Demps, it's just incredible, like, for a 2K to get nearly 1,500 runners. And, like, it's not like it's a place as big as America where people can come over from towns or states. It's you're flying to a remote island in a way, and in the middle of nowhere. And the amount of players it attracts, and rightly so, the complex it's on, the prize pools it creates, and it's just a fantastic experience when you get over here.
This looks like a big call for Callanan. He made that amazing fold with aces just before the break correctly, and now he's going to move in his 8 blinds over the open of Alexandrov, who just getting a count. Obviously, ace queen, when he sees the number, will be called, but understandable at this stage of the evening. Just to double check the numbers. I'm maybe a little upset to see he's dominated here, given that it wasn't a snap, but I think reasonable. There's nothing untoward about taking that moment just to make sure. With so much on the line, we just went through the payouts. Yep, right there. Yep,
perfect.
Yep, yeah, we like that. There we go. All right. Okay, we're ready. Are you ready? I'm ready, Jay. It's Callanan ready. It's king. Running clubs. Well, he won't know it yet, but he did make that fold. Last hand before the break with aces. Got check raise on king, king, deuce. Full flop, full turn, fold a river to the trip kings. So not a lot of chips. Left himself a chance to spin up. And okay, didn't spin up, but has moved up $2,200. So that's the reward for the fold.
Yeah, a little extra buy-in for the pocket.
Yeah. Of course, he, along with the others, no doubt one eye on the MPP main event, which got underway today. Of course, multiple starting days. I imagine we'll take the rest of the evening off. No need to late rage today for that one. He can come back tomorrow. Fresh, ready to go. Speaking of ready to go, Smith. More than enough for him from the hijack.
Pretty clean one to just open.
Good art, Seb. Side of a couple Smith encounters. So if we see this just taking a little bit of time.
Yeah, like from the small here, off of 11.5, 12 big blinds. Can't see Jack 10 off ever continuing, but just slowing things down slightly, especially at this stage when ladders become a bit more significant. Last 3% of the field. Kovrig fins the queen 9.
Okay. The diamond's working. Hard to see this hand sticking up to much heat.
Should do the trick here. Kovrig not insta-folded.
I was thinking.
Putting the queen of diamonds to work. Yes, he is.
Oh, here we go. I said it couldn't stand much heat unless it's the one turning it up.
So makes it 1.2 million.
He's not been here that long, but maybe still aware that Smith is the action player at the table.
Yeah, and you can always just tune into the stream while you're on the outer table, try and get some information. And not only that, down in the tournament area, I went down there yesterday, there's actually a room with a projector in there that's showing the stream all day where you can go and have a little watch on your break. And you never know, Kovrig may have some info on his opponent. Takes a nice one there, gets it done.
Back over at Luxon, Alexandrov squeezing this one up with 2 10s from the big blind. And Menhard out of his seat, but I mean, surely we're not going to continue with that hand. And this is a big squeeze as well.
Yeah, it's huge.
I just realised it's... Takes me a second sometimes when we ping from table to table to suddenly realise the size of the bet we're on.
Yeah, the problem we're getting this big is our opponent's just aware that they have no fold equity. Once we put in 40% of our stack, we're not free betting to this side to fold anything. So if they ever have one of these hands, it could potentially be a 4-bet bluff. Never get the induce in. It does pick up a nice one with the 10s. Back over to Onyx here. And the boots are out in force.
They really are.
Savkin.
Check the deck.
This time the beneficiary. We are going 3-way. Queen 7 rainbow here. And multi-way situation. Wouldn't shock me to see a check once in a while here with position. Right. Just one of these situations, how equities run. If our opponent's got a queen, we're drawing to 10%. If our opponent doesn't have a queen, we're going to have like an equity lock in form of 80% plus, depending on their holding. So it's a really nice one to just check here. Yeah, sometimes we lose value from a 7. I'm just thinking about how equities are running against a queen, and when our opponent does not have a queen, it's either we have a heap of equity or we're drawing slim to a 2-outer. And this is one of the benefits as well. We've now got Kovrig catching this jack on the turn. Delay should be in order now. $550.
Savkin played really nicely to now burn that stack up quite well. Saw him sort of one open, it was a bit too loose, but then he like snap folded when he flopped something that could have got him in trouble, showing a really good awareness of boards and the way certain ranges played.
Yeah, and even this flop check, just understanding, good understanding of the game. Gets a little value here from the jack on the turn.
Spades complete. The ace of spades. But it's only so much harder to get value, isn't it, once that board runs out like that, specifically the 10 as well.
I guess the good thing being against small, not big blind here, like the small blind should only really have straight flushes, king nine of spades, 8-9 of spades, only hands they should be calling in the form that make a flush here. We can potentially eat from jack X, 8-9 going to fold turn, king 9 going to fold turn, so ace king not going to be in there. So it does look like king jack, ace jack to target here. Obviously blocking ace jack not the best thing, but jack 9 suited could be one that peels from the small as well. Interesting spot for Savkin. I think with the ace of spades, this is one that can go for thin value. Maybe without the ace of spades, we check that only real flushes our opponent can have from the small is specifically straight flushes, king 9 and 8-9 of spades.
Bet. 2.9 out there, and a bet appears to be 750. Real look at that straight away. Kovarik is like, really? You're just trying to milk me.
Yeah, north of quarter, milker here, really trying to target the king jack, even the jack 10 suited.
Makes the call, doesn't like it. Probably more expecting to see maybe some backdoor spades that have got there, maybe an ace king, but was never drawing good against the aces.
Nice from Savkin there, nice check on the flop, and good 2 streets of value over to GTD live.
Ace jack flattened on the button. Tarev open from under the gun, that 20 million chip stack.
Yeah, when we have 80 bigs here, fighting to dip into king 10 off, even from gun.
Auskus just folding the ace-2 suited from the small. I think we might see a play there, but yes, with the open from early and a flat from the button, just very good chance of being dominated, right?
Halaby going to call off of his 7 bigs, try and flop something to go with.
Yeah, it won't take a lot to see the rest of that 1.55 million stack move into the middle. Oh, this pair, but he is behind. Yeah, just going to go for the stop and go, flop a piece. Kutarev, I guess that makes life a little bit easier for him, and he just gets the call here, and that really freezes from Rick, and I guess he can flat and just trust the man behind to always play honest, right?
Exactly that. Like once we flat here, we still have aces, ace king, all the strong hands from the gun opening range of our opponent on the button then wants to reship. We just have an easy fold. They're always going to have 7s, 8s, or potentially some king queen.
One call.
Good point made by Dempster. Just protected here. Let's cook to ref.
Halaby with the news that we're not dead, he is behind for our paths. Oh man, we saw a lot of in the 1K. Run here in the 2K, whatever happens in this pot. Okay. Game's never boring, is it?
It's not.
The dealer always finds a way. Kadarev staring at the dealer like, don't you dare do this. Don't you dare.
Oh.
Halaby survives courtesy of a Rivet 2 pair.
Kadarev looking at him like, don't you dare do that. But he's got heaps, Dempster. He's still got 70 plus bigs, the man. It's only a small one to lose.
You've got to lose some of them. That one seems like a good one to lose. I'm sure he's won plenty of pots in the run-up. You see there, he's still got 18 million, far eclipsing the rest of the table. But Halaby with a reprieve and not insignificant size pot, 20 bigs. I mean, that's room to work.
And back over to Luxon.
Not defending that Jack 10 of clubs from the big. Mohamedov open under the gun, finds the best of it on this Queen 10-7.
It's the board. We have lots of bets on, and our hand obviously likes to bet. Top pair, decent kick up. Might even go for the big bet here, Demps, just to set up a turn jam. Like a lot of people may here just instantly go for third quarter, but Queen 10-7 against big. There are going to be a fair amount of gutters out here, and if we potentially go for the 2/3, we just give ourselves a nice, comfortable jam on the turn. Just sometimes think down the streets what the pot size is going to be. Like if we go for like 900k here, 3.2 million the pot when called, and we're going to have 2.5 in our stacks. It just gives us 2/3 on the flop to set up 2/3 on the turn, but goes for small.
In a, yeah, not the wettest card, but certainly not a dry one either.
Yeah, 8-9 gonna be in there from the big, all 16 combos, but still plenty of other hands in there to get value from. But this is why I might have gone for the bigger bet on the flop, even like B60, not even 2/3, just to give us the comfortable turn jam, because we can't really jam here now. Difficult to get called by worse, 125%, whereas if we go for the 2/3 to shove 2/3 on the turn, more likely that the Queen Jack, Queen 9, Queen 8 is going to call us off.
And effectively jam really with that bet size, right? That would like to be about 2 million of 2.9. Yeah, perhaps I might be saying, Jay, just going that little bit bigger on the flop would have allowed a jam here. Would look more natural. Now this kind of looks awkward. What about playing the head of Menhart?
Yeah, rough spot here with the 10, especially with the jack as the sidecar. Like the pure bluffs here going to be just King Jack, Ace Jack, happy to barrel off. So not the best card to have with our 10, and obviously in terms of value, still going to be some Queen X in our opponent's range, and makes a tidy little laydown.
Yeah, very nicely done. These decisions all add up.
Yeah,
37 players remain. As we switch action back over to DT Live, where looks like Burton is
5 raise.
sliding all but a handful into the middle of that shallow stack.
6 plus.
Look at this. The aces again, they're doing the rounds. Bukowski, of course, had them a moment ago against another 2 aces. This time he's thinking, surely not.
1,125,000.
And one assumes against that hijack effective jam, just a flat here, Jay.
Yeah, I think so. 5's kind of annoying. If it was like 7, 8, always flat in, but like at 5, sometimes big blind's going to come in with potentially some like suited connectors. Still going to have like 25% versus aces, but as you say, Damps is just the pre-flop nuts. We want to try and induce something behind us, not give something like Ace Jack, Ace Queen a chance to fold when they could potentially reshove.
It is. It will be just he and Burton that are left in the pot. The latter kind of a wry smile, knowing that big moment inbound for him. Whatever this flop is, he won't be folding. Looking over at that tournament clock, perhaps I'll study to see if there's a pay jump coming up in a moment, but I can tell you the next one doesn't occur till 31 players remain, and well, he's going to love a 10 high board.
5 all in.
Bukowski probably won't like to see that hand. He's hoping he can have his man drawing nearly dead at this point, but
I need your card.
as is.
Good.
About as fair a fight as you can expect with Jack 10 off against aces.
10 comes 3. 10 comes 9. 9. Now 9 is good. 9, 10, Jack.
9 will do the trick. 10 or Jack. Diamonds, not a thing in this hand. Alas. Bukowski finally manages to find a way to win with aces. 38 good for $14,200.
Thank you. Good.
Coming back, we've lost Bukowski, we've lost Cannon, now we lose Burton. 37 hopefuls remain. This is going to be a fun day we're shaping up to have tomorrow, Jay. Some real characters left in this one.
think that's the great thing about Merit. You just got so many firecrackers in the field. And speaking of which, right on cue, Mr. Smith.
I promise you, we didn't know that was about to happen when we started chatting like that. He takes the 5 deuce upstairs, over that button open. Have some of this. How are you going to carry on with the 10-8 clubs? Oh, he's going to continue with a call. It's funny because you see Smith doing some stuff. You think, right, I'm going to get in against this guy. But then you end up getting dealt with 10-8 when it's your time to fight. And it's not always as easy as it sounds.
It just feels like the price too good not to continue. But Smith just gets the board to c-bet.
Yeah, you don't get many good boards with deuce 5, but ace high one that gives you a wheel draw. Surely one he'll continue with. And already, you know, some back doors, 2 overs to the second card. But come on. Only 3.3 million behind, relinquishes. Agent Smith strikes again.
Yeah, forget all this theory and fundamentals. Just street poker sometimes. Look your opponent in the eye and just figure it out whether they got it or not. And Smith's been doing a lot of that today. He's been taking some unorthodox combos, but he's been getting the job done. Yes, he's rode his luck a little bit in all-ins, but he's still there fighting with 40 bigs.
Every moment of it. It is the Luxon Pay Grand Final, day 2. That is the ballroom here at the Merit Royal Diamond. See the 3 tables in the center of your screen there. Onyx up on the stage. GTD Live and Luxon out front. New system for us here at the MPP with this 3-table setup, courtesy of the boys over at GG Productions. Trialing something new, and I have to say, I think it's going very, very nicely, you viewers at home. Getting a treat of just seeing action after action and really getting to know all the players in the field. So I think that's the benefit. When we get to tomorrow, you can have seen so many hands that all these guys have played that there are no unknowns at that point.
That's the thing. When we're at 3 tables as well, we're not going to miss any action at all. So we'll just see every all in a call and what's been occurring, how people bust, how people build their stacks. Gonna pick up with this one on 10-8-8. So open from Kirichenko and call with the ace-jack in position here. Like the check from Kirichenko with the ace-10, ace of hearts here, checking over to the in-position player. Now delay sees fit on the 4 of diamonds tad. Goes chunky, 3/4 pot here. I was going to say, Corral probably obliged to call against small, but against 3/4, ace-jack may just have to head into the muck here and now. He does still feel like got to come along for one. Like ace-king, ace-queen shouldn't be going this size, so still ahead of all this like king-queen, king-jack type stuff, or not anymore.
Right until that moment. Yeah, Kirichenko thinks he can squeeze anything else out of this, maybe up against
9-7s.
Yeah. They play like this. This bet should have taken out a lot of the king X as well, right?
Yeah, exactly that. Like that's very important. That's that 3/4 pot size. Like no real king X other than king X of hearts in there now. Like, king jack, king queen, all folding ace king 3-bet and pre. So great shout in the fact that there shouldn't really be any king X there, and Kirichenko aware of that too. So gonna try and extract from some 7s, some 9s, and even something like jack 10, queen 10 of clubs is a viable check in position. So not necessarily just because Corral checks back flop, there's no 10x out there. Cool, okay. Gets the value from the ace-jack high, and Corral probably one of the worst rivers for us to call on there, Demps. I think some of the bluffs now just make top pair on the end. It's interesting old hero.
I have to admit, I sort of took my eyes off the screen because I thought we were done in that one. Corral puts on the cape and it's the bad news. Okay, back over at DCG Live. I see Queen 10. I see a Queen Jack 10 board. Roofy with pair and a flush draw though from the big blind. Just to make the call. Help on the turn. I wonder now, how big do we see these bets go? We always say these are the boards that favor the opener, no more so than the Queen Jack 10, which has all the strong hands, and Groofy.
Yeah, exactly that.
One of them.
maybe around 2.5 here for 3/4. Would put 8.3 in there, and then on clean rivers, we just get to ask for the pot size jam.
No, 2.3 million on request.
Roofy here. Pair flush draw, but not the most appetizing board to have pair flush draw. One that potentially are trips and 2 pair outs are not live. Ace king, king 9, 8-9 suited, all going to be opening on the button here. Some sets in there as well. So a tough size to be faced with, but feels obliged to call with a draw this strong.
Wow. Obviously, there were plenty of bad river cards for that hand. That is not one of them. Queen's full. Thank you very much. Now, does he ever go? Given that is that river the smaller sizing now?
What, to just try and get the maximum from like king jack,
Right.
jack 9, all this type of stuff could be an exploit in there. I think theoretically when we've got just pot, we probably just want to jam still some queen X in there from the big blind, but like definitely some exploit could be going on. We feel like our opponent's never calling a big size. Maybe we can just scale down and eke the maximum here out of some jack X.
Right, with this particular holding, we just lock the board down so much, don't we? He is thinking along the same lines, at least with the chips we have in hand thus far. He keeps adding slightly more to it. I want a little bit more, Jay. I want a little bit more, and a little bit more. Around half.
Yeah, now top 1 for Groovy here. Obviously, not the worst river to see, making it less likely that Viktorev has some of this queen X, but still some ace king, some king 9, some 8-9 in there. He's got a set of 10s. We're blocking the set of jacks, only 1 combo left of that, but from the button, when they are going to open like every suited king, they are going to open every offsuit ace X. Like how often are they just overdoing it on the queen jack 10 board? Because I do feel like from seeing a lot of live poker, it's one of the boards that just tends to be overbluffed the most. Just because of the ace king and the set advantage. It's one of those people just get after it too much on.
It's funny you say that, Jake, 'cause I thought you were calling me a fish. I just mentioned as soon as that board came out there, this is the one we get to go barreling on. Okay, I'm overdoing it. I'm listening. I'm learning. Agent Smith's got the medicine.
Aaron, blind on blind, 2 big hands here.
Yeah, I wonder almost if he had just limped in from the small, may have been able to activate in the form of a limp raise, as is Savkin. Looks like he's got an under-repped hand defending the open.
A nice one to just call here, like Fury, small blind should be raising like some of these offsuit high-load King X and Queen X hands that we just dominate with position. So savvy old call with the King Queen from Savkin. Smith knuckling it over, and Savkin King Queen high, blind on blind situation. Personally, would be checking here. We don't fold out ace highs. We don't fold out pairs. Check. See a freebie. A little bit of ace king value. Blind on blind. Third pot from Smith. Savkin just clear as day call. Nothing else to say. King Queen high still can definitely be the best of it. Blind on blind. We got the 2 overs. We got the gut shot.
Like the split from Smith in the sense it just denies some equity and maybe gets some value, but it gets a lot murky on the river when we miss and we have to check a lot, right? Because it's suddenly so much easier to get bluffed.
Yeah, no betting on any river but an ace or a king.
Oh,
wow.
Word. He really does it every time. Morphs into what he needs.
That should just be 1 chip from Savkin. We're not folding this river, sir. It's one that Smith's going to get after it on.
Mr. Savkin.
1.7 milli here.
Oh, do we ever?
Oh, I think we're just too deep in the tournament, Demps. Like, he's never folding Savkin, but he's thinking, is there any raising going on against this size?
You saw that facial expression there. I think he just sort of got to the point you said, like, he almost wants to, but he's not going to. Oh, wait. It's a call. I like the fact that Smith snapped put extra chips in, which Savkin's thinking I called.
Well, this is the thing about poker. I've been saying this for years. Like, if you're a lip reader, call and all in, like, are the same sort of mouth movements. So maybe he just had a look and he thought
But
he said all in, and he's just snapped with top pair, top kicker.
It's so funny that Sapkin's body language and mouthing on the river was like, oh, okay, I just call, I guess. And you think, cool, I'm going to win this pot nearly always. And the person just puts the chip in. You're like, wait, what's going on? What do you mean I'm not good? Well. 7-7 ace over on Luxon. Leave the madhouse alone for a minute. Kirichenko flopping trips from the big. The Madamov. C-bang here, and surely Kirichenko just going to call on this one. Got the board on lockdown. The man will do betting with an ace, one assumes.
Interesting turn here, this Jack of Diamonds, because obviously from a hand reading perspective, ace 7-7 rainbow, we get call, we range our opponent to ace highs, 7x, and some king high stuff. Maybe some stuff like 8-6 of spades, diamonds, 3 to flush, 3 to straight against a small size. But gonna go for the lead here as Kirichenko, spicy. Not wanting an ace-x to check back, takes the bet and lead himself.
Like it.
And I guess against the flop size, have some 8-6 of diamonds, 8-9 of diamonds, 10-8 of diamonds, these type of hands that I guess are going to be our bluffs. And we just get to set the man in on the river, hoping that an ace will never fold, which it probably wouldn't. Then the hard off is going to call the king 10 high into the muck.
Kirichenko pulls in the chips over on the Luxon table.
I don't serve, but I'm gonna
no,
catch you
stop
behind.
it.
From behind.
Good luck.
Oh,
Yeah.
here we go.
Smith.
Kovrig's showing I'm trying to get you from behind. He's not wrong, because somehow Smith has the goods again. And Kovrig does flop a piece. And I mean, oh, look at this, the swift check back from Smith. King pairs. Kovrig's going to feel very strong about this hand now, isn't he?
Yeah, he probably will after the check back, but I think it's actually a nice find from Smith. Probably would have gone for like 20% here, so check not too far off here with the aces. Going to have advantage of flushes from the big blind, but does go for the knuckle back. Just got an easy call against this turn lead. Jack of clubs on the river here, and expect Kovrig to be checking now, and I hope Smith isn't going to miss this value bet here, Demps, because once Kovrig checks, we just don't assign him much king X here. These are just going to go for their value themselves. Maybe a block.
I think you win.
Yeah, and the purest of blocks, just one blind.
I was right.
Come on,
You win. Please stop, guys. It's two in a row.
Aces twice this session, and ace king as well, blind on blind. A bit of a cold deck versus the king queen.
Well, I could fold.
When they both river top pair, Smith on fire.
16.4
Nice
million
one.
chips.
Thank you.
So the wave is real.
Ace king, ace queen, aces.
Yeah. I was hoping maybe this guy.
They didn't
like,
see the other
sometime
aces
maybe
like we
he's
did.
not on the same wave.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I lost my.
The third of the chips in play on this table.
125, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for that whiskey now. I'm not sure if like if I'm allowed. If I'm allowed. Maybe GG will fire me. Unprofessional.
Another playable holding. Queen Jack of diamonds from the hijack. Should be another look at Smith. Gonna be a nice clean jam for Sebastian, just sub 12.
But it's scary. Where the open's coming from. I mean, it's not scary in the sense that he's playing every hand, but it's scary because he keeps turning over the goods.
All in.
I wonder if Smith's gonna spin him here for 12. Don't. Oh well, probably not gonna get the opportunity because Losev gonna have to probably jam himself. What has he got? Yeah, 31 here. this 12 big blind shove of Sebastian should contain pairs that we dominate.
That's the thing, isn't it? We do so well against that 3-bet jam. Obviously, we would do terribly against the call from Smith. As you mentioned, I mean, Smith is just running every hand at this table, albeit we've seen he's had the goods. They've seen enough today to know he doesn't. I mean, a minute ago, he was in there with the deuce 5 from,
I know, yeah,
from
that
the big
is true.
blind. I mean, they didn't see it, but there must be the perception that he's playing every hand. You can't believe him all the time.
Interesting one from Losev here. I thought we would see ISO 30, but are we ever really going to call over a third of our stack to fold 10s in this dynamic?
I think there are some players perhaps you could do that against. But again, I mean, Smith might be the one who ends up just clicking call, coming along, and we play really murky pots, as is a pure flip. So it's 2 10s up against the ace-queen suited of Sebastian. Two players keenly sweating out this 6.8 million chip pot late on day 2. Who was chip leader at the start of this frame on the table? We're down to just 5 million. If an ace or queen does fall, but for now, looking good. Four of them left in the deck.
Queen 10 or ace. Make me feel better.
Oh, you feel better, Smith?
Congratulations.
Said Queen 10 or ace, make me feel better. And there's the ace for Sebastian. Fist pump as well.
Ace on the river. What a moment for him. Such a huge equity pot. 1 card to go. Now he's back in here, not just alive, but thriving on this table. Second in chips. Wow. All right, Corral. What's happened here? Alexandrov's limped the hijack with 2 10s, a change in play. I'm not sure why we've elected to do so with this hand, but we'll try and unpack that in a moment, because Corral maybe was on the button, and maybe he was looking for exactly this action, the overly light ISO to 800k. Menhart with jacks in the small. It suddenly gets all real fruity.
Yeah, I find these spots really difficult because, like, I haven't really looked at the area of the game tree where it's like open limp raise, and when you're in sort of these branches that you're not too familiar with, it just all becomes guesswork. Demps a limp from hijack, Corral going for the ISO with a 7-8 suited. Like, I probably think we just over limp here, but he's going to try and get it heads up, and now Menhart just sends the lot in for just south of 40, 39 big blinds here. And now, like, what's Alexandrov do? Because this is never aces or kings, right? It should never be aces or kings. They're not just going to unload for 40. They're surely just going to free bet to like 2.7, 2.8 milli.
And I mean, you set up the situation by limping in from the hijack, surely to induce a light raise behind from Corral, who we've seen speeding a little bit thus far. And if you believe that's likely, then surely so does the small blinds. Maybe we're thinking, hey, there's some 9s and 8s in here.
This is just going to look ingenious if he gets away from it. Somehow does one big blind, hijack versus small, 10s versus jacks. So you for like,
yeah,
it's just going to look ingenious that he loses one big here if he gets away from it, Alexandrov. Maybe he feels like this is always ace-king and doesn't want to flip. That could be what's going through his head here.
Yeah, and I think in these kind of builds, you'd see someone perhaps following that pip tighter in these kind of spots for that reason. One in the line. Seen plenty of live wires out in the field.
Made a huge fold yesterday when it was me and Picasso in the booth, where he opened jacks and the big blind just ripped for 30 and he ended up folding them.
Oh, he did. You're right. I remember seeing that hand. He makes the big fold here. So like you say, somehow has got away. And I mean, in other words, there's an open with 10s there, a squeeze from the small.
It just gets in. LP versus small blind. It's just open 3-bet, 4-bet jam for the 10s and off we go. And somehow he does a big blind. What a genius.
Elusive opens and get the how much are you playing chat after starting the frame as the chip leader at the table. Smith deciding against that stack size, not the 3-bet jam. I assume that was the consideration. Just peels, take things to a flop. Still best, but a hard one to navigate.
Yeah, and a board. There's Lossev. Like maybe this is one that, with a jack in hand, potentially do get to continue. Are going to have heavy checks.
Go. Bings the turn. Now, Will Smith. One of these where I guess his range does well here against the hands that check and just wants to knock out some ace highs that aren't going to put a chip in aggressively.
Yeah, against cutoff really dicey though, like against EP when Jack X should be like Jack 10 suited up to ace Jack off, but cutoff going to dip into something like Jack 8 suited, Jack 10 off. These type of holdings just going to increase combos of straights from this position. Smith, we've already seen all day long. You just full throttle aggression sometimes, and it's been working out for him. Sitting here with 34 left, playing for a huge sum of money. Lossev should always be calling, as he does. Get to dictate action on river with position. Keep some bluffs in of Smith. Potentially a board he will get after from the big blind.
What is this?
I don't need my small denomination chips. Doesn't matter if he calls me. I wanted to get rid of that change anyway.
Just 500k. I mean, in fairness, this would put a lot of hands into the bin. Like, it'd be a horrible spot if you'd opened here with, say, an ace 9, king 9 that checked back the flop, maybe some 8x even. I mean, I don't know if he's ever checking back his 10s, but... Most of does decide to run it. First spot, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, who am I talking about? Agent Smith has lost for a while.
He might be a sir after this tournament.
Because of my soda.
Thank you.
No soda, I lose all health. Yeah. So, what leaves me? Double whiskey, please. Only hope in life.
Saturday punching halfway of the night, and therefore double whiskies are in order. I mean, here we go. We're only playing for 375k, why not?
I thought it was the beer level, not the shorts level.
Yeah, well, you know, we don't mess around here.
Obviously
with
not.
the MPP. These, of course, Luxon Bay Grand Final Day 2, and I mentioned the level up because I think that's exactly what this little pause in action is as we go up to the final level of the day, level 25 of the tournament. Of course, all the levels at this point of the tournament are now at the 50-minute variety, which is nice. We sort of played day one, majority 30-minute levels, stretched into 40. We started the day with 40, have now stretched to 50. Just giving you that little bit more play, especially tomorrow when the big money's on the line. We're giving that little bit more playability.
That's why I'm surprised the whiskey's out as well, because that's always the drink that seems to give the worst hangovers. If you wake up for a day free playing for that money and you've got a bit of a headache, it's not going to be good news.
All in.
It's usually not the first drink you've had. It might have something to do with the intensity of the hangover.
Oh, look at this. 19 just sent in from under the gun.
Mujahabi doing just that. Kadadzev, who moved off the Onyx table, shifted over here to DTD live. I'm probably happy with that. I just want to break from what the nonsense has been going on there. Let me have a fresh start over here. Oh, hang on a second. Look at this. Tarev, I mean, 19 blinds. I mean, ace queen suit is a good hand, Jay.
Yeah, I prefer. It's like 19 from gun. Like, I know I can see king 10 suited there, but I wouldn't think ace jack, ace 10's there. I just expect these to go for 2 big blinds. So I'm probably just expecting this to be a lot of pairs and ace king. So Tarev here with the ace queen of clubs. I wouldn't fault fold here, Dems. I know I can see the cards, but this size of jam from under the gun.
Essentially, I guess you need some sort of baseline on your opponent.
Exactly. Right? And the fact that this man's just sat at the table, you don't know what this range looks like, but usually in general as population, like population here, it's just always ace king, ace queen, pocket pairs. very rare you see ace jack, ace 10, or something even like king 10 suited, like Almajal has. It's I wouldn't fault the fold here of ace queen. I'd probably fold this spot just because of the amount of live hands I've seen, and
yeah,
this spot I've
tends
seen
to be ace king.
it just tends to be ace king in pairs. I've seen it so many times, and credit to this man for actually finding a hand that isn't ace king or a pair here. But I like fold here of ace queen of clubs.
Still two players now behind as well, of course, and he arrives at the same position you would with a fold. And I like the way you put that down. He convinced me as well.
And fair play to that man. Ballsy jam. It works.
Picking it up. Yeah. A little smile eventually. I wonder if he knows what he got to fold. Oh. Remember Halimov in here with the butchers. Corral. Hunts him with an ace. Got all the way down to 6.35 million if he loses this pot. 10 in the window. Safe board. Halimov behind. And that will seal it. Full double up. He's been short, he's been ducking, he's been diving. Now just below 20 blinds. Playing the last level of day 2.
2,400,000.
See, that's the 5.5. This table, shallower stacks. Kirichenko leading the way with 11 million.
Georgia here. With his last, just sub 5 BBs. Dream hand to find when you just got sub 5, and Sebastian has to call this hand in the big.
1.350. 1.350. I give up. I don't prepare my stack now.
Off with that ace 4 of hearts, and there's a 4 on the flop. Georgia needs help, he needs it quickly.
4. 1 of 3 queens left in the deck.
Hey guys.
Ooh, there it is.
But it's not over yet.
No heart.
Hearts available, as well as one of the 2 remaining 4s.
Oh no!
What a roller coaster of a run out.
That is just cruel. If you're gonna kill the man, kill him. Don't give him the queen on the turn. Dealer, come on, show some mercy.
Gabriel Georgia gracious in defeat after a roller coaster run out for him there. $14,200 for his trouble. 33rd place finish. Great run in a field of this magnitude.
That is
cruel.
Yeah, with his elimination in 33rd, that means we are down to our final 4 tables. Just 32 players remain. With it, we're now in a pretty sizable pay jump. 14K locked up. 16.7 next spot, 2.5K jump, more than a buy-in.
Once again, Demps noted a spot similar to this earlier, just like fold in these situations.
Yeah, maybe it takes a moment sometimes to adjust for Corral. He's been sort of leading this table for a long time.
Like as the big stack covering everyone, yeah, fine. But when we're off like 20, what are we now? Like less than 3% of the field. Feel like even like 7's probably the line here.
Just needs to invest an additional 300,000. That's the option he's chosen here. Board does give him some interest.
And now we get here with 5s as Corral, just a board, going to relentlessly c-bet, probably one we c-bet range, +1 versus big. Like these 5s, definitely a hand now we get here. Wouldn't have opened them in the first place, but potentially one of these creative bluffs that we find down the streets.
5, 600.
It starts with just north of third, pretty standard on the king 9-3, and Alexandrov gut shot here, getting nearly 4-1. Would be calling once.
Last 10 seconds. Recall.
So we stick around for one.
Now it's just mandatory triple. Dems like even like 9x, 3x of spades have to call turn, get value from that, fold them out on river. All the king X are just now in the absolute blender, even on the turn. Target the 9, target the king. Too good a turn not to barrel. Now we get here for corral, and we need to have the triple in mind. Like, there's just no real ace X now here for Alexandrov once he check calls flop. Like, he's not calling ace high, +1 versus big. So the only way he turns this ace is specifically ace 9 and ace 3.
Yeah.
1,800,000.
Very nice fine set.
Yeah, and it's nice as well. I like this from Corral, not just because of the reasons you highlighted, but it's easy to shrink inside yourself when the last couple of alts gone poorly for him. Maybe think, hey, everything's going wrong. Let's check this back. I've still got 5 mil, but he is going to try and take this on. And
Last 10 seconds.
being involved, Alexandrov's double checking his cards, but yeah, almost like a little confidence rebuild there.
Yeah, really tightly double barrel once we get there with 5s. Not sure about the open, but well played. Post flop for sure.
Get out to making the call.
They're at 12 against +1. Like, defends the only option. Against button, blind on blind. Definitely send this one. A bit more skeptical against the +1 open from Vidkorska.
Couple of overs, gut shot, backdoor diamonds. Is that one we ever check just because we don't want to get check jammed on?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that at this stack depth, it's frustrating when we bet here and we do get jammed on, and our opponent with that stack depth 11 that's just going to check jam 9x, jack x, some flush draws, even some queen 10, 10-8. Does feel like it's too good. Maybe it's just a bet call here. That's actually king queen suited. Now look at it with the backdoor flush draw.
We hate getting check jammed on, but we recognise we can just
check call, beat queen 10, beat 10-8, beat some flush draws, and then even against like an 8-9 here, still going to have like a healthy 40-odd%.
Obviously, there are some better hands we can make for, like specifically this hand that didn't jam pre. There aren't many pairs, I guess, that call pre, but oh, sorry, there are plenty against +1 for a second now. But we're up against late position again. Nicely done.
Sometimes just need to recollect your own thoughts with the action coming thick and fast, table to table, think about the spot myself before I open my mouth.
Hard work in this specific booth. Well, triple table setup, pinging from hand to hand, picking up action, all different kinds of streets. And here we have Kovrig, looks like a limped pot BVB. He's betting Jack 9-3, but he's betting right into the goods. Losev off the bottom.
Interesting one from Kovrig to decide to bet this. Once again, blind on blind. Are we folding out better hands? Maybe some like king 8 through king 4, but all the ace highs should continue. Like the king 10, king queen continuing as well. Interesting decision to bet here with the king deuce. Maybe one that could have actually gone for this like 2.5 to 3 big blind raise pre-flop.
Now then, is he just going to shut this thing down? Bet that flop, yes. Must have almost been too much of this hand.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for Losev here. any traps, just check back, try and induce some bluffs, maybe keep our range wide ourselves, and it's going to take that avenue. Not putting another penny in the pot.
Yeah, good restraint there.
Just be a bet and a fold. That's a really familiar face coming to the table there. And that's a really familiar card protector as well.
Hang on.
I believe.
I've got Obelix and some sort of elephant coming in here. How many trinkets does one man need?
Not really sure what we're thinking about. Yeah, we do beat some 10-7, some 10-8, but like these hands more inclined to start bluffing turn.
Hello. Hello.
Thinking about throwing on the cape here with king high.
Right, beating those draws. Called flop, check back turn. Maybe thinking, hey, look, my opponent has jack, surely he'd bet turn.
Yeah, the thing is, I think even like 9x gets the value bet here on the river, and you think you got 10-7, 10-8 here, like on the turn. They're more inclined to just start bluffing turn dents, which is important factor in the pot.
Means it's your fault. Only your fault.
Blaming the whiskey.
Needs to be a hero, but
do you ever think sometimes people don't want to get bluffed on the stream as well?
Definitely. Wow, heroes it off with king high. He's going to get shown a boat.
That's good. Now in general.
The credit to Losev there goes for the check back on the turn and potentially gets him the max. Would have just been lovely little turn check back to extract the maximum.
Very well done.
Ah, it's Michal Neist. He made a deep run in either the main event or the 2K last year. If memory serves me correct, that's why I recognise him.
Yeah, I remember the card protector. So.
I think he final tabled the main. It might have been the 2K. We will have a quick look. Let's pick up here at DTE Live. Cut off open from Groofy and Umrikin.
Yep, 6th place in the main event last year. I know some of the other Merit Series stuff here. I wasn't here for the final table of that one that you guys got to cover. Yeah, very accomplished player with about 2.5 million in live earnings behind Nice, but for now, we go back to DTD Live.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep here with the 8-9, opting to donk the 8-6-2. So it's like 8-6-4, maybe some more donks going on, but I don't think we get to lead this board as Umrikin here.
Oh, hello.
But we got a spicy old float coming in.
Hello.
With the Queen Jack. I was about to say, like, reason we don't really want to lead here, our opponent's still got all the 9 true aces, which we don't have. Hard for us to have many strong hands at this stack depth against cut off 8-6s. Just going to be all in pre, so we're literally saying we've got some, like, 2 pair as our strongest hands. And our opponent just got stronger 8x than us. They've got over pairs in there. It's going to work out on this occasion. Gets some value from the Queen Jack and Groofy, which I thought would just head into the muck, facing this lead.
Yeah. A usually large 3.3 million chip pot here, the way this one's played out. No. Stop it. Stop it. Squarely bottom hand on 7-9, 5-7, 9-10 type holding.
Yeah. They do brick out all these hands.
We'll see the bottom end, 4-5 gets in there. Wow, he is that suspicious.
Oh, well.
We've seen just 2 hero calls there, Jay, in the last 2 hands.
And this is last 3% of Phil playing for like nearly $400,000. It's like, what is going on in some of these spots? What's going through the heads of these players?
Is it possible that end of a long 2 days, a little bit fatigued, maybe creeping in?
Fatigue is a big factor in this game. It gets overlooked so much when you're sat there at the table and the cogs are turning all day. Like, you don't actually feel it, but at the end of the day, you're just exhausted. When you've been playing 10 hours back-to-back days, exhaustion does start factoring in. But they're 2 calls that surprised to see, but credit to the man with 8-9, got maximum value. Absolute max.
Really nicely done. 2 streets of pay versus Queen High. Well, these guys, of course, if they want to win this one, will have another day to compete, but after a night's sleep and a bit of adrenaline coursing through them tomorrow, it'll all be worthwhile. And of course, everyone, well, not everyone, everyone here will be out playing the MVP main event, but everyone production side with a little day off before we pick up that main event. It's going to be a spicy one. 5K, 5 mil guaranteed. I've seen some group chats kicking off, so people posting are bagged already. It's a nice one to bag early on the old day 1A. A couple of days off. Save yourself those 5K bullets because you can get D around here.
Aaron Corral just getting after it. 10-7 suited here. Goes for the 3-bet at, what are we, 24 big blinds here?
3 all in.
And yeah, we've seen another 4-bet pile on that man's 3-bets.
Yeah,
both times with the small pairs as well.
That's actually a really nice pile from Alexandrov. Credit where it's due. LP versus LP at this stack depth. We do actually like to pile some of these pairs. Just flushing out like the equity or 2 overcards. Nice little 4-bet send, but the 10-7 suited 3-bet optimistic.
I'd say we're getting back to the Onyx for a bit of normality. Already in a small limping in. Oh dear, this is cold.
Yeah, this is cold as it gets, blind on blind.
GG's. Gonza just joined the table. That big stack, you're going to expect a lot of non-premiums to be raising it up here. Almost such as the perfect setup for Heredi. He's praying to get raised behind so he can limp jam. Take these 8s to the house.
Count.
Yeah, gonna get the bad news. It's like a count has been requested again. Gonza's just joined the table, maybe unfamiliar with how the chip stacks lie around. So
But we're having fun.
Doing some careful accounting, completely understandable.
Was fun till now.
As we were just saying, it's a long day. You don't want to make a mistake.
Yeah, that is true. Trying to just get a count here, but we're probably not folding jacks at 100. I'd like to point that out. Blind at blind, just small versus big. These 2 positions specifically, but Gonza just making sure.
Yeah.
There's no hidden chips in there.
Yeah, like you say, he probably never playing anything, but just wants to know what he's getting into here. So
It's coming.
completely fine.
Which color?
Always feels a bit grim though when you're the man with 2 8s and your opponent tanks and somehow you're a 20% dog in the crew.
Exactly that.
But you have to understand what the player's going through. Queen 6, 7 flop.
9 is good also now.
5.
Covering it.
Now or never.
I think the color doesn't count now. Doesn't matter now. Could be blue also, yeah?
No more preferences.
Good luck. It needed to be an 8, but it wasn't.
Sit open table 1.
Pay jump. On fire.
Yeah, good point there. Oh, he did get the pay jump. Okay. He secured that moment at least.
Takes in good spirits as well. Fist bump.
Ultima 8, parcă da.
Gonza
mai impun acum, nu? Da, bro, că mai suntem 4 rog 30.
solidifies his chip lead at this table.
Șaptele?
Real good right now.
Păi nu, că aici sunt 3, nu? Sau sunt 4? Nu, sunt 3 aici și una dincolo, mai rămâne una, nu? Da.
Small blind working with 6 here. Queen 3 off. Sending it in, and Kirichenko finds an ace. Pretty clear call at 7, blind on blind.
It's never good when your opponent's just got the cards in their hand. It's like, that's not about to be a fold, is it? It's like... Frankowski, he's hunting. That's what it comes down to sometimes. You battle for 2 days and you find yourself all in for 2 million chips with Queen 3 offsuit. Would not be the most unlikely to get theirs. The door is swinging shut. Oh, there we go. A6-7 to fade. Does it? Okay, back at the game. These ones, oh, niggly for Kirichenko, of course. Left with 8 million. Such a difference if you could hold there and be up to 13. So much more room to maneuver.
Every all-in bite all at this stage, even if it's for 7 bigs. Still don't like losing those ones. Check Frankowski. Back to 15 bigs. Can have some opens now, a bit more wiggle room.
I'm pretty sure that was Wojciech, but I would trust you to know. So I can let you work on the Polish ones.
Naza, după un an în Berceni.
Naza chiar era probabil să arate a 7. Dar în cazul lui nu mă îndoiesc.
Picasso really did put me to shame the pronunciations. There has to be said. I'm not upset. I have to do some work on it. Smith. Oh dear. Free betting from the big blind.
Mr. Butterfly is there.
Under the gun open, and I mean Savkin with the slam dunk against this player.
I don't think.
Against most players. Yes, Smith just snaps it off. Maybe not quite what we want to be doing against under the gun, but he's shown a propensity to play these big pots and probably understanding that, hey, like, if anyone's going to jam on him light, if anyone's going to jam on someone light, it would be on his 3 bets. So he does get more action, therefore this doesn't look quite as out of line as it might.
To be fair to the lad, at 22, I think there's pure jams against gun open. As Smith here, feel like gun open, 22 ace queen, just all in anyway, so should be getting in.
Oh my, no.
Oh, and it could just be Smith's tournament. Queen on the flop.
Wow, and just drills another on the turn, but wait a minute.
Didn't really want to draw another, it being the Queen of Hearts. Now 8 outs for Savkin. 1 dead, so 7.
One big gulp for Savkin. One big river card. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
We have had some roller coaster runouts. Final session of the day.
Are you religious?
Well, the best hand held, but doesn't tell the story.
I might be now, but yeah.
They still hurt, don't they? You know you're a dog pre-flop, but you see that queen on the flop and you're like, oh, it could just be our day. Backdoor hearts for Savkin. To put him just shy of 50 bigs, 48 to be precise.
He's played really nicely as well. I've been impressed. Patience in the game. Picked his moments wisely. Mark Smith. I mean, sure, he's ridden his luck in previous coups. May well have busted earlier on, but once you get to this point, lose that pot after that flop so close to the end of the day. Good chips to players. Another one brewing on Luxon.
Just a quick rundown of this hand, guys. When open on the button from the ace queen, flop went check, bet, call, and turn has check through on the 5 of hearts, and we see the queen on the river here. It meant heart going for small size, around 20%, and against this size is Sidorkovsky. Got to be raising.
Interesting decision to check this back with the ace queen turn, isn't it?
Yeah, really interesting.
Draws out there.
Just a turn that we probably just get to size up as Sidorkovsky. 2-tone, incredibly have more bluffs. Now bumping it up to 2.3 million. And this is kind of tough for Menhart here because like King Jack seems like such a natural barrel on the turn.
Well, the cards that approve on that queen, I guess.
Queens is the one.
Queens is the one, right? Ace queen we expect to bet turn. King Jack we expect a barrel turn. So
Queen 10 suited makes sense as well, actually. Okay. C bet flop and check back turn. So Queen 10 suited, pocket queens. And looks like Menhart is a non-believer.
Yeah, and understandably so to that turn check. Kudakowski getting a big bet paid. I'm curious, really surprised that he checked that one back on the turn. Worked out perfectly then.
Four hands.
We're jumping over to the Onyx here. First look at Nice.
Opening up here, that's ace-9 suited from +1, low 7. Gonna flat the cutoff with ace-jack off.
We can count together. So it's
One of those hands we sort of see
4.5,
fall into the 3-bet fold category quite often, but
6.7, 7. Yeah.
Let's gonna take a flop here.
Yeah, potentially can have some free bets versus EP. More inclined to flat versus LP just because of the stuff we dominate. It's going to bring both these blinds in. Smithing with the 4-5 of clubs, and Savkin takes his price with a suited king in the big blind.
All way with 30 players left in the Luxon Pay Grand Final. Savkin smashing this one, although he is in 3rd place for now, but nut flush draw, yes please.
Yeah, but we got Nice here with top and bottom. Losev
pardon
with
me.
top pair, decent kicker. This
I slept the top and bottom.
could be a big pot.
Smith's folded out of turn without realizing that Losev's in the pot.
We forgive you, but I think
This,
others might
this
not.
I mean, it does change things slightly. Obviously, give him a little bit more comfort in that top pair, which is not what he wants to have right now, given the situation he's been dealt into.
Yeah, and 30% here from Nice, just
Let's
going
see
to be
what
a...
the draw ruling is here. Hopefully, no
First
penalty.
defense. I love that. Thank you so much. It's only 800. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
First offence.
I like that. End of the night as well. You know, we need some discretion from tournament directors. We must trust them to make the right decisions. And I think it's fair that he's just tired. Missed the action right at the end of the day. No need for any punishment.
Yeah, so just picking up here with Savkin. Just a clear call here. We're not doing any raising, not turning this second pair into a bluff. When Nice bets into 3 players here, like, gonna like start checking a lot of the stuff. Like, you're not gonna bet queens through 10s. He's probably not even gonna bet some queen jack suited. Just when we go 4 ways, so important to note that.
And the beauty, of course, as well is one of these 2 players could potentially have an inferior flush draw as well, right? When you make the nuts, amazing things could happen.
Yes, now, as Losev, going to have a tough spot, but when you really think about it, Nice should just be double barreling here. Now, let's think about Nice range. Like, if he does have a suited ace-X, like ace-7 through ace-deuce, these we're going to find a juncture to check whether it be flop or turn, so we eradicate that from range. So he's basically going to have ace-queen, ace-king, set of 9s, ace-9 suited. This is all of his value, and then like the bluffs that he has to have here when we go multi-way has to be high equity draws. So something like a jack-10 of spades, a queen-jack of spades. So this side card of Losev is the one that potentially helps us get away from it here. And I feel like when you really strip this spot, it becomes quite an easy fold. The fact that we've gone 4-way to the flop, Nice double barreling here with the ace-9 suited, and he figures it out. And now Savkin does have this nut flush draw, but once again, speaking about the earlier points made, you need to think about our opponent's range here. There is actually a well, like the 1-2 combos, jack 10 of spades, queen jack of spades, that we have just absolutely chubbed.
That's what I'm thinking. Obviously, we can see here, like Moroccan's 2 pair, we've got what 25%, but occasionally we've got massive equity.
Yep. There we go, does get out of the way, and I think it's really good fold from him. Tougher fold to make than the one with the ace-jack, but good fold from both, and nice pick up there from Nice, not having to see a river. Over to Luxon here, and it's an open under the gun from Frankowski, and the aces are back.
And this is a man who's 3-bet folded twice from the button in the last couple. Oh, no. No. This is just cruel. What is this hand? Aces, kings, queens, this state. Frankowski, what have you been dealt into?
Yeah.
Menhart, what have you been dealt into?
And I guess as Menhart here, we need to go pretty small, because if Frankowski reopens the action, we want to be able to reopen ourselves, and does just add on the extra 1.3 milli of the free bet here.
Clicky, clicky. And I mean, just given the dynamic at this table, surely nothing Frankowski can do.
You can't. Maybe like Jack's probably folds here, but Queens is just, it's just too good when Ace King's going to be a decent part of Menhart's range. And here comes the 5-bet jam. And it's not often you get to see the 6-bet, but it will go as a 6-bet because he has Frankowski covered by 500k here.
Yes. How much are you loving life as well? Because Menhart, you see this, and then the button starts thinking, hey, how much have you got, Lils? You know he's in there with the boots.
A treat for us back end of the day. Aces, kings, and the queens.
I mean, the Star-Spangled Banner's going off in his head. He's got it.
He's got the hand on the head like he's actually contemplating here.
Yeah, and he goes all in, and Menhart going to take a second. He's like, hang on a second.
He's asked for a count. He's asked for a count. How often do you see a 6-bet, Demps? It isn't aces. And he is going to ask for a count. And is there any hero fault going on here? I feel like if we have queens, we fold, but kings is just kings, ain't it?
Yeah.
If you got it, you got it.
And I think we've seen enough volatility out of Corral. Not saying he's just going to punt it off here, but there's reason to believe he can certainly get it in with worse. Damn it, the way it is.
But you'd have to take me back to 2013, the Benny Spindler days, the last time I saw a 6-bet where it wasn't aces. Literally, it's when someone 6-bets, it doesn't even sound right saying the word 6-bet because I say it so little, but it's just always aces, right? But we've got kings, Menhart.
3.8 to win 14.
Yeah, like, what can you do? And he knows, like, you already know.
And how sick does Frankowski feel when it goes, he sees the 5-bet and the 6-bet going on off behind. And here we have number 1, number 2, number 3 running it out with 29 players left and $375,000 on the line. We just gave Frankowski the innocuous looking 3 to double up a minute ago. Can he possibly spike a queen and suddenly be right up there in the chip counts? Will it be Menhart spiking the king? Or does Corral finally recover all his chips in one shot? 5 cards away from finding out. Oh my word! He has hit the queen. Frankowski doesn't even react to it. You see there, Corral quickly working out, hang on a second, is there a side pot? How much can I make here if I just hold versus kings?
Yeah, 1.9 milli, 3.8 milli side pot, so will survive as Corral, but the big winner here.
That's incredible. He was all in a moment ago with 2 million chips with Queen 3 offsuit. An orbit or so later now has 14 million chips. What is, well, the ultimate cold deck. Queens v kings v aces in the seating order they need to be in, because all 3 of them would have been able to maybe fold queens in certain situations, but not the way things were down. Look at that table chip leader from the shortest stack. This game is wild. How well is he going to sleep tonight?
Of course, just finding that 2 outer to put us to chip lead at the table at 45 bigs or so to work with. What a hand to get to cover.
That is insane.
But you say that, Demps, like aces there freeway, like you're only 60% freeway. It's like basically having ace jack versus king queen in a way, in a heads up situation. You're only going to win it 60% of the time. It's not like we have a lock on the equity there.
No, it certainly isn't. There's always a point I make to people when they say, oh, I didn't run good. Like, well, you won with aces against the smaller pair. You're only supposed to get 80% of the pot and you got 100%. You're running good. Like, simple as that.
Picking up with this one. And Kovrig just sending the cake in here. 3.9 for 130% pot, and Savkin throws out his time banks, but how can we turn top pair and fold?
Smith just inspecting how many time bank chips there were there. He's like, how long do I have to wait for this one to go down? Yeah, I'm with you. See, once we've scored, I mean, and Kovrig doesn't get snapped, he's going to feel for sure he's got the best of it here, up against some inferior 10x, maybe a 7.
Yeah, we can't float Queen Jack and improve to top pair and fold as Savkin. Like all this Ace Jack, King Jack, Ace King, Jack 9 suited. Just going to be nice little double barrel sends. We beat this and then even eke into some value that we beat. As we see here, Kovrig just not assigning much Queen X once we see the flop call. So
understandably, right? I feel good about my 10 here. Again, late night.
And
no
it's
shame in taking a minute.
Going to be a pretty grim one because you're sat there as Kovrig now and you just feel like Ace 10 is always the best hand.
You're screaming cool,
cool, yeah, you are.
Cool.
You're like cool with your 10-9, mate.
Yeah.
Flick it in with a 10-9 one time, please.
No more need.
We get the best.
What's going on here, guys? Come on. He's facing an all-in bet. 4 tables left. There's a house up top. He does make the call. And yeah, that's going to feel a bit grim. Wow, Kovrig went with the overbet jam for value with the inferior hand. Only 2 aces left to hit. Not to be Savkin improving further, up to 18 million chips, and Kovrig busting out right at the end of the day in 29th place, good for $16,700. Yowzers. We had some weird ones to finish off tonight, haven't we?
We have. It's been a great last session to finish off the day. Just that aces, kings and queens sort of the icing on the cake. Still 10-15 minutes to go before we close up shop.
Raider. +1 finds ace king, opens up, and now Corral puts the rest in with ace 7 of clubs. Looks like
6 pass.
may just be the end of his run here.
7 pass.
Being involved in so many skirmishes at this table. He's looking so good to finally get all those chips back in style.
And there's the snap, and going to need some help. I haven't been counting the all-ins though, but it seems like today, Dems, that the best hand has lost more than it's won.
Certainly in the bigger spots. He's going to hope that continues here. In the form of a 7, in the form of some clubs. Oh no, not again. We've seen this twice now. We've seen the inferior hand catch, and then we've seen a heart draw with it.
How does it keep happening?
Well, again, hearts miss for the first time in the last 3 attempts. Will Corral hang around? Narita with just 275k back himself, and it's he who is down to absolute dust as Corral. Well, we don't like using the word justice in poker, but it feels like it's right that he should finish the day with some chips, albeit maybe at the expense of the wrong man.
Yeah, they're tough ones to take though at the end of the day, especially because then you bag up your chips and you think about what could have been and the stack you could be coming into with day 3, but now likely to not even get that far with a crumb left in his stack. Over to Onyx.
Let's play a nice hand.
Stay popping it up, ace 10 hearts, and wow, let's play a nice hand. He calls. Sebastian flops number 2, but needs to with the nut flush draw. Oh wow, we could see it have a big one.
Yeah, we definitely could here, and gonna probably start with around quarter here as Neist. It's between quarter and third, shy of 30%.
Yeah, look back at those cards.
Little fake heart check.
Yeah, believe. I think it's just. Do I have check my heart? Is this my life? Has this happened? Check call for now.
No!
Oh no!
No way!
Oh no!
How does this happen?
No.
This might be the first for me, Demps. I don't think I've had straight flush against nut flush before.
Oh my word.
What on earth is this turn card? This is ill.
Oh my word. This is a disgusting way Denise to finish his day. I'm actually really curious now to see how this hand plays out, because how does Sebastian raise at any point? He's just got the board on lockdown.
Yeah, well, when we love seeing bet here from Nice, because Nice basically, when he bets here, like his value is going to be ace of hearts, jack of hearts, maybe like nines of nine of hearts that want to check back. When we hold both,
right,
he's either got a bluff or ace of hearts, so
right.
It's just such a clear call. Keep the bluffs in, and we get the money from the ace of hearts anyway. But what on earth is this turn card?
And just to make sure River not pairing the board, keeping it number one be number two. Sebastian just coolly checking over the straight flush once again. 4.4 in there. And these must feel pretty good now that he's up against some sort of maybe as good as a jack of hearts.
Yep, exactly
with
that.
a nine of hearts. So is there a situation where he just overbets here?
Potentially, yeah. We could see jam and try and get the maximum versus the jack or the nine of hearts here.
Like, oh, this is just disgusting. What a finish we've had tonight. Aces v kings v queens. We just saw ace-7 round down ace-king, and now we have straight flush versus nut flush. Is this real life? And look at Sebastian, just at the corner of his eye, will be seeing these chips put together. Sees that bet go in, and now we'll go into posturing, and it's like a pot-sized bet, I think, right? 4.4.
Yeah, and this is the most ill thing ever. But the thing is, when Sebastian jams here,
right,
what's he supposed to have other than a straight flush? Because he's never bluffing this spot, because Nice can have the ace of hearts. He just calls the jack of hearts. So what else is he supposed to have when he jams?
Right, just there isn't supposed to be a raise here.
Did Nice not ask for this? Didn't he say when the big blind called, let's play a pot?
He did.
And we're playing a pot, all right, sir.
The highlight pot of the day.
You have been giga-cooled.
All in declared, and well, Nice may just look at the ace of hearts and go, yeah, I'll call you, mate, but I think he's a bit sharper than that. He knows this doesn't smell right.
He knows. He knows.
He's like, really? Yeah. Time bank. Put them all in, my friend. This is going to take a minute.
Of course it is, because like strip the spot down, Demps.
Yeah.
Like, who on earth is going to bluff this spot when Nice is repping the ace of hearts?
Right.
When Nice goes that size on the river?
If he'd gone like 1.5 million, then we can call, right?
Yeah,
When well, see, we can still call, we've got the ace of hearts, but we can attribute some bluffs. When he goes the pot size bet, like, just never gets bluffed over that size, surely, does it?
I know we can see the whole cards. We can see it straight flush versus nut flush, but think about the spot, guys. When we go pot on the river, we're saying we have the nut flush. So our opponent's never going to bluff raise. They're not raising the jack of hearts. They're not raising a worse heart than the jack.
I think he's going to figure this out.
I think he will as well. I think he's good enough to do it. This is a man who is capable of finding this hero fold.
It's insane.
Leaving himself with 7 bigs and still having a little bit of equity within this prize pool.
We're getting 7.5 to 1 with the nut flush and Hold'em. But look, he knows he's beat.
He's laughing. He can't believe the spot he's in. And he's what a fold!
He folded.
What a sick, sick guy.
He's got to show. That is astonishing.
And smiles all round. But when you strip the spot, he just has to have it. How can he not have it? And Nice with a fold that's going to be shown for probably years and years.
Wow.
What a way to finish.
Look at this. The rest of the table just incredulous at the fold. And let me tell you, okay, he just lost most of his chips on the last hand of the night. He's going to come back with just 2 million. But he is going to feel like a champion already.
Oh, of course, Demps. It's just one of those. But when you really break the spot down, when our opponent has no bluffs and they're not doing it with the jack of hearts, they're not doing it with the nine of hearts. So they have to have it, right? Who on earth is sick enough to potentially bluff that spot when he goes pot? He's saying, I've got the ace of hearts. No one's ever going to bluff there in a million years. Just has to have it.
The confidence in that to make the fold. I mean, wow, what a finish to the frame we've had. Why do we have to stop now? Why can't we keep going?
What a frame that was. That may be one of the best like hour and 40 minutes of poker I've ever got to cover. Just every hand seemed to have everything, and we'll close it up. Over to you, Dems.
I'm just catching my breath still. Onyx table, look at that. Mihai Nista finishing with 2 mil. Almost feels like the winner on that table. Let's flip that around. He's supposed to be out. Make no mistake about it, but it is Sefkin bagging the lead on that table. And Sebastian, well, he won't begrudge being on 14.8, but against almost anyone else on the planet, he'd be on 16.8, courtesy of that big pot they played at the end. It was requested after all. Be careful what you ask for in this game. Vitatev in here with 31 million chips, the biggest stack I think we've seen. Obviously, there is a 4th table in play, but overall, chip leader most likely with that 100 blinds. And Basil Musa, the likes of him, still knocking around. You're still in this booth,
yeah,
just
like,
shaking.
I'm just what a hand to get to cover. Like, you're not going to see 9-1 on a call, someone folding a nut flush on a paired board very often, but that is a caliber of player that is capable.
And look at this, the Luxon pay table, the very unlikely Frankowski leading the way. He was down to just 2 million. What, 10 hands ago, went double, then got queens in versus kings and aces, spun it right up to 12.6 million in chips. I'm going to need a drink after this.
I think we're going to have to head to the bar, Dents, and I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. What a fold from these there. One of the best folds you're ever likely to see. But when you think about the spot and strip it back, what else is he supposed to have other than a straight flush?
Well, there you go. We are going to end the stream tonight right there, but we will resume tomorrow at 2:30 local time, where these final 28 will play down to a champion. And if day 3 is going to be anything like day 2, you are not going to want to miss a single thing. It will be Jay and Pig kicking off the action tomorrow. We will see you then.